Chapter 1, Teacher Ira Manga. In a girlish bedroom full of Billy small TV plush dolls and various figures such as 2233, the white curtains are opened 40 centimeters in gaps, allowing the sunlight outside the window to illuminate the small bedroom. The sun shone on the white bed, and there was a girl with light blue and white hair on the bed. The girl is wearing a pink pajamas, with soft bangs slightly covering her cute eyebrows. Her light blue hair is scattered on the white cotton bed, her hands and legs are firmly holding the Billabye small TV pillow, her peaceful face is white and ruddy. It's like a porcelain doll that can be broken by blowing. This cute and explosive cute girl is Izumi Sajiri, who is also the name of the otaku Suhong after he became a girl. Don't get me wrong, Izumi Sajiri in this world is not the manga teacher in Ira Manga Sensei, and her real age is not 12 years old. This is an overhead world. Sajiri studied at a private girls' high school in Tokyo. She was in a senior year off due to illness. She is 18 years old and she is only 150 centimeters tall. She is a real legal loli. In other words, at the beginning of 3 years, the highest death penalty is invalid for her. Well. Sajiri's eyebrows were slightly frowned. After being exposed to the sun, she rolled to the right subconsciously, and found that she was still in the sun, so she rolled to the left again. Unexpectedly, she rolled around without avoiding the embrace of the sun. Xiao Segumi's eyes opened a gap slightly, and she reached out to grab the quilt behind her. With a flick of, the little hand grabbed an empty hand. Sajiri looked puzzled, her eyelids slowly opened, and she found that the little TV quilt had fallen to the ground. The little Sajiri of the girl's otaku's heart, first rubbed her eyes, then stretched her waist. She couldn't help making a lazy sweet sound. Okay. Sajiri realized that her voice was a little weird, and then she looked at her clothes. They were pink girls' shorts and pajamas, and her chest was slightly bulging. This was an unprecedented phenomenon. Could it be that? Sajiri was surprised, and his right hand slowly stretched out towards Opie, and when he rubbed it lightly, he felt a strange tingling sensation. With, Segumi blushed and got up with lightning, ran to the mirror to take a photo, and was stunned. Light blue hair, the temples fall just in front of the small breasts, and the soft bangs just cover the eyebrows. The magnificent eyes like stars are particularly eye-catching, plus the height is not too high. It is the most adorable and beautiful loli. Sajiri squeezed her tender and white face with an incredible look, and muttered to herself, "Is this me? As early as the day before, I just went to Station B to watch the new show Ira Manga Teacher in April 2017. Unexpectedly, I woke up and turned into Izumi Sajiri. In addition to transforming into a cute girl, he also has a cartoonist system in his mind. In my mind, the cartoonist system is showing Sajiri's message. Name, Izumi Sajiri. Fan value, 2, what's the difference between this fan value and salted fish? The big cartoonist wake up, the daily plan is in the morning. Active talent. Introductory painting skills, painting is barely decent, but the details are lacking. It seems that I have not worked hard to practice painting skills in normal times. Passive talent. The most adorable loli temperament, 300% attractive to low ICN. Sound is soft and easy to push down, the voice is super cute, the body is super soft, but it is easy to be pushed down, please be careful to blame the uncle. Sajiri looked at the introduction of this system, and couldn't help being surprised. This mysterious thing of the system could happen to her. Speaking of myself, I have become a girl. Even if something more mysterious happens to me, it is nothing strange. Are you just getting started with drawing skills? It seems that I am not a manga artist. Sajiri secretly guessed. It's not right, I should be thinking about how to become a boy. Sajiri was originally a straight man. Although when watching anime, he always thought about what would happen to become a girl, but when it was his turn to become a girl, this strange feeling made him very uncomfortable. It is detected that the host is in good mental state, and now he starts to instill the memory of the former host. At this time, the field of vision suddenly changed, the world revolved, and scenes of memories played at the speed of light in Sajari's brain like a revolving lantern. It turned out that the country I lived in was Huaxia, and Japan was counted as a minority autonomous region of Huaxia in this world, so the Japanese name was also retained. Here, the full name of Japan is Japan and the Autonomous Region. If you want to trace history, Sajari discovered that Japan had become a subject of China as early as the Tang dynasty. Until the end of World War II, Japan was named a minority autonomous region, and it has been developing to this day, becoming an economic province of China. The industry with the strongest economy is the cultural industry animation. Manga industry is the leading industry in the Japanese autonomous region, and it is world-renowned. It is a business card of the Japanese autonomous region. And I live in Tokyo, Japan. The people here have dual languages, the first language is Mandarin, and Japanese has become the dialect of the Japanese autonomous region, and its status is similar to Cantonese, so Japanese songs are also relatively popular in the Chinese list. In addition to Japanese songs, Sajari's biggest concern is of course the animation industry. Sajari learned from his memory that the comics in this world are popular with Marvel elements and Blood King's comics. Marvel is the American superhero comic series. Something like Spider-Man, Batman, Captain America, etc. are Marvel's masterpieces. Hot-blooded Wang Dao Man, similar to the three major migrant comics Naruto, Reaper, and One Piece. These three super-long serial comics are so popular that even migrant workers know its existence, so they are called migrant workers. But in addition to these three migrant animations, the previous lives of Lulushu, Fate, Magic Forbidden, Iramanga Teacher, Herber Eater, Attack on Giant, Second 5, Your Name and many other big fire animes have not appeared one after another. It doesn't matter if I cross into a parallel world, how would I live without these anime? Sajari is a typical home squat, staying at home either watching anime or visiting Station B, sing and chat live, read novels, and listen to music. Is the system there? What is the master's order? Sajari's brain heard the electronic analog sound of the system, and he couldn't help showing a bit of joy. It seemed that the system was not a dead thing. It's so boring here. If the master feels bored, here is a gift package for the newcomer to alleviate the urgent need. Sajari heard the words, and gently curled his lips. The underworld system was the system, and his speech was so rigid. So she stomped on the floor and said angrily, "No, I want to go back, let me go." "Sorry, the system does not have the ability to travel through time and space, please forgive me. Let me go back." "Sorry, the system can't do it. Turn me back into a boy." "Sorry, the system can't do it. Yuan at %mmp. Sajari was very angry, walking back and forth in the room, stomping on the floor from time to time, asking back and forth dozens of times, and finally got tired and had to admit his fate. "Where is my newbie gift bag? New book spree +1. Do you open the newbie gift package?" Sajari heard the words, thinking this is nonsense. "Congratulations on your talent for full marks. Congratulations on obtaining the LV1 talent of close body defense. Congratulations on your acquisition of the God-level comic library, which is connected to the original Earth animation library and has a synchronous update function. Name, Izumi Sajari. Fan value, 2, what's the difference between this fan value and salted fish? The big cartoonist wake up, the daily plan is in the morning. Active talent. Full score drawing technique, anyway, it is full score. Whether you use a computer to draw a picture or draw a picture by hand, the quality is leveraged. Close-up anti-wolf technique LV1, don't be afraid to blame the uncle anymore. But it is not very useful for those who have practiced martial arts, so in order to protect your body, please be careful of the big bad wolf. Passive talent. The most adorable lowly temperament, 300% attractive to low ICN. The sound is soft and the body is soft and can be pushed down, the voice is super cute, the body is super soft, and it can push down the warming bed. Sajari found that the God-level comic library was not in the talent list, so he took a closer look in his mind and found that there was an extra search box in his mind. This search box is similar to the search tool of the previous life. Entering keywords can search a lot of websites. And this search in Sajari's mind can only search for anime. After a while, the system issued a newbie task. Novice task: publish serialized comics on the internet and collect 666 fans in 2 weeks. Quest reward: close-up anti-wolf technique level +1. Sajari's eyes lit up when he saw this task reward. Don't look at the close-up anti-wolf technique +1, but it is of great significance to myself. Imagine that a weak and cute lorry walking on a dark path, was suddenly captured by a gangster with one hand, and then forcibly came. When Sajari thought of this picture, he was agitated all over, and secretly said, "No, Yu reading www.yuyugonshu.com must be full of anti-wolves, so that the boys who are close to me will get out." That's right, after Sajari accepted her identity as a cute girl, she determined to be a single dog and rejected all boys. In order not to be bullied by the gangsters, Sajari turned on her mobile phone and went through the major animation websites. In the animation circles of the Japanese Autonomous Region, there is a popular hot-blooded kingly manga, such as Reaper, Naruto, One Piece, Fairy Tail, Eva, Gintama, Slam Dunk, Dragon Ball. Naniwa animations such as Guest Sword Heart are works that everyone loves to hear. As for other comic elements, not to mention that no one reads them, but they are relatively unpopular. Funny, passion, adventure, horror, science fiction, fantasy, campus, suspense reasoning, harem, love, tanmei, fan, lily, mecha, pure love. The classification is quite broad, but the total number of comic works in other categories add up to not as many hot-blooded comics. It seems that the road to comics has a long way to go. Sajari watched for more than half an hour, and suddenly discovered that there is no cute category of comics in this world. In other words, most cartoonists in this world stay at the level of violent aesthetics, and have not delved into the selling point of selling cute. How terrible is a world without cute girls! Sajari mourned for the otakus in this world. Thinking left and right, Sajari does not intend to follow the trend. After all, the big cake is evenly divided by the great gods. If you want to collect fans, it is best to take a creative path. The elements of selling cuteness, sister control, and micro-age together must be able to hit the hot-blooded comic market. Iramanga teacher, it is decided that it is you. Sajari's eyes flashed with excitement. How, feel the turbulent torrent of the cute world. Chapter 2, Waste Menjia Zero Li. The translation of Teacher Iramanga is My sister is Teacher Huang Man. It is about a high school student who is a part-time light novel writer. Izumi Masamune has a sister who has not been out of the house for a year. In a live broadcast I accidentally discovered that my illustrator was his righteous sister, so the story revolved around the two brothers and sisters. People who see the title of a comic book for the first time must have some unhealthy thoughts in their hearts. Those who first saw the Chinese translation of the animated version are probably moving towards cute elements. Search, Teacher Iramanga. An animated version and a manga version flashed in my mind. In contrast, Sajari decided to use the original image quality of the animated version. After all, Sajari is rushing to sell cuteness. The animation version has more cuteness points than the comic version. Only with this excellent picture quality can the cuteness points be maximized. Moreover, the element of micro-age can quickly attract boys' pursuit in a short period of time. When they enter the pit with unhealthy thoughts, the cuteness of the work itself will cause huge visual conflicts in today's hot-blooded comic market. It can be called a big killer for attracting fans. Since it is a perfect painting technique, I simply pursue the highest picture quality. God-level comic library is updated synchronously with the original Earth animation library, so the animated version of Iramanga Teacher has just been updated to the 4th episode. 4 episodes are enough, and it will be updated every Monday. Sajiri counted with her fingers. One episode of anime contains a huge amount of information, which is far from being solved by one episode of comics. However, the number of pages to draw is determined by the manga author, so Sajiri wants to draw more of the content of the first episode, and it is best to finish the content of the first episode of the anime. Sajiri looked around, looking for a computer, but found that this room only had a tablet, drawing board, and pencil, but no computer. The system, no computer, only a tablet, what picture do I draw? Sajiri furrowed her beautiful eyebrows, her cheeks were bulging, and she looked like, are you kidding me? Sorry, the system does not have the function of realizing physical objects. The system said he was also helpless. Shahu rolled her eyes and couldn't help holding her forehead. As the possessive system of a traverser, you can't even realize the function of real objects. You must be the most low system in history. Sajiri decided not to talk to this mentally retarded system, for fear that his IQ would be affected. Sajiri sat on the bed and began to quietly think about the way out. The system released a newbie task, saying that it would collect 666 fans through webcomics within 2 weeks. This is not groundless, there must be a way to solve the problem. It's not a way to sit still when encountering difficulties. Sajiri feels that he needs to walk more to meet the chance, so he aimed at the outside of the room door. If you stay in a house and stay still, no chance will fall from the sky, at least if you don't have a computer. With a squeak, Sajiri opened the door carefully. As Sajiri squatting heavily at home, she was a little bit resistant to walk out of the door and move around. There were no people in the wooden floor aisle. There were 2 doors on the left, and a small sign was hung on one door that said Giabelli. The small sign in the innermost room says Raphael, and there is a circular staircase in front of him, leading to the living room on the 1st floor, indicating that this is a double-story building. Izumi Raphael is Sajiri's older sister, 20 years old this year, studying in the Department of Finance at the University of Tokyo. Due to the early death of his parents, Raphael, as the eldest sister in the family, has been earning money to support the family since high school. The expenses of the family are supported by the sister. Sajiri didn't want her to work too hard, so the idea of buying a computer had to be forcibly cut off. As for Izumi Gabriel, it is Sajiri's younger sister. She is 16 years old this year. She is studying at Tokyo Private Girls High School, just the 1st grade of high school. She is also a heavy house girl, playing games in her bedroom every day, and never tidying up her housework. She often eats instant noodles to live her life. She spends all the pocket money sent by her sister every month. By the way, Gabriel has a computer. I can borrow her computer to draw pictures. Sajiri's eyes flashed and saw things turn for the better. There are only 2 people in the family who have computers, one is the work computer of her sister Raphael, and the other is Gabriel's gaming laptop. As for Sajiri's own computer, in the last month, the computer system malfunctioned and the motherboard burned out. At that time, Sajiri liked a few cute miniskirts and JK uniforms, so Sajiri took it to pieces. The computer was sold to a computer accessories store for pocket money and then purchased online with a mobile phone. Thinking of the 30,000 yen miniskirt and JK uniform, Sajiri felt blood dripping in her heart. If she didn't wear it a few times, she would lose a lot. Is it really good to wear women's clothing? Although Sajiri has accepted the fact that she is a girl, she has not completely changed her psychology. However, the cute girl's JK uniform must be so beautiful, it is useless to be a female high school student without wearing it. Not right, right now, I should think about newbie tasks instead of wearing JK uniforms. Shahu walked to the door of Gabriel's room, knocked on the door, and said, "Open the door of Gabriel, and finally realized that her voice hadn't knocked loudly. Da-da-da, Sajari knocked on the door 3 times, and no one answered each time. Strange, isn't Gabriel at home? Sahul looked at the phone. It is now 7:30 in the morning. It stands to reason that the decadent Gabriel should still be at home. Are you still sleeping late? Sajari thought for a while, then shook his head in denial. What a joke, Gabriel is an internet-addicted girl who plays games all night until before class. Da-da-da, Sajari knocked the door several times, and the sound was like a drum, which would surely convey the sound. After a while, there was still no movement inside the door, as if dead silence. Sagumi-chan retracted his hand and gently kneaded the red and swollen right finger, squeezing the cute eyebrows together, both angry and cute. Since the door is not open, then forget it. Sahu-chan sulked back to the bedroom, took out the phone and thought of QQ again. QQ is the super social software of China, and it is no different from the QQ of the previous life, so Sa Jiang logs into her QQ, clicks on Jia Bailey's avatar, and chats privately. Are there? Playing in the game. Jia Bailey returned in seconds. Why didn't you open the door just now? I don't want to move, the key. Gabriel still responds in seconds, and the words are simple, for fear that typing one more word will kill her. Seeing this message, Sajari wanted to get angry, but couldn't get angry. Okay, Gabriel has seen too much in her previous life, and Sajari also understands what kind of urine she is. One word: lazy. I didn't expect that the anime plot of the previous life really happened to my sister, which made Sajari feel ridiculous, but she was very happy. Is really an ambivalence, maybe this is human nature. Friendly reminder from the system, the key is in the small drawer on the left side of the first column of the desk. The system suddenly made a sound, shocking Sajari. At this time, Sahu heard the key, and remembered that he had Gabriel's door key. Because Gabriel always closes the door, Sahu-chan and Raphael both have her door key. Not to mention, this key was allocated a year ago. If it weren't for the system's guidance, Sajari really couldn't remember it. After all, I am a traverser, so I remember so many memories. And Jia Bailey is lying on the ground at this time. The bedroom is extremely dark, only the gaming notebook screen on the ground is shining. In front of the laptop, there is a young girl with long goose yellow hair. She has no trimmings, messy hair, and her curled hair stands upright randomly. She wears a red and white sportswear on her upper body and only a white trousers on her lower body. With a click, Gabriel's door was twisted open, and then the lights came on, illuminating the bedroom. I can only smell all kinds of odors in the bedroom, which are emitted from garbage such as takeout boxes and instant noodle bins after eating. Sajari subconsciously ignored the garbage, because there is something more dazzling than garbage. White little pants. Gabriel, who doesn't wear pants, dangled her 2 small white legs, covered her eyes with her hands, and looked as though she was dead. Ah, Sajari will turn off the lights. Under the light, Gabriel covered her eyes and turned her back to the sky. A small part of her white trousers were exposed, and most of the rest were looming in the shadow of the light. Sajari-chan was originally a girl in appearance and a male inwardly. Now when she sees the trousers, she can't remove her eyes naturally. Turn off the lights. Okay, business matters, so Sajari turned off the lights. There is no way, those little trousers are too dazzling. If you don't turn off the light, Sajari doubts whether she can communicate normally. The world is back to darkness, Gabriel sighed, looking as if she was not sleeping enough, and said in a lazy tone, "Why are you here?" Listening to this underbeating tone, Sajari held back her thoughts and said in a sweet voice, "Draw a picture." Jia Bailey gave someone a treatment, but didn't reply for a long time. The system friendly reminds that the owner needs headphones and microphones to help. The system suddenly appeared and Yu reading www.yuyugonshu.com prompted her that her voice was too low. Shahu's complexion was stagnant, and then he realized that when he used to speak with headphones and microphones, he had just passed through, and he hadn't gotten used to it. After a while, Sajari was wearing blue headphones and repeating the last sentence with a blushing face. Hey? Isn't it all right to use cardboard for painting? Gabriel was not convinced. Shahu blushed, angry and playfully saying, no. Giubeli was shocked by the sudden high decibels. Perhaps the acutest lowly temperament played a role. Although she looked unwilling, she still agreed. I will play with you during the day, so let's talk about it first, and I will have my turn to play when I come back from school. Giubeli knew that her sister's computer had burned out, so she guessed that Sajari must have reached a certain level of loneliness, otherwise she would not come to grab the computer to play. As for the reason for painting, she didn't care about it. Sajari heard the words, breathed a sigh of relief, and thought for a moment that he happened to be in the off semester. This identity is really great. After Saul left, Gabriel murmured to herself, I don't go to school if I get better. The treatment is too good, right? Should I pretend to be sick and try? At first, Saul was indeed sick and lying down. This bed lasted for a month. After exhausting all the medical equipment, he couldn't detect the condition, and spent a lot of money. However, the disease did not know how to drip, and he recovered suddenly in the past 2 days. In view of the strange condition of the previous illness, the doctor advised Sajari to rest at home for a week or two before reporting to school, so there was a suspension of school. Speaking of which, Gabriel had planned not to go to school, but now that Sajari has done so, she has to go. Forget it, go to school during the day to make up for sleep, and overnight at night. Gabriel sighed and continued to play the game weekly. Chapter 3, Start drawing comics today. At 8:30, Giubeli hurried out of the house to go to school. Sajari took the opportunity to bring the digital tablet over and connect it directly to the computer. After doing these things, I downloaded Psy and PS and other drawing software from the internet. The total time was only 10 minutes. After logging into the unfamiliar drawing interface, looking at various options, Sajari clearly used it for the first time, but there was an extremely familiar feeling in his mind. It seems that the tablet is oneself, and oneself is the tablet. Full score painting technique not only includes the quality of painting, but also the technique of using computer drawing software. After knowing that he was okay with the software, Sajari picked up the paintbrush and began to practice the character design of Iramanga teacher on the tablet. At this time, the bottom line of the full-scale painting technique was revealed. Sajari found that her hand was very stable, like a sophisticated machine, every line was extremely beautiful, and there was no hand shaking. So perfect! Sajari looked at the heroine's person design, as if the person in the picture was about to come out of the screen, very vivid. Light blue hair, Shui Lingling's big eyes aimed to the upper left, blushing and a little shy, wearing a white shirt, and Mr. printed on the front of the dress. If Gabriel is beside her, she will exclaim, "Isn't this Sister Sajari?" Looking at this cover, the cute style of painting came to your face, directly touching the cute points in your mind, without the muscular style of combat, and the style is very prominent. In this case, it is obviously better to use PS. After all, PS is a professional drawing software with complete functions. An episode of comics generally uses more than 20 pages in length, and Sajari didn't know her painting speed beforehand, and thought she could complete dozens of pages a week. Now I am trying to draw a manga for a day. By 4:30 in the afternoon, I have only drawn 3 pages in total. 3 pages a day, each comic is a wallpaper level, or the kind with colors. Okay, Sajari said that this speed is already her fastest. You must know that the picture with full marks cannot be completed quickly. After all, haste is not enough. Even if the painting skills are superb, there must be some detailed processing procedures. If a cartoonist hears that he completes a 3-page color page by himself in a day, he sighs that he is a little slow, he will definitely vomit blood and die. is so tentacled. I only learned about the hard work of the cartoonist Sajari now, and I feel ashamed for his naive urges before. It seems that a cartoonist is not easy to do. Without an assistant, it is even more difficult to think about weeks. Now that he recognizes the reality of space, Sajari's first storyline begins to follow the comic version. However, relatively speaking, the picture quality level is still in line with the wallpaper level. Think about Makoto Shinkai in his previous life. Every frame of the screen can be used as a desktop wallpaper, which is nicknamed a madman by fans. In each wallpaper, how many layers and brushes are used, maybe not many people care about it. Sahu still wanted to paint again, but unexpectedly the door creaked. Jia Bailey broke into the door and threw away the school bag violently. Turn on black and turn black, Sajari will get out of the way, I want to play on the computer. With a flick of, Sajari just turned around and saw an unforgettable scene. Saw Gabriel throw away her school bag, while speaking in a rushing tone, while moving her hands together, she blinked at lightning speed and took off her black short-necked stockings, then swiped her right hand and opened the zipper of the miniskirt in a flash. This babble is the sound of black short stockings and a Scottish checkered skirt landing at the same time. Of course, Sajari didn't see the white punk pants. This may be due to the angle problem. The white punk pants were blocked by the school uniform. Sajari was wondering if she would see the squirrel pants next. Gabriel really lived up to her expectations, first took off her school uniform shirt at lightning speed, revealing the white bra and cute squirrel pants. Then she quickly put on the iconic red and white sportswear, pulled the zipper up, and both things were perfectly covered by the sportswear. Well, you don't need to cover up when changing clothes. This is probably the biggest benefit after crossing. Ahem, I suddenly feel that being a girl is pretty good. Saho couldn't help thinking. Hey, is this the heroine you painted? It's so beautiful. Jia Bailey praised it, and then realized something, turning to a shocked expression. Well, isn't this you? How does the title of this book feel a bit Oh forget it, I'm going to play the game, hurry up and get out of it. Jia Bailey glanced at it, apparently indifferent to her sister's special hobbies. For Gabriel, playing online games is the best compared to Sajari pressed the shortcut to save the draft, then clicked the cross to close the software, and then helped her to open the game, then got up and left. What are we eating today? Sajari thought for a while. In order to repay the benefits of changing clothes brought by Gabriel, it is better to cook a meal to celebrate. Jia Bailey obviously didn't know Sajari's careful thoughts, and said lazily, today I ate seafood instant noodles. That's not right, I'll know what to eat when Raphael comes back, and what's urgent. Fainted, I opened my mouth and said instant noodles, no wonder it was not big. Shahu held his forehead and took a look at the kitchen, and found that there were not many ingredients in the refrigerator. There were eggs, frozen beef, and other preservation-resistant ingredients, all purchased by Raphael. Raphael is studying at the University of Tokyo, not far from home. It only takes 20 minutes to take a tram, and he usually comes back to cook at night. Because Gabriel is lazy, Sajari is also an otaku, so Raphael has always been the chef. Sajari also knows a little bit of cooking skills. Although not very good, he barely enters it. Took the beef out, Sajari glanced at it, and just wanted to put it in the microwave to thaw. At this moment, the door creaked open, and Raphael, wearing a goose yellow woolen sweater, returned home. Hey, it is not good for Sajari to defrost the beef in the microwave, and the taste will become very bad. Raphael smiled and blinked. Shahu Jiao blushed and put the beef back into the refrigerator. Well, in fact, I'm just a half-hearted culinary girl. Raphael's long white hair hangs upside down like a waterfall. He is 1 meter and 6 meters tall and has a bust of B89. He feels gentle like an angel, but with a magical smile in his gentleness, it makes people especially fascinated. She placed her bag on the sofa, carried the vegetables directly next to the cutting board, and then hugged Sajiri with both hands. Without a word, she buried Sajiri's head in her chest, and then rubbed her chest against Sajiri's face vigorously. Sajiri is so cute today. Raphael couldn't help using facial cleanser Dafa to rub Sajiri's face, and the latter flushed even more. No matter how she broke free, she couldn't escape Raphael's embrace. I'm going to die. Let go of me. Sajiri's voice is very small. Fortunately, I didn't take off the earphones just now. So the sound of Sajiri came from the speakers on the second floor. Although it was intermittent, there was a sound after all. Raphael heard her about to die, and then let go of Sajiri. But the most adorable Lolita has too strong temperament. It has 300% lethality against Lolita, which makes Raphael unable to stop at all. No, he gently kneaded Sajiri's face with both hands. Sahu-chan is so cute, she can't stop, her face is so soft. In the end, Sajiri had to use the close-up anti-wolf technique to break away Raphael's entanglement with skill, and quickly ran upstairs to close the door. Raphael was working all day and was exhausted physically and mentally. Seeing this little cute thing wanting to escape, where could she be spared, he followed upstairs and found that Sahu closed the door tightly, and let her shout, "Sahu sauce, come out soon." It does not work. Sister, Jia Bailey is also very good at kneading. Sajiri's voice came from inside the door. Raphael was shocked when he heard the words. Yes, there is no Sajiri sauce, and there is also a cute Gabriel sauce to knead. It just so happened that the door of Gabriel's room was not closed. Raphael approached quietly, watching the classmate Gabriel with messy hair lying on the ground playing games. His eyes suddenly lit up. Gabriel sauce is also decadent and cute today. Raphael held Gabriel's head and rubbed it with two white rabbits. Jia Bailey was playing a game, her face was suddenly squeezed by some mysterious object, and she rolled her eyes and resisted. Don't wash your face. Then put your head on. Raphael moved the white rabbit from the side of his face to Gabriel's head. First blood. The brightness of the computer screen suddenly went dark. Ah, Raphael, hurry up and go away. Sahu heard Gabriel's weak complaints from the side room, and couldn't help but smile. Chapter 4, Upload Comics. The manga drawing work proceeded in an orderly manner. The first episode has a total of 31 pages, and it took Sajiri 10 days to complete the first episode. Sajiri searched for anime websites on the internet, first filtered out those small websites, and then measured them one by one. Sajiri, who has a perfect drawing skill, is definitely a fancy manga website in terms of selection. There are currently some paid manga sites on the internet such as Shonen Jump, Shonen Sunday, Shonen Magazine, and Denjiki. These websites are different from publications. They are independent of the publications. The works on the publications will be serialized on the internet, but the comics serialized on the internet may not be serialized on the publications. In other words, the webcomic station is a window where authors can become famous on the internet and be favored by comic magazine editors to serialize them in physical publications. After thinking for a moment, Sajiri chose the Electric Shock King. Why did you choose Denjiki King instead of the Hottest Boy Jump? In fact, this is for a reason. The juvenile Jump is mostly action-adventure, with a fantasy flavor, and Hokage and One Piece are also serialized on it. Their style is extremely obvious, and the cute daily fan is obviously not dominant. The Denjiki King involves campus, fantasy, life, etc., and his published works are mostly animated and gamified, such as The Previous Life, A Certain Scientific Super Electromagnetic Gun, The Fall of Gabriel, and The Excellent Students of Magic College. From here. In addition, the Denjiki King comes from Media Works, and the Denjiki Library of The Previous Life produced Forbidden, Sword Art Online, Shana of Shakugan, Dual Knight, My Sister, Accelerated World, Iramanga Teacher and many other masterpieces. Of course, there is no magic forbidden, and there are no masterpieces such as Sword Art Online and Accelerated World. Even now, Denjiki is still popular with hot blood. Recently, although I tried to get rid of the muscle line wind, the effect is not very significant. Sajiri felt a little excited when he thought that these fireworks were not born. Of course, this is just Sajiri's fantasy. After all, the road ahead is long and there is a lot of time. And the styles of various comics are different. If you draw all by yourself, it will inevitably be a bit strange, so you need to think carefully about the second book in the future. A few seconds later, Sajiri registered a new account, named Ocean, and then logged into the author's background to create a new comic work. Chinese title, Teacher Ira Manga. Japanese style book title, Mr. Iramans. After the work is uploaded successfully, the background display is under review. Sajiri looked at the lower right corner of the computer desktop, the display time, 1500 hours on May 4, 2017. Also at this time, Sajiri's head sank, and there was a burst of young girl's fragrance and Raphael's lovely voice. It turns out that Sajiri is secretly drawing a book. Raphael smiled and hugged Sajiri with his hands, rubbing his face with a big white rabbit. Xiao Jiao blushed. The upload was just completed, and the author's backstage had not been closed yet, so the name of the work was seen by Raphael. Jia Bailey knew about Sajiri's painting book, and she said that she had no interest. But Raphael was different. She looked for opportunities to find excuses every day to rub the facial cleanser with Sajiri. Now that he has caught his handle, it is estimated that he will not even look for a reason in the future. Shahu's cold hair stood up, and when he was about to use some excuse to get past, Raphael spoke. Sajiri-chan is really getting cute. While was talking, I did another facial cleanser without saying anything. This time I bury my head in it. I'm going to die. In the early morning of the next morning, the editor of the manga reviewing company just went into the backstage to review the new work. Well, there is no serious cross-line content, the number of pages exceeds 8 pages, the plot is original, over review. This one has been reviewed too. Well, this one is fine, it's over. The review editor stared at the screen, held the mug in his left hand, took a sip of milk tea, and clicked the mouse from time to time with the right hand to approve the review. When newcomers upload their works, the review editors often look at whether the quality of the content can be signed, but whether there is any content that is prohibited and irresponsible to the reader. If all the small requirements are met, then the review is over. I watched it for an hour, it's all hot-blooded comics, is there nothing new? The review editor rubbed his eyes. It's only 10 o'clock in the morning and just 1 hour at work. It is reasonable to say that the energy is good, but this job is really tiring. Just review this, and if you look at it too much, it will cause aesthetic fatigue. Well, this muscle line is too explosive, and the scene control is very good. Sometimes when I see a good work, I still have to look at it seriously. After watching it, a few more minutes have passed. Just like that, after a busy morning, it was 11 o'clock. Re-review an article and then eat. The whole morning looked like a sluggish vegetable. If he hadn't really loved the comics industry, he would have gone to dinner. Click the mouse, and the screen will switch to the next work. Unexpectedly, the editor's hands were stunned, and his eyes were also stunned, and the blue light of the computer was reflected in his eyes. Title of work, Teacher Ira Manga, author, Ocean. On the cover of is a cute girl with a drooping white shirt and left collar. Her big eyes are like a shy little animal, and her cute blush is just right. With the fine painting style, she explains the kingly theory that cuteness is justice. The editor keeps his eyes on the first page. Widescreen wallpapers come on the first page, generous. Grumbling and rolling of the Adam's apple, this is not only shock, but also excitement. The style of painting that has never been seen before. First of all, the first page is the giant screen wallpaper. Maybe this is a cute new person. If you want to draw the first page as a full screen wallpaper, this is no one. The picture is very detailed, although there is no sense of muscle lines, but the characters are dozens of times more cute than today's big fire comics. The first page of Sagiri draws all the characters on stage, with the blue sky in the background. The characters are excited, with different expressions and distinct appearances, creating a daily cute atmosphere from the beginning. Especially the female protagonist, whose looks are astonishing, or so cute that the world explodes, no one can match. From the cover, it can be seen that the heroine's face value is the highest in the audience, and the cuteness brought by the giant screen wallpaper is unparalleled. Every look and every action makes people excited and has a great visual beauty. Just looking at it, the editor fell in love with the heroine. Could it be that love at first sight exists? Teacher Ira Manga, this name is great, and it makes me look forward to what will happen next. Reading countless review editors, who should have been concerned about whether the content is prohibited, have now devoted themselves to the content of the first manga, forgetting about it, and treating themselves as readers. Oh, this opening scene where my sister is shy and showing her face is so cute. Why do I have a sense of virtue? Is it the suggestive effect of the title of the book? Live broadcast? This element is very modern. Do you want to take it off? Yu reading www.yuyugonshu.com, don't take it off, go knock on the door and save your sister. Well, my sister opened the door and got a cute face again. Just say this: the cute characters are used well, it's too suitable for the situation. When he watched it the second time, he found that the inner dialogue of the hero was very good, and the word cute alone hit the girls' hearts of the majority of otaku crowds. Unknowingly, the review editor saw 11:27, only 3 minutes away from 11:30. Has it been so long? Speaking of just now, my colleague asked me to go to dinner, but I magically refused. He shook his head, smiled and clicked on the word review, and personally manipulated the work, recorded the work in the system library, and let the comics appear on the website. It usually takes about a week for comics to go from review to storage, but manual operation saves this time difference. Unfortunately, I am not the editor in charge, otherwise I will send the signing text message now. After all, he walked downstairs quickly, took out his mobile phone and thought about it, and posted the title of the book to the editorial group, saying that this comic is very beautiful and I recommend everyone to watch it. I can only help you get here, come on. He can see that this manga can become popular. This is not only an innovative work, but the style is also particularly outstanding. The cuteness hits the soul directly and detonates the girl's heart. In the editor group, a message suddenly appeared, indicating that the style of this comic is very cute. I recommend everyone to read it and post the comic's URL. At this time, the editors were eating, just when they were chatting with their phones. Diddy. Xiao Huang recommends a new comic again. Hey, the title of this book is a bit H. Is it Xiao Huang Man? A young female editor who eats chicken legs asked. Chapter 5, Bath Humming. Beauty editor Xiao Man just finished eating a big chicken leg, and washed his hands by the way, then took out his mobile phone and clicked on the website posted by Xiao Huang. She is slender, wearing a cylindrical OL outfit, wearing a black frame, holding a straw in her left hand to shake the coffee in the cup, and staring at the screen motionlessly, or it is more appropriate to keep her eyes fixed. During the whole process, only the right hand swiped the phone and the left hand stirred the coffee. The rest of the body was frozen in the previous minute. Hey, why don't you update it next time? Xiao Man looked unlovable, flicking his finger to the right to turn the page, but he didn't turn to anything. Then she watched it again from the beginning, and after seeing it, she still didn't quite feel it. She fell into the deadly cute spot of Sagiri sauce. Sahu-chan is so cute, saying that this book has just been released today, is this asking me to chase it harder? Xiao Man watched it for a long time, only to realize that this comic was only put into the library today, and it was extremely fresh. And I also found the feeling I had when I read the comics, like seeing my first love, I can't wait to watch Jojo chase it more, especially the moment my sister opened the door. The editor Xiao Man couldn't wait to read it. Looking at the editorial team, some editors praised the work and threatened to sign it under their own name, while some editors who are accustomed to mainstream style think the quality of the work is acceptable, but the commercial value still needs to be evaluated. Xiao Man is not happy when he hears this. What is the commercial value to be evaluated? Is the future market bound to be a hot-blooded world? Impossible. The contending of 100 schools of thought is the vision of the future. Now it is hard to come up with a work with a fresh and surprising style. How can I judge a new genre with current eyes? Some editors didn't plan to read it, but after seeing someone discussing this comic, they subconsciously clicked in. They were immediately attracted by the style of the work and joined the torrent of discussions. After a full quarter of an hour, the enthusiasm for the discussion has gradually cooled down. After all, this work has only come out and there is not much room for discussion, but most of the editors are optimistic about this work. Against this background, Sajari ushered in her life's first signing contract. And Sa Jiang herself didn't know about it, she was drawing the second episode in the room. When Jia Bailey got home, she took her clothes and prepared to go to the bathroom to take a shower. Speaking of bathing, this is the biggest daily benefit. As the saying goes, one must be happy in life, and become a cute girl, so naturally you can't just look at it. So every time I take a bath, Sajari is the one who washes for the longest time. As for why it takes so long to wash, I must know all the old drivers. At this time in the past, Raphael had just returned home to cook, Gabriel was busy playing the game Krypton, and everyone had something to do. So Sahu took a bath every day for 20 minutes, and it would not cause them special note. However, Sajari still underestimated Raphael's attention to herself. Perhaps it is the passive talent of the most adorable lowly temperament at work. The previous Sahu-chan was not cute enough to explode, but since Sahu-chan walked out of the room 11 days ago, Raphael has been affected by Sahu-chan. The cute temperament is deeply attracted. If you don't rub Sajari sauce for a day, Raphael will feel uncomfortable. This feeling is very strange, but Raphael didn't think much about it, but subconsciously thought that his sister should be so cute. In the past, Sahu-chan was a super dead house, almost staying at home. Even when eating, Raphael had to deliver food to the door before he started talking. Sajari has become more cute after a serious illness, is this my illusion? Raphael, who just finished scouring the white rice, was thinking about the changes in Sajari over the past few days. Those soft bangs, cute water blue eyes, thin lips and white teeth, skin softer than Gabriel, the whole person is so soft as if made of a ball of water, more comfortable than a pillow. At this time, there was a splash of water from the bathroom, humming, sometimes and not, teasing Raphael's mind. While listening to the sound of Sajari taking a bath, Raphael blushed and cut vegetables quickly. The chopping sound of da-da-da-da was almost continuous, trying to cover up the sound of bathing with the sound of cutting vegetables. However, the cuteness brought by Sagumi sauce is too terrifying. Raphael just stood in the kitchen listening to the sound of the running water and felt hot all over, wishing to break into the bathroom and take a bath together. Or I will take a bath too. Everyone is a girl, there is no taboo. This idea has been around for a long time, but Raphael has been restraining and sticking to his bottom line of life. It's okay to molest Sajari, as long as you master the degree, you can make life more enjoyable. But once you flirt, the relationship becomes a bit stiff. I'm a elder sister, it should be no problem to go in and help take a shower, it's a happy decision. Raphael couldn't help it anymore, and finally found a reason to convince himself, immediately wash his hands quickly, and walked closer to the bathroom door. There was a slight click, and the bathroom door was not locked. Raphael's eyes were happy, and there was a strange feeling in his heart. The sound of water was gurgling, covering up the sound of opening the door. Shagiri sauce just finished the trembling thing, while humming Bilibili's 2017 theme song interwoven together, while washing his body. Just listened to a brisk tune, and Sagiri sang in her sweet voice. Cheering under the shadow of the tree, spinning under the street lamp. In an empty room with no one and Dengyiing company. With arms open and stretched, it freezes the perfect picture. Render with a smiley face. Flashes and changes every time I jump. Gorgeous cheer light stick connection. Weave our warp and weft threads. Every time they look at each other, they are far apart. Every action overlaps with you. Reach out with your fingertips and tap the play button. An invitation from the other side of the world. See it all. In his previous life, Sagiri often went to Station B. When he was bored, he would sing live and sing live. At first, the tone was not complete, but now he sings well, so when Sagiri sang to herself, Raphael's figure suddenly stopped. Live. She listened to the sweet voice of Seguro-chan, and somehow it dripped. Seguro clearly did not sing as much as the anchors, but the singing was as beautiful as a lark, which moved her girl's heart to tremble, unconsciously following the beat. It was this beat that alarmed the little cute things inside. Who? Behind the curtain, Yu reading www.yuyugonshu.com was blinded by light and shadow, and the 1 meter and 5 meter Sahu-chan saw the figure of a young girl across the curtain, and breathed a sigh of relief. I thought there was an invasion by a big bad wolf. It turned out that Raphael was eavesdropping. Sahu-chan, I'll help you rub your back. Hearing the rustling sound, watching the shadow of the clothes outside the curtain being thrown away one by one, Sahu's face instantly reddened into a big apple. Shahu was sweating profusely. Is this the ultimate welfare coming? But she is not ready yet, she has never bathed with a girl, this will be very embarrassing, and it is also very easy to show off. Just imagine, always staring at a certain part of someone else, will it be considered abnormal by Raphael? Ah, I'll finish the wash right away, wait a moment. It's a pity that Sagiri's voice is too low. Raphael moved quickly, and immediately said, Sagiri, I'm here. Raphael, with long white hair like a waterfall, opened the curtain, and when he saw the lovely Sagiri sauce, he immediately came to a facial cleanser. The white-haired angel is so beautiful. 200 words are omitted for parts that cannot be described. Okay, Sagiri, who was feasting his eyes, had a nosebleed after seeing it. It may also be the reason for the weak endurance of this body. After this moment, Sagiri closed her eyes and fainted with happiness. Sahu-chan. Raphael found a ray of redness on the ground, and when she loosened the shahu sauce, she found that she had fainted and her nose was bleeding wildly. Sahu-chan has a nosebleed, what should I do? By the way, look up and apply ice. Raphael was anxious like a hot pot ant. Afterwards, I felt a lingering fear in retrospect. After that, Raphael didn't dare to assault the bathroom for fear that Sagiri would die from a nosebleed. After a bathroom assault, the benefits of shared bathing had to come to an end. Chapter 6, Life Department Classification. When Sahu-chan was in a coma, Denjiki Wangman Station was surging underneath. On May 5, 2017, Teacher Iramanga was serialized for 1 hour, with 54 hits, 254 recommended votes, and 54 favorites. Was serialized for 2 hours, with 196 hits, 521 recommended votes, and 196 favorites. 3 hours of serialization, 369 hits, 935 recommended votes, and 369 favorites. Has been serialized for 4 hours, the number of hits is 540, the number of recommended votes is 1467, and the number of favorites is 540. 5 hours of serialization, 666 hits, 1795 recommended votes, 666 favorites. When Iramanga Teacher was serialized for 5 hours, it was already 4:30 in the afternoon, which happened to be the time when Sagiri feasted and passed out. Ding! The number of fans is 701, the novice mission has been completed, and the reward is given, close-up anti-wolf technique +1. The voice of the system echoed in Sagiri's mind. It's a pity that Saguro-chan really passed out, and she couldn't know the news for the first time. Probably it was a lot of physical energy spent in the bathroom, and the body was already weak. After feasting on the eyes, the body's ability to withstand was close to the limit, and the blood went straight to the forehead, so I passed out in a coma. When Saho was in a coma, editor Xiao Man stared at the screen in the website editorial department of Diane Shock King's company, his eyes gleaming. Little man, what's so happy? Look at the cartoon of Teacher Ocean. It's only 5 hours since it came out. The number of clicks reached 666, and the recommended vote is 1795. Xiao Man wears black-rimmed glasses and lifts her right hand slightly, indicating that her heart is extremely restless. What about this? This is very few clicks. If it is a new comic of the Great God, it will be no problem to click through 10,000 in 5 hours. Xiaoman's colleague is a male compatriot. He took leave of absence yesterday and didn't start working until 3 o'clock this afternoon, so he didn't pay attention to the hot topics in the editorial group. Speaking of the news of the editorial group, sometimes it reaches the level of 999 plus. After seeing so many news, Jun Qingshi didn't check it word by word at all, so he didn't know this cute cartoon. Now he followed the gaze of editor Xiao Man, and first saw the super cute the cover, wearing a white shirt embroidered with Mr. Iramans, with cute water blue eyes staring at the upper left, a pair of shyness the look to be put. Okay, so cute. Qingshi editor Jun couldn't even speak. He wanted to say the word cute, but found that this girl is more cute than the word cute, but he couldn't find a better word than cute, so his tone of voice paused for a while. Xiao Man looked proud, the slender legs in the cylinder moved quietly, erected Erlang's legs, and hummed, it should be cute. Super cute. Qingshi Jun, your vocabulary is too poor, you can't even think of cute characters. Mo. At this time, the word mo still stays on the original meaning, and does not extend to ACGN culture. King Shijun looked confused, and then recalled the Chinese dictionary, and suddenly he opened up. Menzi originally refers to the first buds of plants and trees, and the new buds represent elements such as freshness, vigorousness, and extreme tenderness. As for the internet's talk of the previous life men changed from burn, it hasn't appeared yet. Yes, the cute character fits the characteristics of the heroine. The skin is new and tender and white, just like a new bud, representing infinite beauty. King Shijun said. It's more than just a fresh and tender skin. The painting skills of the ocean teacher are more than that. If you look at the cover 10 times, you will find that the heroine's eyes, corners of the mouth, eyebrows, hair, clavicle, and other parts are all cute. Attributes. Okay, Xiaoman editor has completely become a fan of Yang teacher. This speech has an extremely fanatical tone, like a few jiachen, exposing all the details of the comics of Iramanga teacher. It seems that it is uncomfortable not to share. King Shijun heard the words and immediately corrected his attitude, his eyes were straight, and he was in awe, and no longer looked at the ocean teacher with the eyes of a newcomer. Xiao Manzang is so optimistic about this comic, did you bring it out, Mr. Ocean? Jun Qingshi clicked in to read the comic, and asked as he read it. Don't say that, I did not bring Teacher Ocean, this Ocean is definitely a newcomer, because no editor in the editorial group knows him, so the possibility that he is the great god Vest is ruled out. When Xiao Man speculated, he subconsciously thought of Teacher Ocean as a boy. Bluestone Jun absent-mindedly nodded his head, his eyes were bright when he read it. It can be seen that this manga is so charming that he sinks into it and is unable to extricate himself from it. He didn't even listen to Xiao Man's editing words carefully. The most important thing is that the ocean teacher clicked 666, and collected exactly 666. This shows what? The collection rate is 100%. Everyone who clicks on the comic has collected this comic. Xiao Man's eyes are bright to the extreme, the eyes lit up. You have to know that this comic has not been formally signed, and without a promotion recommendation position, the Wild Long, the data has reached an astonishing percentage of collections. Do you know what this means? Okay, very good. King Shijun subconsciously nodded, but in fact, his eyes have been staring at the screen and he can't look away. Not for a moment. Shahu Sauce is so cute, I really don't want to look away from Xiao Man's editor. Although Xiao Man editor is a long-legged beauty, the cylindrical OL outfit is rugged, rough, and looks good, but she is not cute. Mo, that is justice. Xiao Man wanted to go on, but saw Jun Qingshi devoted himself to the comics, and always followed her. The heat is almost there. Xiao Man said in his heart that the plan was successful, and no matter what she said, Mr. Qingshi would agree. She smiled slightly, showing a meaningful smile, quietly took out her phone to turn on the recording mode, and then slowly said, "The Blue Stone Lord, the manga of the Ocean Teacher is too talented to be placed in the harem category, so it is better to put it in the life category. What do you think?" "Well, listen to you." King Shijun subconsciously nodded, his eyes still fixed on the computer screen. Yu reading www.yuyuganshu.com never expected that Xiao Manzang would cheat him. So the Ocean Teacher is under my control. Okay, no problem. King Shijun just finished speaking, and immediately realized something, and then looked shocked and unsure. What did you say just now? The Ocean Teacher is yours. Yes, you have agreed, but you can't go back. The Life Department is a category that came out the year before, and it is now in a booming period. The editor-in-chief expressed at the conference that he would strongly support life-related works in order to innovate and break the enthusiasm. Dominant, it's not wrong for Mr. Hyang's work to be classified in the Department of Life. Xiao Man smiled, and even the editor-in-chief moved out in order to get the Ocean Teacher. Speaking of which, Mr. Bluestone is in charge of the harem comics, and Mr. Ocean happened to fill in the classification as the harem category, so Mr. Bluestone should be the editor in charge. Bluestone has been in the workplace for many years, and he smelled an unusual smell in an instant. Maybe this is the meaning of the editor-in-chief, or it may be the unilateral meaning of the beauty editor. Please, Mr. Qingshi, let me be the teacher of the ocean, and I will ask you to have self-service barbecue another day. The beauty editor Xiao Man was pleading. Okay, a big beauty pleaded with him, not to mention how beautiful this picture is. I saw Qingshi Junho's body shake, and his brain suddenly became hot and said, okay. Xiao Man put his hands together and thanked excitedly, thank you so much, Mr. Qingshi, I will definitely pay back this kindness. Farewell, it's just a matter of effort, isn't there an old saying in Duoxia, gentlemen have the beauty of adults. Mr. Qingshi is very caring. Xiao Man praised, and cast a wink. This set is still very useful to men. No, King Shijun scratched his head with joy, his face seemed to be blooming. Chapter 7, Send the Blade if you don't update it again. After discussing with Mr. Qingshi, Xiao Man logged into the backstage and changed the short assignment of Ocean Teacher's contract station to Xiao Man. After finishing this step, adjust Iramanga Teacher into the category of Life Department. Life category, don't look at these three characters, which are slightly ordinary compared to passionate fantasy. In fact, nowadays, passionate blood is in power for more than 10 years. Some old readers are a little desensitized to general pretending to be slapped or even fighting, so the life category will suddenly emerge and sweep away the fatigue caused by violent aesthetics. Xiaoman always believes that with time, daily animations such as the Life Department will become more and more, until it becomes a well-known sign of Denjiki. Teacher Hi, hurry up, if you don't sign a contract, this promotion recommendation will not be posted. Xiaoman is in charge of the 4 categories of Campus, Lily, Love, and Life. There were so many things at first, but now he puts down his work, stares at the QQ in a daze, and waits for Yang teacher's additional Q message. No way, the charm of Saguri sauce is too great, Xiao Man is for the sake of readers, if you can add Q as soon as possible, you can urge it to change. After more than 10 minutes, Mr. Kingshi next to him gently stabbed the absent-minded Xiao Man editor with his elbow. What's wrong with Xiao Man Zhang? Is there anything on your mind? Kingshi Jun consoled her with a caring look. No, nothing, thank you Kingshi Jun for your concern. Xiao Man shook his head, smiled and started to work hard. Until the end of get off work at 5 p.m., Xiao Man still did not receive the Q-adding message from Teacher Ocean. Don't you want to call Master Ocean to shock the king to sign the contract? Xiao Man's heart slammed, and secretly said that it is possible. Think about it, the Ocean teacher with such a great style of painting is a favorite no matter where he goes. As everyone knows, Sahu-chan was in a coma for more than an hour, unable to respond to Xiao Man's editor's enthusiasm. By the way, there is his information in the background, I can call it. After the words were over, Xiao Man logged into the background and secretly wrote down the QQ number of Teacher Ocean. It was also when inquiring, that Xiao Man discovered that the so-called Ocean teacher was not a boy, but a girl. In the author information, the author's gender is displayed, female. Teacher Ocean is actually a girl. Xiao Man's eyes were sharp. Anyone who is a sister author can add points to the popularity of the work. If the Ocean teacher is a beautiful girl, that would be even better. You can become a popular manga artist only after packaging. If the beauty breaks through the sky, coupled with the superb picture quality, becoming a super popular cartoonist is just around the corner. Popular cartoonist, well known in China, but not well known abroad. The super popular cartoonists are superstars all over the world. Their works are often sold in China, Britain, the United States, Russia, Australia, Canada, Southeast Asia, and other countries. It's a pity that there is no author's ID information in the editing background, otherwise Xiao Manzang will be able to see the truth. When the editor Sang wanted to add Q to remind the update, the book review area of Iramanga Teacher was already boiling, and countless readers' reminders were flying all over the sky. My big stick is already hungry and thirsty, I beg Yang teacher to update it. Reader ID I'll persuade you if I'm not convinced said. The upstairs is thick, Sa Jiang is my wife, no one wants to own it. Readers of ID Sa Jiang is my wife read his ID and know that this was changed temporarily this afternoon. This manga is great, please treat me, I hope it will be more exciting. Readers of ID Y Ramanga teacher ID is registered are rewarded with 1,000 yen. The sky is falling in a mess, and I am so touched. The gentleman deserves this reward. Readers of ID Sahu Sauce is my wife give a reward of 10,000 yen. The same guarantees that as long as it is updated tomorrow, the reward is 10,000 yen. Arrived. There are also various readers who gave a reward of 1 to 200 yen, and they all said, I want to add more, or I will send the blade. In addition to reminders, there are various readers in the book review area who discuss painting styles, expressing that they are in love and fell in love with Saguri at first sight, and the heroines who read other comics no longer have the feeling of heartbeat. It's over, I read Saguri-chan, then read other comics, how can I read it anymore? Suddenly I found that other comics were tasteless, and I had to go back and look at Saguri-chan 10 times. There are too few upstairs, I have watched it 99 times. PR. Today is the second day of the official serialization of Teacher Iramanga, which is 11:01 am on May 6, 2017. In a room full of Billy small TV dolls and 2,233 figures, the air conditioner was muffled and there was the tapping sound of the keyboard and mouse. Shaho covered the small TV quilt, closed his eyes and fell asleep quietly, breathing smoothly. At this time, Saguri felt that the coldness on her forehead suddenly became a little less, but it didn't take long for her forehead to become cold again and heavier. It is exactly this kind of changes that alternately appeared, and Sagiri's consciousness slowly woke up from his deep sleep. Name, Izumi Sagiri. Fan value, 1017, finally, Xianyu turned over, but what is the difference between this fan value and a shallow water fish? The big cartoonist, wake up, the day's plan is in the morning. Active talent. Full score drawing technique, anyway, it is full score. Whether you use a computer to draw a picture or draw a picture by hand, the quality is leveraged. Close Wolves Defense LV2, never be afraid of the strange uncle who has practiced martial arts. But it is not very useful for martial arts masters, so in order to protect your body, please be careful of the super big bad wolf. Passive talent. The most adorable lowly temperament, 300% attractive to low ICN. The sound is soft and the body is soft and can be pushed down, the voice is super cute, the body is super soft, and it can push down the warming bed. After waking up, Sagiri first glanced at the system information in his head and found that his novice mission had been completed, and his fan value reached 1017. Looking at the active talent list again, Sagiri's melee wolf defense technique has been selected to LV2 level, and the object of guarding has changed from the original Big Bad Wolf to Super Big Bad Wolf. Click and click, the sound of typing on the keyboard was extremely slight. Sagiri opened her eyelids subconsciously. She first saw a group of ice packs pressed against her forehead, and then noticed the dim light in the bedroom. She looked sideways and found the curtain it's all full. At this time, the only light source in the bedroom was the laptop on the floor. In front of the computer was a girl with long yellow hair and internet addiction. Her hair was messy, her hair turned up, her bare white legs swayed randomly. And she was black. Playing games with eye circles, Yu reading www.yuyugonshu.com clicks the mouse from time to time with his right hand. Isn't this Gabriel? Why did you play in your own room? Shahu took away the ice pack. The slight voice was very obvious in the quiet space. Gabriel reacted almost instantly, staring at Shahu with dark circles for a long while. Then she made a haha, looked sleepy, closed her laptop and got up, and walked out without saying a word. Ah! Sagumi wanted to ask her what to order, but when she saw her panda-like face, she swallowed it to her lips. Is clearly a sign of a severe overnight stay. Now I took out my phone and took a look at it. It was 11 o'clock in the morning on May 6th, no wonder it was so serious. Do you need to come to me to play on the computer? Sagiri was very speechless. Is it possible that Gabriel is also a lowly who can't control it? Ahem, forgive me for the system's bluntness, Giabali is here to take care of you, and that ice pack is the evidence. The mentally retarded system suddenly made a sound, changing Giabali's ice pack regularly while playing on the computer. Take a snapshot of the screen. And Giabali saw Shahu wake up, and left without saying anything. This is obviously a manifestation of deep concealment of merit and fame. For a long time, Shahu's eyes were a little moist, but Gabriel never expected Gabriel to be so sweet. Sagiri's bedside, the phone lights up on the screen, and it says, "Help me soak a bowl of instant noodles, want seafood flavor, wash it in 100 degrees Celsius boiling water, then soak for another 8 minutes, put 2/3 of the seasoning bag, no thanks." Giabali QQ said. Okay, Sagiri's eyes are dry again. Speaking of Gabriel, besides being decadent and cute, it also has the attribute of black abdomen. Although it sometimes has a kind heart attack, it is usually in a state of black abdomen and laziness. Chapter 8, Hot Book Review Area. Ignoring Gabriel's request for instant noodles, Sagiri picked up the phone and ordered 2 takeaways. After a while, Sagiri noticed that a girl in QQ wanted to add her QQ, indicating that she was the editor of Xiaoman. Strange, I didn't instigate the editor, is this person a liar? I still refuse it. Sagiri did not apply for a contract. She just woke up, subconsciously not trusting strangers. The next moment, Sagiri clicked manually and refused. On the other side, Xiao Manzang, who had just got off work, saw this rejection message and couldn't even eat lunch, with a worried expression on his face. Taking advantage of the time before the takeout, Sagiri picked up her mobile phone to log into the Dian Shock King Wang manga station, searched for her book title, and saw the familiar two-dimensional Winchigward and the number marked on the back. Hits, 3097, recommended votes, 4190, favorites, 1017. This has only been serialized for one day. How come the number of collections has broken through the 1000 mark? The system tells me what happened recently. Sagiri looked surprised, looking at the number of clicks a little stunned. If I remember correctly, she hasn't signed a contract yet. It stands to reason that a comic book that has not been signed is no different from an ordinary stone in a dark corner. The owner does not need to question the system. The owner's fan value is personally responsible for the system, which uses a high-dimensional downward survey technology, which is absolutely true and reliable. Xia Jiang will be suspicious, until the system releases a follow-up investigation report, and then believes him a little bit. The system said that at first there were only 18 readers. At first, they searched for food in the harem comic area. Unexpectedly, they saw a shirt embroidered with a super cute girl, Mr. Iramans, so she went into the pit. After entering the pit, word of mouth is overwhelming, making people remember and dream, so the 18 readers spread this unstoppable pain to the good friends around them. As the so-called 1 pass 10, 10 pass 100, 100 pass 1000, through QQ, Weibo, Twitter, Facebook and other channels, Iramanga teacher broke the 1000 mark without signing a contract. Shahu Sauce nodded slightly, and the soft light blue bangs shook along with it. The cute eyes refocused on the phone screen, and the small right hand gently swiped down to the hot book review area. Well, I was drawing a book of comics, and suddenly someone said I was on fire. At that time, I was confused and didn't know what was going on. Now that I was in the pit, I didn't dare to look at my mistress's design. Woo! Ramanga teacher manga author suddenly popped out, saying that his work could no longer stand. Upstairs blasting the sky, if you don't accept it, you will accept this ID. Readers of ID, if you don't accept it, you will take the second floor. 101st floor ID. Why is teacher Iramanga's ID registered? The reader left a message, so the ID was registered by you, 666. This topic is the #1 hot review in the book review area, with up to 999 replied messages. The popularity made Sagiri stun her tongue. It turns out that the ID of Mr. Iramanga was registered by the manga author. Sagiri searched Iramanga's work, and found that his work was not a comic like My Girl. The theme is to directly explode and start the war. The plot content accounts for 1/10, and the remaining 9/10 are all battle scenes. A quick glance at the first episode, Sagiri found that his heroine is not unsightly, but compared to Sagiri's works, this style of painting is really a bit rough and fails to bring out the charm of women's curves. It only took a minute to read the first episode. Sagiri had no expression on her face and no fluctuations in her heart, so she didn't plan to read it again. For Sagiri, who is accustomed to seeing the exquisite painting style of the past life, this picture is really spicy, and it doesn't get hot at all. His gaze returned to the book review area, and Sagiri subconsciously skipped the comments of Remind Update and Send the Blade, and focused on some topics discussing the plot. Speaking of the first episode, there is no plot content. Selling cuteness is the most important core. So Sagiri found that most of the comments discussing the plot are predicting what will happen in the next episode. For example, the next story will happen if the sister opens the door to let the brother in, or is stupidly rejected next, or directly fights for 300 rounds without breathing. Okay, Sagiri said that he couldn't stand it anymore. What is the direct war for 300 rounds without breathing? Do you think this comic is really a meaty comic? I knew that, I shouldn't put this comic in the harem category. Ahem, the system friendly reminds that the category of this comic has been transferred from the harem category to the life category. The friendship system bubbled up again, showing his sense of existence. Shaojiang was too lazy to respond to this mentally retarded system, manually pulled down the page, and saw that his classification was impressively written with 2 words life. Changed? When did it happen? Why didn't I know? Sagiri whispered. The system snorted, but without telling her, she still slapped an expression in Sagiri's mind, with "come and beg me" written on her face. Facing the sudden onset of Sundara's disease, Sagiri rolled her eyes and didn't intend to attack him at all. Scroll down again, and you will see a lot of rewards, ranging from 10,000 yen to more than 2,000 yen. Most readers directly reward 1 or 200 yen. Speaking of rewards, Sagiri remembers that she has not signed a contract yet. Yu reading www.yuyugonshu.com. If you don't sign a contract, the money will not be credited to your account. In order to get his own money, Shaojiang quickly logged into the author's backstage, but unexpectedly, there were already edited messages in the backstage SMS box. Gossauce quickly browsed again, a total of 3 pieces of information. The first message read, the classification of the work Iramanga teacher moved from the harem area to the life category. If you have any objections, please add the editor QQ feedback, and editor Zioman QQ. Second message, hello, your work teacher Iramanga has the qualifications to sign, the editor in charge of Zioman QQ. The third message is the QQ of the contract editor. This is the editor responsible for the contract. Shaojiang saw that he had successfully signed the contract, and was naturally happy, so he asked the system to memorize these 2 QQ accounts, and then asked him to project the QQ account into his mind. After a long time, Sahu-chan logged into the QQ number, entered the QQ number projected by the system, and then looked at the familiar QQ avatar, and felt a little frustrated. Isn't this the QQ account that she rejected a few minutes ago? At this time, Sagiri felt a kind of accidentally doing something wrong in her heart. It took a second for Gossauce to regret, and then sent a request to add friends. If you don't add it, forget it. I'll post it to another animation website. Sagiri Sauce doesn't care, anyway, the quality of this comic is here, no matter where it goes, it is a potential seed, and it is destined to be sought after by the majority of readers. At this time, the phone rang, and Sagiri looked down, and it turned out that it was a takeaway. Sent one of them to Gabriel's house, and took a glance at Gabriel's white trousers, and then returned to his house after feasting his eyes. Chapter 9, Wear JK Uniform for the First Time. At 11:15 noon, Xiao Manzang's eyes were dumb, watching the steak in front of the dinner table indifferently. In front of the dinner table, there was a black-haired man in a suit. His appearance was not high and he had a passerby face. It seemed that he had seen too much of the harem. Even if he wore a formal suit, he did not conceal the masculine temperament of the house. He saw the big woman with black-rimmed glasses staring at the steak for a long time, but could not eat it. He thought she was sick, so he gave a caring look and asked, "What's wrong with Xiao Manzang?" "It's nothing, but the ocean teacher rejected me. It seems that she hates me because of the classification transfer problem." Xiao Man sighed deeply. Wearing a white collar and black tube OL costume, she was supposed to be beautiful and picturesque, but she felt like an old vine withered. King Shijun heard this and immediately understood what was going on. Yesterday, editor Xiao Man asked him for someone, and by the way transferred the classification to the Department of Life, but now that teacher Ocean has rejected her, it seems that he has hoped to train him. Wait, the editor just said Xiao Man said she instead of he, could it be said that the teacher of the ocean is actually a female? The phone screen edited by Zioman lights up, and a friend request appears. Little Manzang, don't worry, maybe the ocean teacher accidentally made a mistake. King Shikun wanted to ask if Mr. Hyang was a girl, but seeing her sad look, he didn't want to bother, so the words became comforting. Xiao Man nodded silently. While moving his eyes slightly, he saw that the bright screen mobile phone had an additional request message to add a friend. Maybe it's Mr. Ha's message? Holding this unreliable illusion, Xiao Manzang gently turned on his mobile QQ, then his right hand trembled and saw something incredible. This Q number is exactly the Q number that was memorized yesterday. What's wrong, Xiao Manzang? Teacher Ocean added me. I turned out to be so cheap that I refused, but now I am added again. Xiao Man smiled, and turned his phone to show Mr. Kingshi. I only saw the first message, which read, "Sorry, Xiao Manzang, it's a bit wrong, please forgive me." Okay, Kingshi-kun's dream of teaching has been shattered again. Ah, is Teacher Yang a female? Yes, I don't know what Mr. Ocean looks like. Let me ask. Sajiri looked at the message on the phone with a dazed expression. On the phone, the editor Xiao Man first posted a sulking expression on the proud girl, and then sent a paragraph, writing, "Xiao Man is very angry and needs a selfie from the ocean teacher to touch his head." This is not over yet, the next expression is to roll around coquettishly for comfort. The cute expression hit Sajiri's guilt, so he made a extremely sorry expression, and then said, "Ah, I just woke up, please wait for me to prepare before taking a selfie, okay?" Since the other party is a girl, Sajiri said without thinking that much. Unexpectedly, when the voice came out, Xiao Manzang's blood boiled over. This voice is so soft and cute. Xiao Manzang listened to the sweet sound of Sahu's sauce, as if the whole person was about to melt, and could not wait to turn into a ball of water to wrap the Sahu sauce layer by layer. Mr. Kingshi didn't know what Xiao Manzang had talked about. Even when Teacher Ocean spoke, Xiao Manzang was listening with headphones, so Mr. Kingshi wanted to complain but didn't dare to complain, for fear that Xiao Man would be broken. Sang's interest. It seems that Mr. Hyang's voice is very cute. Kingshi Jun secretly murmured in his heart. On the other side, Sagiri decided to make up for her fault, so she opened the wardrobe she hadn't seen for a long time. Speaking of Sagiri's wardrobe, it is in black and white line style. If you look closely, you will find that the cabinet is also in the style of a small TV at Station B. B Station is not the most popular website in the world, but it is the largest website in ACGN culture. Its popularity is not only in China, but also has many fans in foreign countries. My God, was Sa Jiang used to be a fan of the B Station? Even the inside of the closet is a small TV mural. These murals were previously painted by myself with brushes. Since the small TV is not difficult to draw, the basic painting skills can also be painted very cute. It turns out that the previous introductory painting skills came from this way. Sajiri glanced at the small TV mural in the closet, then moved his eyes to the dozen or so clothes in the closet. Sagiri has a lot of clothes, more than 10 tops, 12 miniskirts, 12 leggings, 10 black and white stockings, 10 pairs of socks, 2 pink pajamas suits, 1 plaid pajamas, and 2 high school uniforms. Sets, 2 sets of JK uniforms, and 1 cyan coat. Wait, why are there 12 miniskirts, and besides 2 pink pajamas, she has no other pants? No. Sajiri looked around and found nothing such as denim trousers and sweatpants. When I searched for the third time, I found that there were 2 denim hot pants in the dark room on the bottom floor. I picked them up and looked at them. They were pitifully short. Ahem, the system kindly reminds me that these 2 jeans were worn in junior high school. The sound of the system's lack of beating again sounded. Sajiri let it shut up first, then put away the hot pants, and looked at the newly bought JK uniform. More than 30,000 yen, I only bought 2 sets of JK uniforms, one is Kanamai brand, and the other is East Boy brand. Both uniforms are very good. As for the brand or something, Sajiri doesn't bother to remember it. It is simply distinguished by the placket of the JK uniform. The Kanamai brand is a Kanto-breasted JK uniform. The shirt is white and has no wrinkles. The bow is red and white. The outside is covered with a warm yellow cardigan sweater. The lower body is a sky blue and white mesh miniskirt. The Kansai-collared JK uniform is a sailor suit with a slightly longer collar, a long and wide breastplate, and a red and black mesh miniskirt underneath. Sajiri-chan looked at each other, hesitated for a minute, and chose Kanto knit. Rustling changing clothes, Sajiri took off her pink pajamas, and put on a Kanto JK uniform. A shirt and a cardigan sweater. Although it is May and the weather is slightly hot. The air conditioner is turned on in the room, so it won't be too hot to wear too. Yu reading www.yuyugonshu.com. Next it was her turn to wear a skirt. Sagiri blushed and pulled up the side zipper, and she wore a sky blue miniskirt like this. While wearing on her body, she felt a chill in her lower body. Shao looked in the mirror. The sweater is fluffy and cute, and the absolute area under the skirt is very attractive. The whole person looks very cute and beautiful, but she always feels that something is missing. What is missing? Stockings. No wonder she feels cold and swish in her legs, it must be because she is not wearing stockings. Segumishin took out 2 white long knee stockings with a flushed face, her face changed, and a fierce ideological battle between heaven and man was going on in her mind. Put it on, and I feel a little less disciplined. But don't wear it, and feel cold in the lower body, insecure. Finally, Sagiri put on her stockings. When the stockings were put on her legs little by little, Sagiri felt a thin layer of warmth and security in her legs. Put on the small leather shoes, take a breath, and Sagiri patted her face. From then on, she lost all her exercises. If she wears it again, there should be no psychological burden. At this time, Sagiri was sitting on the dressing table and picked up the comb to comb her long hair. The hair is very soft. When I touch it, I feel the hair I grabbed from my hand like a clear spring, flowing from my fingertips, very soft and supple. After a while, 2 pink bows were tied to the temples on the chest, and then 1 on each side of the head. When she felt that she was too beautiful, Saguro-chan picked up her mobile phone to take pictures regularly, put on a scissor hand, her cute aqua blue eyes flashed, her soft bangs just covered her eyebrows, her blushing face wanted to refuse. 3 seconds later, with a click, the cutest JK uniform girl in history was born. Chapter 10, Menmei is picturesque. Click. 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 Sagiri-chan took a few photos in a row and picked the best selfie. At this time, I logged into QQ and found that it was 11:40 noon, which means that it took nearly 25 minutes for Sagiri to complete her self-portrait. Okay, she doesn't know how time passed. Now she hasn't even eaten lunch. She just ate 2 bites and received a reply from Xiao Man's editor. After taking a selfie, the meal was cold again. At this time, the editor of Xiao Man was holding a piece of roasted meat into his mouth, and the juice overflowed with a light bite. The screen of the phone was slightly bright, and Xiao Man's eyes lit up. He swallowed a piece of beef in a hurry, then unlocked with his fingerprint, and clicked into the QQ chat interface. Is the ocean teacher's selfie here? Can Xiao Manzang show it to me? King Shijun showed hope while helping to barbecue. No way, Mr. Kingshi. Xiaoman protects the phone and will never let the Bluestone Man succeed. Sa Jiang hasn't posted any photos yet, because she is asking Xiaoman editor if she accepts flash photos. Of course, Xiao Manzang would not agree to her. Flashing photos or something can only be seen but not saved, too bad. Although I don't know what the face of the ocean teacher is, after hearing the cute voice, Xiao Man has a hunch, thinking that the ocean teacher must be a cute girl. Can't you really discuss it? Sayachan didn't give up, and his selfies were so cute that they didn't want to send them out. After a few minutes, Sagiri threatened her with the reason of quitting. Xiao Manzang had to agree. Isn't it just a selfie? Is it necessary to be so shy? Xiao Manzang didn't care. In her opinion, all well-known cartoonists would meet sooner or later. Although Mr. Hyang didn't have the fire and electric shock king, but the potential is boundless, sooner or later he will take off. The next moment, when Xiao Manzang saw the flashing picture, his eyes suddenly lighted up, and he understood why Saguri didn't let go. Mo, it's so cute. Xiao Man's mouth opened into an O shape, and his eyes tightly grasped the phone for fear that the picture would disappear. That light blue long hair, aqua blue eyes, soft bangs covering the eyebrows, a pure face as white as a baby, warm yellow cardigan sweater, exquisite blue and white guangdong placket, ultra-short skirt and white stockings, and the shy expression of a cute little creature, Sahu-chan exudes strong cuteness all over her body. Mo, too cute. How can there be such cute things in the world? I can't wait to pick up the whole person and rub it. Speaking of, the ocean teacher set the flash time to 10 seconds, which means that in the next few seconds, if you don't want to keep it, this cute photo of a girl's heart will disappear. Mr. Kingshi borrows your cell phone for a quick use. Xiao Manzang spoke extremely fast, and he glanced while talking and saw Mr. Kingshi's cell phone on the sofa. Yes, the phone is in. Mr. Kingshi didn't finish speaking, he saw Xiao Manzang leave his seat, directly reached out to take the phone, and then picked up the phone to quickly unlock it. His tone was full of anxiety, as if every second wasted would lose a year of life. After a few swipes, the screen of the phone was unlocked, and Xiao Manzang's hand was quick and he turned on the camera, then focused on his phone, and snapped a photo. The next moment, Xiao Manzang's phone picture turned torn, and the flashing time was over. Hey, great, luckily I caught up. Xiao Man patted his chest, looking happy. The whole process only took 7 seconds. To outsiders, she was crazy, and she also knew her name. After taking the photo, she bowed and apologized to King Shi-kun. King Shi-jun waved his hand quickly and bluntly said something trivial, so he didn't have to apologize so hard. And seeing that Xiao Manzang cares so much about that picture, even he himself became curious. Is Mr. Hyang very beautiful? But Xiao Manzang is a woman. When a woman sees a beautiful photo, she wants to collect it immediately. Whether there is an answer to this question, maybe only a woman knows. Xiao Manzang apologized, sent the picture to his QQ, and then manually destroyed the Sahu photo on King Shijun's phone. After repeatedly confirming that Mr. Kingshi did not have a picture of Saguri, Xiao Man returned the phone and said that she would treat her next time. As an adult man, Mr. Kingshi is usually a bit nerdy, but his brain is not rusty yet, so he hurriedly said, No, I will invite Xiao Manzang next time, not you. This is what he said. Xiao Man heard it this time. This time it was her treat, but he paid the bill. Okay, this makes her even more guilty, and she can't say she has to make up for it, otherwise it would be too rude. So, Xiao Manzang mysteriously took out his mobile phone and asked King Shi-jun to take a look at the picture of the ocean teacher. Mr. Kingshi was overjoyed when he heard the words, and after a closer look, his eyes bloomed with infinite light, and he was so speechless that he was so cute. Isn't this Saguri Izumi, the heroine of Iramanga Sensei? Leaving aside the JK uniform for the time being, the hair and face shape are completely printed out of the same model as Izumi Saguri in the comics. If you look at it carefully, you will find that the real-life photo has a sense of sight of a second-dimensional heroine, as if she is from the second dimensional. And Saguri was originally a traverser. In the spirit of respecting the original work, he copied the work intact, so the heroine looks exactly like her. This is a very hot news. If the ocean teacher draws live, the popularity will definitely skyrocket. Xiao Man said with a frenzied expression. Shahu Sauce finished the meal, packed the takeout box, and threw it into the kitchen trash can. I was told to wear a JK uniform to draw live, no way. Saguri knows that her charm is too terrifying. If the live broadcast is on, then her future life will be dangerous. When the close-up anti-wolf technique is not full, Saguri takes her personal safety extremely seriously. Any behavior that might endanger her life is not allowed. Speaking of being full of anti-wolf skills, system rewards are needed, but the system hasn't issued any tasks since she woke up. Didn't you say that you have no tasks for novices? Shahusas pushed this question to the Manzao system. The master finally remembered me, and the system master said that he was very touched. The system became mentally retarded again. Saguri held his forehead. There is no such a low system, but if you should ask, you still have to ask. Master, you want to do a task, but unfortunately, the system master has no tasks. Master, you can do whatever you want. For example, continue to draw, or live streamed drawing or something, or fall asleep, draw as you want. The salted fish of your dreams can do anything. The system began to become chattering. Yu read www.yuyuganshu.com and ran the train with his mouth full, and nothing was the point. Shayuchan didn't want to listen to this at all, and now his focus is on anti-wolves. If there is no full-level anti-wolves, you must beware of bad guys in the dark when you travel far. Just tell me how to order the full anti-wolf technique. Saguzan interrupted the system's speech. If the system is left with mental retardation, I am afraid I will not finish it tomorrow. The system master really has no tasks anymore, or the master may continue to draw, maybe the task reward may be triggered. The system hesitated and finished. What do you mean? Will the task be triggered by continuing to draw? No, the system master really has no tasks, but rewards exist. As long as the owner moves in the direction of the cartoonist, the rewards will be issued at a certain stage. The system said. After hearing these words, Saguri understood the meaning of the system. This is a high degree of freedom traverser possessing system. It does not limit the life of the owner. Whether it is a salted fish without a dream or a cartoonist, this is the freedom of the host, and the system has no right to interfere. Anyway, the rewards are hanging there, I love to do it or not. Shahu chatted with the system for a long time, and finally asked the answer from its mouth. The next reward is still the anti-wolf skill level +1, and the requirement is that the fan value breaks through the 20,000 mark. Well, then I can update arbitrarily. Saguri understood how to get the reward, and suddenly stopped nervously drawing comics. It's not a way to always borrow a computer. It's better to buy a computer after the first wave of draft fees arrives, and then update the drawing later. The system heard the words and silently mourned for her readers. If Sahu-chan can hear her confession, the sentence must be I don't recite this pot. Chapter 11, Sahu-chan drags more. When Saguri decided to postpone the change, Xiao Manzang was arranging the promotion and recommendation of Iramanga teacher next week. Of course, the premise of the arrangement is that Saguri's contract has reached the company. At this time, Saguri just contacted the contract editor, filled out the relevant content on the internet according to the contract editor's instructions, and then sent a Word document to her. Ocean teacher, this Word document is your contract. Please print it out and send it to the following address. After we receive the contract, we can arrange a promotion and recommendation spot for you. Saguri nodded. This contract is a normal 55-share contract. There is no word for vigorous cultivation. It seems to be the contract terms of ordinary comics authors. Why do you want me to print and send it, so troublesome? Saguri complained with an unhappy expression on her face. The signed editor listened to the cute voice, and the whole person was about to melt, and almost said, "Leave this to me." But her reason is still there, so she apologizes, "I'm really sorry, everyone signed the contract like this, please bear with me, Mr. Ocean." Sa Jiang also just complained a few words, not too many thoughts. After all, she is not yet a god-level figure, and the signing process must be calculated according to the normal way. Speaking of her coming to this world, she has been staying at home and staying at home. She is still very strange to Tokyo, Japan. Although there is the memory of the original owner in his mind, it was instilled by the system, which made Sajari feel unreal. It's like watching a long life movie, with only knowledge and no practical experience. Why don't you pull on Gabriel and go shopping? Sa Jiang thought to herself. Print shop? I won't go. Jia Bailey was lying on the ground, her long goose yellow hair dangled randomly, and her two small white legs shook from time to time, plucking someone's eyes. Go out? Just kidding, wouldn't it be okay to lie at home? Gabriel conveyed her inner thoughts to Sagiri with her eyes. Sayachan didn't want to go out, but without signing the contract, there would be no money. For a small amount of money, Sa Jiang had to pull Gabriel. If you want to print, you can find Raphael, why must you go out? Gabriel continued to fight, like a salted fish, waiting to lie on the ground and take root. Shahu Sas was taken aback when he heard the words, and that's what I said. It is very convenient for Raphael to return by tram every day and to print the contract along the way. That's what I said. Seeing Sahuchan patted her head, showing joy, Gabriel silently praised her IQ. By the way, let Raphael buy a bag of instant noodles. Jia Bailey suddenly made up the knife. However, this additional proposal was not passed smoothly. When Raphael returned home, he only had food and a contract in his hand. Is Sahuchan getting better? I accidentally scared you yesterday. I didn't mean it. Would you please forgive me? Raphael put down the food and the contract with an apologetic expression. It's okay, I didn't take it to heart. Can Raphael Sauce give me the contract first? As soon as Sajari said it's okay, Raphael's eyes sparkled, and he suddenly received the contract behind him and smiled mysteriously. Ah, what's wrong with Raphael? Sahuchan's eyebrows jumped, as if she had an unknown premonition, her body took a step back unconsciously. Sajari dresses so cute today, which boy do you want to meet? Raphael smiled and pushed her step by step, as if she had been betrayed by Sajari, so she hid the knife in her smile. No, I just want to wear it suddenly. Sagiri shook her head hurriedly. Really? Raphael couldn't help laughing as she looked at her hurriedly shaking her head. That's true. Sagiri nodded, her cute expression instantly knocked down Raphael. There is no suspense about the next thing, Sagiri feels suffocated for a while, and then breathes a sigh of relief. This is not over yet, after all, this is a non-school sponsored JK uniform. It is very cute to wear, so Raphael took Sagiri and took 18 photos before she was willing to let her go. At noon on May 12, 2017, it was also the 7 days when Iramanga teacher was serialized. It is cloudy today and the sun cannot shine, but the light is bright enough to penetrate the heavy curtains and bring a gleam of light. Shahu Sas turned over, and the soft bangs moved away, revealing a small half of his forehead. His closed eyes seemed to be called by a ray of light, and he slowly opened his eyelids. Once again slept until 11:05, and the days without rushing to the paper are comfortable. Sleeping until he wakes up naturally, this is Sajari's most extravagant hope in her life, but she unexpectedly enjoyed it in advance of her life. Before opening his eyes, Sajari glanced at the system information in his head. Name, Izumi Sajari. Fan value, 3076. Finally, there is no need to make salted fish, but freshwater fish should also have great dreams. Otherwise, what is the difference with a salted fish? Come on, the future great cartoonist. Active talent. Full score drawing technique, anyway, it is full score. Whether you use a computer to draw a picture or draw a picture by hand, the quality is leveraged. Close Wolves Defense LV2, never be afraid of the strange uncle who has practiced martial arts. But it is not very useful for martial arts masters, so in order to protect your body, please be careful of the super big bad wolf. Passive talent. The most adorable lowly temperament, 300% attractive to low ICN. The sound is soft and the body is soft and can be pushed down, the voice is super cute, the body is super soft, and it can push down the warming bed. Yu reading www.yuyugonshu.com. In just 1 week, the fan value broke through the 3,000 mark. It seems that the 20,000 mark is not difficult. Sahu-chan muttered secretly. Today was just when the website advertisement information flow recommended, Sagiri's comics happened to be placed on the bottom column of the mobile app life category. This name is quite long, and Sagiri is too lazy to remember the name. Anyway, it is a mobile phone promotion. There have been many otaku who have used mobile phones over the years. Sagiri estimates that the collection may explode in the next week. Today is the 7th day of the comic series. It is reasonable to say that the second episode should be released, but she didn't draw anything, so Sagiri was a little guilty in her heart and she didn't dare to open the app of King Shock King. It's better to post a book review, otherwise you will lose fans. Shajiang is well aware of the torment of waiting for the update. Whenever readers are forced to wait for the update and find that the author is dragging the update, there must be an urge to send a blade. Entering the book review area, Sahu-chan found that today's book review area is particularly lively, and all the way down, there are red tips and reminders. There are also some comic friends who created their own posts. They check in every day, and every day they sign indicates that the countdown is 1 day short. Sagiri looked more and more frightened. The popularity of this comment was too high. There were 100 posts in the past minute, which means that at least 100 people in the comic book review section of Era Manga are online at the same time waiting for updates. But what if there are too many people? She really didn't paint, and she couldn't paint even if she was urged. Moreover, comics are different from novels. Some authors often update it every 2 weeks, or once a month, or even every few months, and Sagiri only breaks it once, which shouldn't be too serious. So, a humble apology post appeared in the book review section of Era Manga. Chapter 12, Can You Be Forgiven As Long As It Is a Cute Girl? Tanagawa-kun, has Era Manga sensei updated yet? In a male dormitory at the University of Tokyo, a boy in slippers plays a game while asking his roommate on the right. The roommate named Tanagawa-kun is staring at the laptop screen to read an online novel. After reading a chapter, he refreshes the page on the Dengeki King website. I'm disappointed every time I refresh, so Tanagawa replied, not yet, wait for the evening. But before he finished speaking, Tanagawa-kun's eyes were fixed on a comment and he didn't speak. Well, it's night at night, so I can't afford to wait. The male classmates who play games are not so enthusiastic. After all, compared to comics, games can bring him continuous happiness. But Tanagawa-kun is different. He doesn't play games, but only reads novels and anime. It has been delayed. Tanagawa suddenly burst out a word. What? Tanagawa-kun stared at the screen, gritted his teeth and said, Era Manga teacher has been delayed, and now there is no drawing of a page, and the update date is far away. A post titled I'm very sorry, I haven't written the second chapter, please wait a few more weeks. The post appeared silently in the book review area. And Tanagawa-kun was the first person to click into comment, and saw him write, Ocean teacher, you have disappointed me too much. Goodbye. How could it be delayed? What happened? The game is on live broadcast, and now there are 10,000 people watching online at the same time in the live broadcast room. If you want to quit, it will hurt your popularity. But he was itchy, and he wanted to know the reason for the delay, so he made up a temporary reason for going to the toilet to the audience, and cut out to read the comic book review section. Go to the toilet, everyone wait a while. The anchor said. MMP, I just heard, what went to the toilet? It was obviously a comic. What comics? I don't even play games anymore. Ask the house manager to tell me what kind of comic this is, Mensen just didn't hear it clearly. This comic has just been serialized for a week, and many people still don't know Teacher Era Manga. It seems to be Teacher Era Manga. Well, it feels a little bit H when I hear the name. The game master with a decent face also reads this kind of comics. What? Teacher Ira manga dragged it out. Someone caught his legs and the tiger's body was shaken. It's not the manga of the teacher in the book. If you are curious, you can go to Denjiki King's website to check it out. The room tube turned red after finishing the barrage. He didn't expect that he unknowingly made an advertisement for Iromand. Speaking of himself, he is also a true fan of Ocean Teacher. He has a very old age. He has read comics for 10 years and has never seen such a cute heroine. So after the explanation, Fang Guanjun also ran to the comic book review area. A scene like this is happening all over Japan. Although Teacher Ira manga did not become popular, the 3,000 fans are really true fans. Xia Jiang just posted a storybook review, and then manually refreshed the web page, and found that there was no response in the book review area, so he logged into the background and planned to post a page of leave notes. It doesn't matter if you don't log in, as soon as you log in, Sagiri will see the data in the background, which is more than 7,000 collections. System, what's going on? Isn't my fan value 3017? Sagiri asked in confusion. Well, the fan value displayed by the system monarch is True Love Fan, and the author's background display is the number of favorites. After a brief explanation of the system, Sagiri suddenly understood what was going on. Some people have no feeling for cute. Although some people like cute girls, they prefer hot girls. Some people don't even like girls and just want a fictional race that doesn't exist. As the saying goes, it's hard to adjust, and Sagiri's works cannot be liked by everyone, so the backstage collection includes both true fans and normal fans. It's okay, this comic hasn't taken off yet. Isn't there a mobile phone advertisement position now? It is not too easy to break through the 20,000 mark. Sagiri shook her small fist, cheering for herself. But, now she is breaking the watch, can she really easily break through the 20,000 mark? Regarding this, the system gentleman had to remind her kindly, that, the system gentleman's setting is that the fan value reaches 20,000, not the number of background collections reaches 20,000. Hearing the words, he was taken aback. In other words, only if the True Love fan breaks through the 20,000 mark, the anti-wolf technique level can be +1. No, this is too difficult. Although breaking through the 20,000 mark is a sure thing, the completion time will definitely be extended indefinitely. Xiaoyuchen bitterly, and ran back to the book review area. At this time, the reply volume reached 99 plus level. Click in and take a look. The number of replies, 308. Teacher Yang, you disappointed me too much. Goodbye. ID Sa Jiang is my wife commented. This is a fan who rewarded 10,000 yen. Sagiri remembers her clearly, so she was dripping blood in her heart, as if she saw her wallet slip away. Ah, let's just postpone the change. It's good to tell a date, or I will send the blade. The 24th floor ID I will obey you if I don't accept it, said angrily. Okay, this person's ID is very distinctive. Sagiri remembers that De Diaojun has rewarded 10,000 yen. He should be one of his true fans. Scroll down, and you will find that half of the people said that they abandoned the pit, and some people said that as long as the Ocean Teacher updates, they will definitely chase it. Looking at the system information in my head again, the fan value is quite a lot, but the background collection instantly drops by 200, and after 2 minutes it drops by 200 again. At this rate, the number of collections may fall to more than 3,000. Well, True Love Fan is True Love Fan, even if it is delayed, it is acceptable, but normal fans can't stand it, and they will be cut off only in the first week. Wouldn't it be cut off if you want to cut off in the future? For such authors, the majority of friends said that they must not be spoiled. Xia Jiang thought for a while, let's explain the reasons and the reasons, maybe there will be local tyrants sponsoring the purchase of computers? Soon, Sagiri posted another page of leave notes. At this time, everyone was gathering in the book review area to make trouble, so soon someone found the humble leave note. The Game King cut to the desktop, click on the favorites to enter the comic interface of Iramanga Teacher. In such a short time, the response to that book review broke 99+, reaching 464. With so many people, it seems that everyone wants to see Sagiri-chan. The Game King clicked into the book review area page and saw that the first sentence of the question was only one sentence. I'm very sorry, the second chapter has not been written yet, please wait a few more weeks. Well, the reason is really simple and rude, no wonder Tanagawa wants to abandon the book. I don't even bother to paint. This kind of attitude is really irresponsible. Can you keep fans from getting angry? But the game master is not as aggressive as Tanagawa-kun. After all, he still has to play games. There is no need to wait for the comics to be updated every day. After quit the book review area, Yu reading www.yuyukonshu.com found out that the comics of Iramanga Teacher had been updated. How come there is only one page? I clicked in and took a look. The game master was very disappointed and found that this was a request for leave. The reason was that there was no drawing on the computer. Please forgive me. No computer drawing? What's the reason? The full of slots made him want to make complaints very much. No, I'm not happy if I don't complain about it. As the saying goes, the greater the expectation, the greater the disappointment. The game master who originally didn't want to complain suddenly found a reason to complain. Game master ran back to the book review area, and suddenly saw a voice comment on the top. Looking at its ID, it was the Ocean Teacher. And the number of clicks and replies for this comment has broken the 600 mark, which is unprecedentedly popular and perfectly surpasses the text apology note posted by Sagiri a minute ago. The number of hits, 1,203, the number of replies, 606. Only a minute has passed, what turning point happened again? Most people in the book review area respond in text, but fewer people use voice. After all, there are too many otakus here, and no one wants to hear the voice of otaku. Maybe it is the voice of an uncle picking his feet. The game master spoke with this prejudice. When the sweet sound of Nyanyo sounded along the earphones in his ears, the game master had a feeling of electric shock, as if the whole person was sluggish, and the position of GEU lying down came out. I'm sorry everyone, the computer suddenly burned out, so I can't do the painting, and the author is too poor to eat soil and can't afford a new computer, so please wait for a week after the payment of my manuscript arrives. I will update it as soon as I finish painting. Thank you for your understanding. Hey, after listening to Sahu-chan's voice, the game master's heart is like this. Nima said that you are a girl earlier, so you can forgive me for dragging something. Chapter 13, Sagiri Second? Shocked, Teacher Hyang is actually a cute girl. On the first floor, ID Sahu Sauce's my wife didn't know when he ran back, and grabbed the chief dragon chair. Please take my knees. I didn't expect that Teacher Ocean is a girl. I used to scold me too badly. Please forgive me, otherwise I will be guilty for a lifetime. Typing 4AHS at the end means that he is very guilty. That is my wife, what's the situation on the first floor? Didn't you just click goodbye? Why did you run back again? The reader on the 99th floor said. Sa Jiang is my wife, how could I go? Of course I chose to forgive her. The ID Sa Jiang is my wife was discovered on the 520th floor. But the game master next to him knew that he did not open up, because his hand never left the mouse. After a while, the game master secretly recorded Sagiri's voice, and then ran back to the live broadcast room. Let everyone wait a long time, let's continue the live broadcast. The anchor said. What kind of live broadcasts are you watching? Let's leave, let's watch Iramanga Teacher. Ms. Ocean's voice is so cute, wait for my single to cycle 100 times before watching the live broadcast. Anchor. The anchor watched the poor number of people, and suddenly got no mood to broadcast it. Okay, this is because I smashed myself in the foot and brought a wave of potential readers. Reward: the sky is falling, thank you, your gentleman deserves this reward. ID Sahusas is my wife rewarded 10,000 yen, and left a message that the teacher of the ocean can chat with him privately, and he can privately transfer funds to support her through WeChat. Creation. Reward: golden pen blessing, heaven descends to Jinrui, meets and hates late. ID local tyrant gold rewarded 100,000 yen, and sent a private message to the ocean teacher, wanting to ask for the address of the ocean teacher, indicating that he would mail one. The top computer is for the ocean teacher. Then there was another climax of rewards. The title was to subsidize the ocean teacher to buy a computer. Of course, like the kind of local tyrants who rewarded 10,000 yen, they all wrote private messages to Sajiri Sauce, indicating that they could secretly fund it. Shahu Sauce is so silly. The address will definitely not be exposed to others. As for WeChat transfer, this seems to be possible. After all, the manuscript fee is settled on a monthly basis. It is May 12th, which is too far away from the end of the month. You have to wait for several weeks to get the money. So whether she should add the local tyrant WeChat or not, this is a question worth thinking about. First of all, local tyrants are not all Miyoshi citizens. Some people may have some impure thoughts. Do you add it or not? When Sahu-chan hesitated, Xiaoman editor suddenly QQ her and kept sending window vibrations. It seemed that the visitors were not good. Ms. Ocean, how about today's update? In the face of the urging force, Sahu-chan resolutely threw the pot onto the computer. The computer exploded. Xiaoman Zhang has this expression on his face. Well, the black question mark face also changed to the fact that the computer was scrapped. Sagiri insisted on the computer exploding, which made Xiaoman Zhang full of black lines. Do you dare to be more ridiculous? The ultra-low probability of computer explosion is no different from winning the lottery. So you don't have a computer now. There is really no computer. How did you paint before? It exploded last week, and now there is really no deposit, and there is no money to buy a computer. Xiaoman said that she was very tired, but in order to remind her, she also tried her best, so she said, then I will sponsor you personally. Thank you, Xiaoman Zhang, I will pay you back the manuscript fee next month. Compared with local tyrant sponsorship, Xiaoman Zhang's sponsorship is obviously more reliable. In case the local tyrant asks to post a small video or something, it will be a big loss. For example, Sajiri was given a private reward of 100,000 yen, and suddenly he was asked for a photo. If he fails to do it, he will make a reputation on the internet, and even if it is refunded, the situation will not be restored. Of course, all local tyrants have a certain degree of popularity, so such unreasonable things should not happen. But with Xiaoman's sponsorship, Sajiri doesn't want to cause trouble. Shahu Sauce got a 100,000 yen loan from Xiaoman, which is 6,121 yuan in RMB. As a cartoonist, buying a computer must of course be as professional as possible. Professional computers are extremely expensive. A mere 100,000 yen does not seem to be enough. Forget it, buy one first and make do with it, and then change to a new computer when you have the money. Sagiri said with a decision. Online shopping is the most convenient way, and the express industry in this world is extremely developed. If the delivery address is in Tokyo and the seller is also in Tokyo, then half a day is enough. After doing this, Sajiri went to the internet to post another comment. Thank you very much for your eager support. Sagiri has collected money from friends to buy a computer. You don't have to wait for a few weeks anymore. As soon as this comment came out, the book review area became hot again. The local tyrants came to express their condolences. If you have financial difficulties, Please be sure to point out that I will not be merciful to the local tyrants. Some of the local tyrant readers of Denjiki Dawang have come to the spotlight and expressed that the comics are very good looking. I hope the author can show more about the younger sister's shots. When I heard that Mr. Ocean was going to cut the change, my whole person was broken. Now I know that the teacher has collected the money, and I feel empty. Is it because Mr. Ocean did not add me? I want to sponsor Ocean Teacher's Readers Speak. The ID upstairs is on, dare to ask why you are so hanging. Brother De Diao suddenly popped out. Wherever he goes, he will have a very strong aura, making the people downstairs unable to answer. All kinds of comments are popping up. Now when it was originally mobile phone promotion, the popularity of the works was unprecedentedly high. For a time, Iramanga Teacher was ranked 10th on the hot review list. 10th in the hot review list, 99 plus comment posts per minute, 99 plus daily active users. Looking at my own work at this time, the data such as clicks and recommendation votes have all been improved in quality. I saw the data of Iramanga Teacher as follows. Clicks, 31,700, recommended votes, 70,000, favorites, 20,000. On the list of newcomer cartoonists, UU reading www.uuganshu.com Teacher Iramanga jumped by 1 in an hour, leaping to the 8th place. At 2000 hours on May 12, 2017. Teacher Iramanga jumped to the 7th place on the Rookie Cartoonist list. At 21 o'clock, Sajari's work was ranked 6th on the Rookie Cartoonist list. 22 o'clock, 23 o'clock. At midnight on May 13, 2017, Teacher Iramanga successfully won the 2nd place and remained high. As for the 1st place, it is a fantasy and comic called Fights Break Sphere. Hey, is there a fight to break the sky in this world? Sahu-chan glanced at the number 1 in the new comic list, and felt that the name was so familiar. Click in and see, isn't the plot just fighting and breaking, the famous retreat routines, the famous sayings of don't bully the young, the style of painting is not worse than Sajari, and it even has a delicate feeling. The style is not the muscular flow of today. It's very fresh and refined, and it's a good match with Sahu's sauce. You don't understand, do you think that cartoonists in this world are mentally handicapped? There are many cartoonists besides you. They are in a period of transformation, their muscle style has long since declined, and new genres are quietly moving. Rising, this dopo is based on the fantasy novel of the same name. The author is a newcomer cartoonist with an eclectic style. If your style is not more mature, this exquisite style of painting will be his turn. Up. Shahu Sas heard the words, and his whole body was shaken, as if he had discovered something. At what stage is the cultural level of this world? She hasn't figured it out yet. Just relying on the previous impression of Sagumi-chan, that's not good. After all, she used to be a layman and couldn't see the true development level of all walks of life. To what stage has the novel, music, and animation in this world developed? Chapter 14, World Situation. The Fights Break Sphere comic is now updated to the 3rd chapter. The 1st chapter was updated on May 5th. It has been updated 3 times a week. It is the same work as Saguri's Iramanga Teacher. Because it is a new book of the same period, Sajari is particularly valued. In addition, this comic is adapted from the novel of the same name. The plot is no worse than her, and even stronger. This is a strong enemy, Saguri has to pay attention to it, so she clicks in to see how his data is growing. Unexpectedly, at this look, Sajari was shocked. This data is too scary, is it really a comic that has just been serialized for a week? Fights Break Sphere Comics, 200,000 hits. 290,000 recommended votes. The number of collections is 140,000. Looking at my own data again, Teacher Iramanga has a hits of 31,800, recommended votes, 71,000, and collections, 21,000. Well, in just such a minute, my own data has risen by 10,000. However, people are fighting fiercely, and it has only been a week for 3 kinds of data to directly break through the 100,000 mark, which is called a prehistoric monster. System, you can check the suspicion that he didn't brush the data. Sahu-chan's heart is very unbalanced. Report to the owner, the system master adopts high dimensions. Sajari interrupted him, and said straight, okay, don't talk about those things, just talk to the point. The system king curled his lips and murmured a few words secretly before slowly saying, Do Po Kangjiang is an adaptation of novels and comics. It has a huge reader base. Coupled with Tudo's personal publications, a large number of novel readers have entered the pit, so the data of this comic is absolutely honest and reliable. Sahu-chan heard it, although he was very unhappy, but he barely accepted the reality. This is the mainstream of the comics industry. The hot-blooded kingly comics have always had a very good audience market. Once there is a high-quality plot, it will become a certainty. In addition, the style of this comic is not muscle style, but exquisite style. Although the brushwork is not as mature as Sajari's full marks, it is better than the plot and the readers, so after the recommendation, it will surpass it. Sajari is out. By the way, the system also investigated that Do Po book received 10 publicity recommendations this week, and one of the publicity recommendations is the QQ login interface splash screen poster publicity. What? QQ login interface splash screen poster promotion. Saguri's small face was shocked, and her soft bangs swayed. It's just a comic book, do you want to do that? How can Saguri make her live? No, I didn't see any splash screen posters. Shaojiang realized that something was wrong, and while talking, she didn't see it, then quit QQ, clicked on QQ again, and was speechless. I saw a 1-second poster image flashing on the mobile QQ login interface, on which was painted a young man in mysterious clothes, leaning on a mysterious ruler, overlooking the magnificent mountains and rivers, swallowing thousands of miles. In the blank space between the mountains, rivers, and the sky, there are 2 enthusiastic slogans written. Hexi for 30 years, He Dong for 30 years, don't bully the young and poor. Time is not old, fights are never broken. Then there is the white calligraphy font in the middle, with 4 big characters written in a majestic gesture, fighting breaking the sky. Shaojiang thought that this manga author is really awesome, even Uncle Tencent gave you a splash screen to promote it, and then she clicked in. After clicked in, there was no direct access to the Fights Break Sphere comic interface. Instead, a well-designed 3D interface appeared. The mountains and rivers were beautiful, the sky was full of clouds, and there were 3 entrances below. One is the entrance to the novel of Do Po Sphere, the other is the entrance to the comics of Do Po, the manga on the Denjiki King website, and the third entrance is the entrance to the animation. Wait, even the animation is out. Sajari has a surprised expression. What about the trust between people? This manga just came out to the 3rd chapter. Have you even finished the animation? Click on the animation entrance. It turns out that I only made a PV, which is the legendary trailer, and the style is 3D. Due to the high level of economic development in the world, the 3D technology that burns money has developed rapidly, so the 2D painting style is slightly behind the 3D world. As for why the 2D style is behind, of course it is not cute enough and not beautiful enough. I believe that the 2D world will also rise in the future. Well, this is the rise of Sajari under the leadership of Saguri. Then Sajari returned. Although he was very unconvinced, he was an adaptation of a masterpiece. From the beginning, he was treated as a master manga artist. Of course, newcomers can't compare with the master. After a while, she clicked on the entrance of the novel and came to the familiar UU to read. Do Po novel hits, 150.4403 million total hits, 150 million total hits, total recommendation 6.66 million, and total word count of 5.2958 million words. This is Todo's finished work, completed in 2011. In addition to fighting and breaking, there are also martial movement and the Great Master. Seeing these familiar books, Sahu-chan bounced back to the starting point and took a look at the monthly ticket list. Holy Ruins, One Thought Eternity, Rebirth Urban Cultivation, Library of Heaven. Okay, Sajiri knew each other. After half an hour, Sajiri came out of the starting point library and let out a big breath. The world of novels is exactly the same as in the previous life. There are many famous authors, and there are all the works that should be popular, as well as the works of eunuchs that are not popular. However, the two-dimensional novel works are much less, because this world does not have many fire animes such as Lelich, Fate, Forbidden, Iramanga, Spirit of the Halberd and many other people in the previous life. The goals of the text are mostly Naruto, Pirate, and Reaper. In other words, copying novels is unrealistic, and Sagiri didn't even think about copying novels, but just wanted to understand the current situation of the novel market. The system is a friendly reminder that the comics industry is introducing new ideas recently, and many comics adapted from novels are using new styles. I see. Sha Jiang lowered his head to ponder. It seems that the future development is not going to be smooth sailing. New styles of painting are emerging, and their own picture quality must be more exquisite than others in order to catch the eye. That's right, it's more exquisite. Gabriel's gaming notebook has only 2K resolution, and the colors have not been professionally modulated, so the painted works are not of full quality, and there are many flaws. When I get rich, I will buy a professional monitor and beat you with picture quality. The heart of a man named Wallpaper Crazy is burning. In addition to learning about the novel world, Sagiri went to learn about the music world. After more than half an hour of searching and listening to songs, Sahu-chan found that many singers are alive. Whether it is Chinese songs or English songs. Of course, many animation songs in previous lives are not included, such as the nuclear explosion Divine Comedy Alias, Yu reading www.yuyuganshu.com and various animation theme music. But this is only a superficial understanding. Sajiri needs a deeper understanding, so he called the system to investigate the information and pass it to her to read by instilling memory. Before she knew it, she had a vague understanding of the world. All in all, there hasn't been much change in the fiction industry here. The same is true in the music industry and the entertainment industry. There are still all kinds of things that have not changed, except that the development of the animation industry has been slower than the previous life by a few years. This almost killed Sagiri's path, and Sahu-chan rolled her eyes to the system, wondering if the system would have been finished long ago. Besides drawing comics and anime, what else can she carry? Still be a cartoonist honestly, don't you say that Dopo is very passionate, why don't you run a Lushu to crush him? What? The system gentleman told her that food supplier also wanted to adapt the comics, so what about Spirit of the Halberd? Wake up soon, the express is here, finish your teacher Iramanga first, and then have your spring and autumn dreams. Okay, Saguro-chan, who was reluctant to watch even Monday, opened her sleepy eyes and wiped her mouth to see if the time was better until 4:30 in the afternoon. Previously, Sahu-chan felt that it was troublesome to check the data, so she directly instilled the relevant data and memory into the system, so she fell asleep, and she did not expect that it would last for a few hours. When I instilled the memory of the original owner before, why didn't I feel sleepy? System, this is not the memory of the original owner, so the owner will have varying degrees of sleepiness when digesting the memory. Oh! Sahu-chan replied feebly, and then stretched out. The sweet sound of glutinous rice slowly rises, and her lazy figure looks very graceful in the dim sunset. The phone reminded her that the courier had arrived home. Chapter 15, It seems like it's too early. 2 days later, May 14, 2017. Iramanga Teacher Comics have 50,000 views, 102,000 recommended votes, and 33,000 collections. This is a very good uptrend. Saguri glanced at it at will, then returned to her working state, drawing every line with her heart. In the past, Saguri could draw 3 color pages a day, but with his own computer, the speed has increased to 4 color pages a day. In other words, without Gabriel's time limit, she can draw 28 color pages a week. However, Saguri does not intend to draw 4 color pages in a day, because the 4 pictures in the day represent paintings 24/7 without any spare time. It's not good. It's too hard to get 4 photos a day. It's like a machine that works 24 hours a day. It will inevitably damage some precision parts. Not to mention Saguri's body is low than the machine and can't stand for long. The toss of time work. Stretching slightly, Saguri suddenly remembered that today is Sunday, and that she should go to school tomorrow Monday. It's over, I have to go to school, what about this comic? Saguri looked melancholy. How many days off from school? Saguri said to herself in an uncertain tone. After thinking about it, I couldn't find any good ideas. In the end, the only way to go was cheeky asking for leave. It's impossible to ask for leave again on the comics side. If you ask for leave again, let's not say that readers have to send blades, the urging force of the comics editorial department will definitely take the lead. Shahu Sauce had a lot of courage to press the phone number of the head teacher, and then the ringing jingle sounded sweetly, and it took 5 seconds to become extremely long at this moment, as if it had been a century. In the 6th second, the class teacher's voice came from the mobile phone. Hey, is it Saguri, is your health better recently? The class teacher is named Tomizawa Kyoko. She is a 61-year-old woman. Although her hair is not white but not pure black, she has many wrinkles on her forehead. She is most concerned about Saguri's health. Why do you care the most? Actually, this is not because of cuteness, but because Saguri is always sick and often asks for leave from the class teacher, so the class teacher is always worried about Saguri's health. Shaojiang felt warm, and said, "Thank you Mr. Kyoko for your concern, I am much better now." But as soon as she finished speaking, she regretted it. We are here to ask for leave, not to go to school. Now that she said that, the difficulty of asking for leave has suddenly risen to level. Really, but a few days ago, your sister said that you fainted in the bathroom, maybe you have to rest for a few days. Ah, isn't it? Saguri Saw secretly gave a thumbs up to Raphael's room. Is an assist. Hell difficulty instantly rose to heaven difficulty, as long as you follow the topic, you can ask for leave as you wish. Sahu-chan, you have to exercise more. Life lies in exercise. You can faint if you take a shower in the bathroom. That one. Shaojiang wanted to say something but stopped. She wanted to say that I didn't recite this scapegoat, but I would lose if I said too much, so I didn't say it anymore. On the phone, Kyoko-sensei was frowning and thinking. Honestly speaking, Izumi Sagumi is too weak and will get sick at every turn. Now it is only 2 months away from the college entrance examination. Before that, he took another month off from school. If he drags on, I am afraid that he will not even be able to go to the lowest university. This is the Japanese Autonomous Region. The college entrance examination model is in line with China's June college entrance examination. Candidates from the Japanese Autonomous Region can pass the college entrance examination to enter a university in any province of China, and students from the mainland can also enter Japanese universities. For a full minute, there was no sound from the other end of the phone, as if the whole world had been pressed the mute button, like the silence before a storm. Shaojiang breathed the air quietly, listening to the silent torture, not knowing what the head teacher was thinking. Shaojiang, the college entrance examination is coming soon, and you have fallen a lot of homework. It stands to reason that the teacher does not allow you to ask for leave all the time, but things are special. Well, let's take a rest for another 3 days. If you are okay, come to class. I specially tutor you. Teacher Xingzi said earnestly. Well, thank you teacher. Sagiri said. After, it was time for teacher Kyoko to talk on the phone. She spent half an hour asking about Segumi's homework, and then found that she was wasting Segumi's phone bill, so she suggested QQ phone to teach. So Sagiri started to make a bitter phone call at night, and was tortured by teacher Kyoko for 2.5 hours, and didn't let her go until 10 o'clock. Sayachan has a good rest, and the teacher will continue to counsel on the phone tomorrow. Teacher Xingzi said good night to her in a caring tone. Shahusa suddenly froze upon hearing this. After a while, Mrs. Kyoko hung up the QQ call, leaving Sagiri to sit on the bed alone. After this incident, Sagiri realized the difficulty of Kyoko-sensei. Is the system there? Yes, master. The system gentleman was left in the cold for many days, and suddenly responded to Sagiri's call, excited like a husky. Collect the required knowledge of the college entrance examination of this world, and then pour it into my mind, okay? Well, cheating is bad behavior. The system was unspoken. Hey! Sagiri raised her brows, and her soft bangs just covered this cute and angry gesture. The system guy said profusely, the system guy can only collect things related to animation. This must knowledge for the college entrance examination is not included here. As for those novels, music, and other knowledge related to the comics industry, you reading www.yuyugonshu.com. After all, Japan's comics industry is very developed, and a well-known comic can drive the development of related animation, novels, and music circles. The system king hurriedly explained. A well-known manga, there will be fan novels, animation adaptations, and animation music, etc. According to the system, it is not wrong. However, the system master is still useful. As long as the master has read the book, the system master can write it down for you. The system master made up the knife. Shahusas heard the words, his face a little slow. If there is a way to cheat, Sagiri doesn't want to experience the sea tactics anyway. After solving the hidden danger of the college entrance examination, Sagiri's heart sank into the world of comics. Shajiang has 3 days to paint. Since he will be tutored by telephone in the evening, he can draw up to 9 coloring pages, plus the 8 coloring pages he painted over the past 2 days, making a total of 17 pages. The second chapter is 25 pages in total. It is reasonable to say that time is too late, but Sagiri thought of a lazy idea, which is to draw black and white comics. The system master knew Sagiri's thoughts and prayed silently for her friends. I don't know this person, really. 3 days later, May 17, 2017. Denjiki Wang Manga Station, teacher Iramanj suddenly updated the second episode. Is my wife Sagiri updated? Uncover the coffin and collapse, Sagiri-chan, I'm here. The quality of the painting style has not been reduced at all, and it is more exquisite than Dupa. I have the quality of the author, I am determined. A group of otaku and otaku are all boiling, and as soon as they read the first page, they flooded into the book review section of Iramanga and praised the update. But it didn't take long for them to find that they seemed to like it early. You have the first 8 pages of colorful manga, and the last 17 pages of black and white manga. What kind of trouble is this? Chapter 16, Ready to Go to School. Editor Zioman was eating bread and milk for breakfast, and suddenly heard the sound of the nectar of the mobile phone. He thought that someone who was particularly concerned about her was chatting with her privately. He didn't expect to open it. It turned out to be the second chapter of the comic update of Iramanga. I'll be ready in 5 days or less. The editor Xiaoman raised his eyebrows a little, but he didn't expect that the drawing speed of Yang teacher was quite fast. Ignoring breakfast, Xiaoman Zhang clicked in the second episode and started eating. The picture quality is as good as ever, and the details are fine. I finally saw Sahu-chan, she is so cute that she is hiding her door. Speaking of which, is it really okay for my brother to ask others' pen names so bluntly? Xiao Man gnawed a piece of bread, his eyes were shining, and he stared at Sagiri's expression from time to time, as if Sagiri's face was more attractive than bread. Haha, watching my sister say that she doesn't know that name with shame on her face, there is a strange pleasure in my heart. Well, this elder brother is also great, so he told his sister directly about such an topic. The more I watched, the more I liked Xiao Man, and she felt that Sagiri's whole body was cute. Whether she was angry or shy, every expression touched her heart. Then she turned to the next page, her expression suddenly frozen. Wait, this must be my eyes. Xiao Manzang put down the bread, rubbed his eyes vigorously, and then glanced at page 9. Black and white comic. A few times, Xiao Manzang's fingers moved, turning several pages, and found that the back was all black and white comics. How come the last 17 pages are all black and white comics? What's wrong with this world? Xiao Manzang feels that this world is full of deep malice towards her. Tell the truth, the feeling of reading colorful comics is far from the feeling of reading black and white comics. Reading the colorful manga of the Ocean Teacher, it seems that what I am watching is not a cartoon, but an animation, and various characters are vivid. Now reading Master Ocean's black and white comics, the feeling of reading comics has returned, and the visual perception of watching animations suddenly disappeared, and everything returned to normal. What about Cayman? I want Cayman. Ah, Mr. Yang, you pit me again. The editor of Xiaoman is going crazy. It turns out that Ocean Teacher updated 2 days in advance for no reason. This kind of lazy black and white comics is ironclad evidence. Looking at the book review area again, the fans are all in trouble. In the book review area, they yelled at the Ocean Teacher for shamelessness, and enthusiastically proposed to be colored. Teacher Ocean is asking for coloring. This kind of black and white color is really unbearable. Why the difference between the two is so big? It's dying. ID Sa Jiang is my wife screamed. Updated in advance? Well, fortunately I am late. Now that I see you in so much pain, I'll wait for Teacher Ocean to paint and watch again. I will give you 10,000 yen if you don't accept it. It means that using money for coloring is the truth. Farewell Dahang brother, come to the pit, and experience the dual-day experience of the color man and the black and white man. ID's Tyrant Gold has a sad expression on his face, and his hands are too quick. In the future, I will have to wait for others to test the poison before eating it. The use of color comics and black and white comics together is really unsavory, very poisonous. Strange, other cartoonists use color manga and black and white manga together, and it is not that serious. Why is it so uncomfortable to watch Ira Manga Teacher? Is it because the Ocean Teacher's color manga skills are too superb, so I watch black and white? Man has a particularly uncomfortable feeling. Someone analyzed. Because Sagiri's color manga uses the quality of animation, and the black and white manga does not need to be colored, the cuteness of my sister suddenly doubled, which caused a group of readers to complain. In fact, among cartoonists, this difference is not so serious, but in the face of Sagiri's full-point drawing skills, the difference suddenly becomes very serious. Full-point painting skills, the use of color to the top level, each color is not only the character, but also invisibly integrates the cute elements into the environment, so the characters and the environment atmosphere, the two are strongly integrated to form a stronger cute atmosphere. Shahu Sauce also did not expect that the color manga would be so different from the black and white man after the coloring. It seems that this is all due to the full marks of the painting technique. Sagiri was taking off her pajamas when she suddenly saw the QQ message on her mobile phone. Xiao Man first posted a black question mark face, and then said, Mr. Ocean, where is your color man page? This one is a voice message. When Sagiri listened to the overcast tone, she knew that Xiao Manzang was angry. Well, Sagiri had to answer seriously in the face of the manga editorial department's urging force. Well, I'm going to school today. The third year of high school studies is very heavy and I don't have time to draw, so the third manga will have to wait a long time. Sagiri deliberately bypassed the Cayman question. Xiaoman editor looks dazed. Go to school, who are you going to pit? Can high school students have this level of drawing? Xiao Manzang argued hard, saying, since you are a senior in high school, what's the first thing? Sorry, I forgot to tell you. I was sick for a month and took a leave of absence, and now I have to go to school. Actually, I also want to paint, but my family is unwilling to take the college entrance examination. Sagiri licked her lips cutely. Unfortunately, Xiao Manzang couldn't see it. This one. What else can Xiao Manzang do? I can't say that going to school is useless. Drawing cartoons is important, but other people's studies are also very important, which prevents Xiao Manzang from continuing to speak. Please, Xiao Manzang, I'm going to school now, let's talk about it later. Wait a minute. What's happenin'? Xiao Man chased after him, can you make up the color in the second episode? This is no problem, I will fill it up when I have time. After finishing Xiao Manzang, Sagiri began to put on the school's JK uniform. Since it is May Day and the weather is relatively hot, the school's JK uniform is a white canto-breasted sailor suit, and the miniskirt is a black and red Scottish skirt. Segumi Sauce buttoned a cute white bra, then put on a white canto-breasted sailor suit and tied the red bow. Next is the legendary leggings. Sagiri picks a white leggings at random. I took a look at my blue polka dot white pants, and it took more than 10 seconds to put on the leggings, and then pull up the skirt chain. Has Sahu-chan got up? Do you want me to help? Raphael had no class this morning and deliberately broke into the room and attacked. Unfortunately, she did not see the scene of Sahu-chan wearing indecent trousers. No, I can do it myself. Sahu-chan's face was reddened, and she shook her head cutely, and her soft forehead bangs also shook. Okay. Raphael's eyes lingered in the absolute realm of Sagiri, and when she heard Sagiri rushed out, the talent slowly withdrew. After wearing the miniskirt, it was the turn of the white stockings. Sagiri picked up a pair of ultra-long white stockings that were over the knees, put them on her legs and went straight to the leggings, without revealing any skin. Looking in front of the mirror, Sagiri once again felt her cuteness. The light blue hair hangs upside down like a waterfall, the water blue eyes are flawless, the soft bangs are slightly rolled up, and the tender white face makes people want to take a bite. The white sailor suit is lively and cute, and the ultra-short skirt. With the addition of white stockings and the reddish complexion, they all show the most adorable lowly temperament. Chapter 17, School Star. At the entrance, Raphael has white hair like a waterfall, wearing a JK uniform of the same style, the hem of the kilt just falls on the white thigh, under the skirt is white stockings that are knee-high but not capped. There is a legend between the stockings and the miniskirt. The absolute realm of the world, every move spurs people's hearts. The white canto-breasted sailor suit was supposed to be very cute, but it was supported by Raphael with a special flavor. Beside Raphael, Gabriel with long goose yellow hair, with messy hair, is putting her hands in her skirt pockets, carrying a shoulder bag, and sighing sleepily. At this time, Sahu-chan was carrying her small black leather bag down the stairs, her light blue long hair swayed gently, and she was scented. Does Sahu-chan need me to pick you up? Raphael looked at her expectantly. No, thank you. Sagiri shook her head. Why, today is Sagiri's first school day. Raphael looked hurt. Segumi Sauce resisted, no, I'm not a kid. Well, Gabriel Sauce must take good care of Sagiri Sauce. Raphael turned to tell Gabriel. Raphael, I'm a high school student, and Sahu is a third-year high school student. Who is taking care of whom? I won't talk about it, so sleepy. Gabriel gave her a glance, and she felt extremely sleepy in the middle of her speech, wishing to turn her head down. Sleep. After a while, Sagiri and Gabriel were on the road together. When I went to a private girls' school in Tokyo, there was a crowd of people on the road. The crowds of all kinds bowed their heads and buried their phones in their phones, their eyes were motionless, as if they hadn't noticed these two beautiful landscapes. After a while, an otaku looked up, looked away from the phone, and stared at the absolute realm of Sagiri and Gabriel. So cute, Lolita! The otaku wore an OL Western clothing and watched Sagiri and Gabriel leave. This scene is not the only one that happened. Sagiri walked all the way to attract the eyes of countless otakus, including some girls. Some of these girls are students from Tokyo Private Girls High School. They immediately rushed over when they saw Sagiri's school badge and said they wanted to be flower protecting messengers. In addition to Tokyo Private Girls High School, there is a Tokyo National No. 1 high school next to it. This school is a balanced school for men and women. Unlike Sagiri's school where there are only girls, these girls can't help expressing envy when they see Sagiri's school badge. Look! I heard that the beauty of Tokyo Private Girls High School is like a cloud. Look at this little loli, she is so cute, I really want to pinch it. The girls can't stop, they can only look far away and dare not play it. What is her name? She is so cute. If you want to know, just ask. The two rotten girls exchanged glances, finally plucked up the courage to ask. The result can be imagined. Sagiri stared at them back with her eyes, and with the presence of the flower-protecting envoy, they were driven away without being able to ask a few words. Did you watch Dupo today? The magazine has been updated to the second episode. Dufu, that's really good looking, very passionate, and Xiao Suner is also very cute. Sha Jiang and Jia Bailey walked to the school gate. When they were looking at the 5-story teaching building, they heard the passing girls holding a cartoon discussing fights breaking the sky. She fixed her eyes. Isn't this the manga magazine of Denjiki King? The cover is actually the male protagonist of the second episode of Fighting and Breaking the Sky. Okay, it's even more in the magazine. No wonder Sagiri couldn't catch up to the first place no matter how she chased it. I heard that the 4th episode has been updated on the internet, and it was published today. Well, it seems that Miss Ira manga has also been updated today. Hey, why did this topic turn to teacher Ira manga? Are they talking about their work or the manga teacher? Can you see Sagiri sauce again? Yes, Sahu-chan is opening the door. My sister is super cute, but it's so bad at the back, it's black and white. The girls went upstairs as they talked, and their voices became smaller and smaller until Sagiri couldn't hear them. Sagiri was slightly happy. It seems that his manga is very popular, and he can compare it with others. Did you hear Gabriel sauce? They talked about teacher Airman just now. Sha Jiang wanted to share the joy of her heart with Gabriel. Unexpectedly, Jia Bailey looked uninterested. She didn't know if she heard it or not. She nodded and said, Okay, let's say goodbye. It's weird that this kind of game internet-addicted sister can be interested in comics. After Jia Bailey bid farewell to Sa Jiang, she sat down on her seat and fell asleep. The whole person was buried on the tabletop, terribly decadent. Ira manga teacher has been updated. Has anyone watched it? Let's watch the ones that haven't been watched. I specially cached it at home. Add me. +1. Is Mrs. Araman the second in the new book list? Yes, the teacher ranks second, and Dupa ranks first. So Dupa is better than the teacher. No, everyone is a girl. Is it fun to watch the hot-blooded combat comics? It's better to watch Ira manga teacher. That's right, the lovely Sagiri-chan is the most loved, isn't it? By the way, I saw a person today, like the heroine of Ira manga sensei and Izumi Sagiri. Speaking of it, I seem to see it too, as if there is Gabriel beside me. Wait, you reading www.yuyugonshu.com heard what you said. I remember, Izumi Sagiri is Izumi Gabriel's sister, and she is in the 3rd year of high school. So, Gabriel was awakened by a group of fans. She had to rub her dark circles and asked, "Why, I want to sleep." "Don't be so cold, Gabriel-chan, is your sister Hekwan Sagiri? Will you leave after answering this question?" Gabriel sighed. At the same time, Sagiri just returned to her seat and was strongly watched by her classmates. "Welcome Sagiri home. Sahu-chan, are you a teacher of the ocean? Painting is so good, can you teach me?" Sahu-chan asks for an update. Sahu-chan wants to be colored, "I really can't stand the second episode, please. Sahu-chan is so cute, several times more cute than before, I really want to pinch. Ah, can you give me some personal space?" Sahu-chan frowned her pretty brows, but she didn't expect this group of people to be so fanatical. "Thinking about it, I used my own image as a template to draw into the comics. The comics names are so H. When I go back to school, I don't just wait to be watched." Everyone talked about each other, each one said a word, and the level of excitement was comparable to that of a vegetable market. In the end, the squad leader came out to stop everyone's enthusiasm, saying, "Don't make a noise, all return to your seats. Okay, Sagiri has to take the college entrance examination. It is impossible to take both school and college entrance examination into consideration." Shahusas heard the words and breathed a sigh of relief. It's still safe to stay at home. It's really not a good feeling to be watched by so many people when I go out. Rumble, the next moment she felt the vibration of the ground. Shahu-chan's face turned pale, could it be the second wave of fans? Chapter 18, Flip Book Shorthand. Please calm down, Sagiri needs to study quietly. If you don't abide by the treaty, Sagiri won't come to school in the future. Mr. The squad leader set up a fan group for Sagiri, and pulled a bunch of people into the group, and also brought in Sagiri by the way. "I'm going to die without Sagiri, it's so cute. So everyone must protect Sagiri-chan. All the fans in the group are fans." Seeing that Sagiri's appearance is the same as the comics, she has completely become Sagiri's true love. Just before this, the second wave of fangirls arrived on the battlefield, and the second group of people was not covered, and they soon blocked the army to protect the stunned Sagiri. After, the squad leader began to build a fan group, so this is what happened. "Everyone, pull all the Sagiri fans around into the group. This is our school's fan group. Don't pull students from other schools. At the same time, we must restrain ourselves and not mess with Sagiri. Do you know?" "Got it. Agree." Q Group news broke through 99+ instantly. Sha Jiang glanced at the phone, feeling slightly moved. "I didn't expect everyone to be so united. Is this the true fan of the system?" Took another look at the brain system, the information is as follows. Name, Izumi Sagiri. Fan value, 5076, finally, there is no need to make salted fish, but freshwater fish should also have great dreams, otherwise, what is the difference with a salted fish? Come on, the future big cartoonist. Active talent. Full score drawing technique, anyway, it is full score. Whether you use a computer to draw a picture or draw a picture by hand, the quality is leveraged. Close Wolves Defense LV2, never be afraid of the strange uncle who has practiced martial arts. But it is not very useful for martial arts masters, so in order to protect your body, please be careful of the super big bad wolf. Passive talent. The most adorable lowly temperament, 300% attractive to low ICN. The sound is soft and the body is soft and can be pushed down, the voice is super cute, the body is super soft, and it can push down the warming bed. The number of true love fans unknowingly breaks through the 5,000 mark. It seems that Sagiri is expected to be upgraded to a level of anti-wolf technique before the end of the month. Diddy. I want to hear Sagiri's cute voice. +1. Q Group news broke through 99+. At this time, the number of Q Group gradually increased, and it became 201 in the blink of an eye, which made Sahu-chan slightly startled. After a while, Sagiri made a voice, which aroused a bunch of fans in the Q group to scream. After a short while, half an hour passed, Sagiri felt time flew by. Okay, I can't do it anymore. I will finish today's learning task first. Shaojiang turned off the phone, patted her tender face, picked up the book and read. As for the students next to him, they did not bother Sagiri wittily. Because they have known Sahu-chan for 3 years, even if Sahu-chan suddenly became popular, they didn't feel anything, they just wanted to urge changes. Soon they heard a constant sound of flipping books. At first, no one noticed, but when they listened too much, they felt strange. Who is this guy who is always flipping through books and not reviewing it? So someone looked back, and it was Sahu-chan who turned the book. I saw Sagiri-chan turning page by page, browsing one page almost every second, turning one page every 2 seconds, and maintaining this frequency of mechanical turning. Izumi-chan, it is inefficient to turn the book like this. Segumi's front desk looked at her worriedly. It's okay, I'll just take a look, I forgot some of the content, quick browsing helps to remember. Sagiri smiled sweetly, her lovely smile blooming like a flower. The front table just nodded, not overwhelmed. This made Sahu-chan startled for a while. It stands to reason that her smile should instantly capture Loli's heart, but she has no reaction at all. Could it be that her most adorable Loli temperament has failed? Cough cough, Jun Rong interjects, not all girls in the world are low ICN. Jun ran out to maintain his sense of existence. Okay. At this time, Shahusas remembered the introduction of the most adorable Lolita temperament. The 300% attractiveness is only effective for Lolita. The front desk is not a fan of Sagiri, and doesn't usually read comics, so I stopped after a reminder. The sound of flipping through the book proceeded steadily. The front table turned around again, and Mai flicked it slightly, and saw that Sagiri had changed a book, and read the math after flipping through the Chinese language. Front table. Classmate. Jingle bell. Now starting class, the head teacher, Kyoko Tomizawa, is wearing an old striped shirt. He looks slightly rich and wears a pair of gold glasses. Although his hair is not white but not pure black, there are many wrinkles on his forehead. The first time she entered the door, she looked at Sayachan by the window, and she felt relieved when she saw that Sayachan had really come to school. Day. The head teacher mentioned gold glasses, tapped the podium with the textbook, and said, "Class." "Hello teacher." "Hello classmates, please sit down." After Shaojiang sat down, she continued to flip through the book motionlessly, looking at 10 lines at a glance. "System, all this knowledge is recorded," Sagiri said to herself. "Report to the owner, I have all written down." "That's good, let's go home and sleep with all the textbooks in mind." Sahu-chan thought very salty. There is the big killer of the system, what kind of book is there to memorize, it is better to go home and sleep, Sagiri secretly said with joy. Swish, the sound of turning the book has been going on. Compared to the teacher's lecture, the sound is indeed very small, but who is the teacher? The student who has been teaching for 40 years, watching the 4 directions and listening to all directions. Mr. Kyoko quickly noticed Sagiri's abnormal state. Only flips books, not memorizing books, and after flipping one book for another, there is no intention to stop at all. The teacher in charge darkened his mind and thought, this kid is really true. After more than a month of homework, he is very unfamiliar with any knowledge now, and he must be abandoning himself. I wanted to check her name in public, but now it's okay, and everyone has given up on her own. When Sagiri flipped to the biology textbook, the teacher just walked to her position and tapped the desktop with his finger to give a hint. Shaojiang hit a sharp spirit, and immediately dragged a language book with his right hand to cover the biology book, and then raised his head casually, staring at the head teacher with cute big eyes. UU reading www.uugonshu.com. The head teacher is not low ICN, but she likes children very much, so when she sees Sahu-chan's innocent eyes, she can't help but feel soft. So the head teacher's face was slightly soft, and he whispered, "Study hard." Saguri nodded vigorously. After the teacher left, the students around handed her a thumb. "Cell's so cute." Shushyshu. Saguri turned the book again, but this time it turned very slowly, and almost no sound came out. In this way, Sahu-chan flipped through the 2 class books and recorded all the textbooks and the answer analysis of the sea of questions and examination papers in the system. "Hey, go home and find a reason to pretend to be sick, school or something is too boring." After this school incident, Saguri found that school was so boring, and she didn't know any friends. Even if she knew him, he was also a friend of the former Saguri. After crossing, Saguri has no friendship for them, so the conversation is very strange. When Saguri decided to go home and pretend to be sick, an event was being planned in the fan group of Saguri. "Saguri is so wrong to be ranked second, I think she should be ranked first. But there are too many fans of Dopo's novels. How can we Saguri match others? Then we will go to their book review section to advertise and draw their fans over." Well, will something happen like this? There are those who are timid and weak. "No, Saguri is so cute, how can those otaku be willing to scold me? Let's go, sisters, go with me to the uprising, and push Saguri sauce to the top. It's Saguri's true love fan, just act." The horn of a fan battle is about to start. Chapter 19, Lead the War. But fighting is so strong, how are we going to defeat them? Silly, don't we use countermeasures? Let me tell you, let's buy an old account online, and then I will quote in the teacher's book review section, and you will quote in other comic sections. Drug scheme, sir, why didn't I think of it? SHHH. It's okay if you know, I will withdraw the news first while Sahu-chan didn't find it. Denjiki Wong Manga Station, the website of Dopakyang Comics. Fight Breaks the Sky has 400,000 hits, 690,000 recommended votes, and 230,000 favorites. In less than 5 days, the data of Dopo has soared all the way, riding a great dust, crushing all the comics on the new book list, and even hit the monthly ticket list, jumping into the top 100 monthly ticket list. Yes, the 4th episode of Dopo Sky is already a paid chapter, so the monthly pass function has been turned on. Many Dopo readers have thrown out their monthly pass to help him make the list. In one day, he ranked 59th on the monthly ticket list, with a total of 9,540. Also because Dopo pulled a bunch of original fans from the outside world, so Denjikia added a new batch of new readers. Some readers were dissatisfied with their desires after reading Dopo, so when they were searching in the library, they suddenly targeted Iramanj Teacher, which is number 2 in the new book list. Teacher Iramanj has 58,000 views, 110,000 recommended votes, and 39,000 collections. Not to mention that it is a life comic, the name alone attracts a bunch of otaku and rotten girls with unhealthy thinking. The hostess is so cute, I don't know why, I like Saguri sauce better than Xiao Suner. Is this because Saguri sauce is a teacher of Huang Man? A new reader commented. Some readers asked for more, and said, the second half of the black and white bad reviews, curse the ocean teacher is not JJ. Upstairs lit up, don't you know that teacher Hyang is a girl? She doesn't have JJ in the first place. Originally the teacher was a girl, disrespectful and disrespectful. The tiger's body shakes to show respect. Some girls made angry expressions and wrote, don't be dirty. Be elegant. Except for these posts, the book review area is all red, all for rewards for coloring. In the atmosphere of coloring in the book review area, a quote saying fighting is the king, ocean teacher's comics are nothing but rubbish, quietly exploded in the book review area. ID Sajiang is my wife sent a black question mark, indicating that the host is mentally retarded. What the hell, what the are you looking for scolding? ID 2 Haojin popped out. The host's ID horrible like this replied on the 10th floor, it's not for scolding, but that everyone here is rubbish. You haven't seen Dupo, how can you know that Xiao Yan is so powerful? It's ridiculous, what type of Dupakyang is, fantasy and passion. Our teacher drew the lifestyle, the two can't be beaten by 8 poles, and they can't be compared at all. Are you drenched in your head for Dupafen? The poster is mentally retarded and doesn't explain, but he actually came to the teacher's book review area to scold him. Isn't this a court death? If you don't explain, this comic is just rubbish. There is a kind of fight to break the book review area. Lao Tzu, an angry lotus with 8 colors of Buddha, blasts you to death. ID terror like this replied to everyone on the 100th floor with a gesture of pride. People stunned their tongues. In terms of online novels, he is possessed by Long Aotian. The signing is complete, the IQ is in arrears. Long Aotian, your mother called you to go home for dinner. Some fans who don't read novels wondered, isn't it Xiao Yan? What is Long Aotian, please answer. I'm relieved to see that everyone is him. ID I will give you if I don't accept it, replied on the 1001th floor. In just 1 hour, the number of replies to this post reached more than 5,000. Master, you are too late, we are despised by Dupa fans, don't you want to fight back? Don't be afraid of everything, brothers follow me. Brother De Diao clicked to open the 5 QQ groups of the support group, and used the identity of the administrator to send 5 announcements in a row, expressing his desire to fight for death. This is the news jointly released by the 5 QQ groups of the support group. The 5 groups are all 2,000 people. Among them, 4 of the Q groups are full, and the 5th group has more than 1,800 people. The 6th group is still being established. These 5 Q groups jointly posted in the Iramanga Teacher Book Review District, and immediately voted for the title, expressing that they were uncomfortable watching the fight, breaking the powder and shooting the map, so they organized people of insight to fight to the death in the fight. In just half an hour, the number of replies to the title has reached more than 5,000. That's right, at 12 o'clock today, the Dupo book review area will be blown up, let them see who is more arrogant. De Diao brother and local tyrant Jin and other digital readers jointly invested 50,000 yen, indicating that fans participating in the battle can receive red envelopes in the Q group. Some fans who turned from Dupo saw it and felt that something was going to happen. This, you fellow Daoists have something to say, we don't know the horrible Dao friends, and I haven't seen this person speak in the Dupo book review area. It may be a pirated user. A Dupa fan who likes Izumi Sajiri came over to be a peacemaker. He is the leader of Fights Break Sphere and Iramanj teacher. It can be seen that he likes both sides, so he doesn't want to see both sides. Hey, brother, are you kidding me? The anti-piracy capability of Denjiki King has been internationally verified. It is almost impossible to see piracy. Someone reminded him. In this world, the first-line comic websites such as Boy Jump, Boy Sunday, Boy Magazine, Denjiki Dawang have been verified by the International Network Association Anti-Theft Organization, and the crackdown on anti-piracy is 100 times that of the previous life. A group of Fight Break and Sajiri fans argued for reason, saying that they could use more gentle methods, but they couldn't bear the horrifying Long Aotian ridicule of others. No, he even scolded himself. You are so rough, who wants you to be peacemakers? Either support the fight, or go to see the girls, don't chat and quarrel. Yu reading www.yuyugonshu.com, we are not like you. Scum. The ID Horrible opened another single post, specifically mocking those peacemakers. Okay, now even the peacemaker is angry, just ignore it and let the situation go on. Stun this grandson of the tortoise, I am not the old song next door if he doesn't attack him, the reader of ID Lao Song next door is in the city angered. The old king next door is here to help out, Lao Song takes me one. ID the old king next door is in the countryside also posted. Brother Dahang took a look before the war, and typed in casually, the 2 IDs upstairs are on. If I don't support the wall, I will convince you. Scenes like this kind of fan scolding, are quietly staged in major comics districts. Many people realize that a quiet storm is coming. At 12 o'clock on May 17, the page in the Do Po Kangchiang book review area suddenly crashed and could not be refreshed. 1 minute later, the book review area still cannot be refreshed, and the scene is terribly dull. 2 minutes later, more than 8,000 messages suddenly popped out, detonating the book review area. Everyone draw your sword, help the teacher explode the chrysanthemum. Iramanga teacher is coming to the slaughter page, and Sajari takes you into the daily life of Menmei. Where is the horrible? I am looking for you to fight. Do Bro fans don't look down on people, we just love to see cute girls. When the Dupo book review area exploded, in the fan group of the Tokyo Private Girls High School, the group owner typed as follows. Successfully led the battle, everyone has worked hard. Your squad leader has worked hard. Don't say anything, withdraw quickly, don't let Sagiri-chan see it. To understanding. Soon, the topic of the Q group shifted to other hotspots, as if the just initiated war had never happened. Chapter 20, Dumb Hair. Fighting the comic book review area, a series of curse posts are closely arranged, surging like a wave. One of the posts with more than 10,000 replies seemed particularly intense, and the person who opened the post happened to be as scary as ID. The title, It's Not Who I Am Targeting. I just want to say that everyone in this room is except Dupo. The picture is rough and ugly, and the muscles are bulging like something. It makes me nauseous. It's not as good as what the teacher Dupo painted. All in all, the comics such as ER are just ants on the ground, and they are not even qualified to shine Xiao Yan's shoes. Everyone draw their swords and fight for Sahu-chan. ID Sahu-chan is my wife, occupies the second floor, and he is still the MVP in terms of hand speed. The teacher's support team is here to slaughter the version. Tuban. The poster is mentally retarded, IQ is in arrears, and the comics on the Denjiki King's new book list have no so-called muscle wind. You are just a frog in the bottom of the well and you have little knowledge. Great Hanging Lord participated in the war on the 10th floor and wrote, "Keep your dog eyes open. Our teacher's painting is better than Dupa. The muscle lines you said don't exist at all. Don't be blind if you haven't seen it." ID horror like this continued to take the rhythm, yes, I just haven't seen how it is. Dupa is my only one. Only Xiao Yan is the strongest. As for other people's comics, no matter how you draw them, it will be better than teacher Dupo. He brought a wave of mental retardation, which caused a group of fighting fans to agree, saying that other comics would not work. The situation has become more serious now. After all, Horrible is firing a map cannon. The goal is not only for Iramanj teacher. At this time, fans from other comics area also came to war, flooding the place with a wave of comments. At number %, MMP mentally retarded, talking to you is tired. The number of replies exceeded 15,000 in just a few minutes. At this time, someone called a moderator, and first banned the ID Horrible, and then manually deleted the post. This 15,000 shocking comment quickly disappeared. When the moderator was thinking that he could breathe a sigh of relief, he didn't expect more comments to come up. The mentality of cursing and fighting is not good, and the post is forced to be deleted after a few curses. It must be a guilty conscience. I'll go, this can't be deleted. Moderators brought several sub-moderators, and each person deleted 60 posts in 1 minute. After a few minutes, not only did it not decrease, but also nearly 10,000 posts were added. Deleting posts has a guilty conscience? Fighting can't work. It's too tasteless. I actually scolded us for all muscles and lines. Don't speak up if you haven't watched Iramanga teacher. I'm worried about your IQ. You guys, please calm down. Although I don't know what happened, I'm sure of one thing. It must be someone who is fighting against us. We don't mean that everyone's 3 views are right, but at least not. Open the map cannon indiscriminately, please trust the character of this moderator, and give you a reply in an hour, please be quiet. The moderator Yan Daijun said. After a while, Brother De Diao sent a single post saying that the battle was successful, and everyone can withdraw their red envelopes. Get the red envelope. Red envelope +1. I'm here for the 50,000 yen package. A bunch of red envelope posts in the Dopo area made the moderator's face darker after reading it. What the hell, if you want to celebrate, you shouldn't come here to post. It's really not a public square. The popularity of the book review area has dropped. At first, there were more than 100 people clamoring, but later it was sparsely out of combat effectiveness. The moderator took a closer look. It turned out that the people from the Ocean Teachers Support Group had withdrawn early, and those who remained were true fans of other comics. Headache, why don't you come to a small Black House day trip spree? The moderator sent a crazy QQ expression in the elder group. Don't moderators, you ban people, others can take screenshots, secretly take them to make articles, this kind of sunspots don't care, and they will withdraw when they get tired. The female deputy moderator said. Damn it, who the is this terror like this, dare we fight against it? The moderator said angrily. The deputy moderator of the starting point 10 years old bookworm said, this person seems to be teacher Iramanga. Later, at 12 o'clock, he ran to the Dopo area and quarreled with others. He also fired a map cannon by the way. Other comics are said to be worthless. This thing is abnormal. Someone must be making trouble. Several moderators were so heartbroken that they had no reply to their private chat about horrible, so they had to push the mess to teacher Dopo. The author of the comic book Dopo Kengtian named Dopo Teacher, which shows that he loves Dopo very much. After receiving the news, Mr. Dopo first locked the target of suspicion on Mr. Ocean, guessing that she might be behind the scenes, because only the fans of Mr. Ocean were the most excited about this incident. Could it be the Ocean teacher? No matter what, let her some fans, I have 10 publicity recommendations next week, and she can't shake my position no matter how dark it is. Teacher Dopo glanced contemptuously at the comic interface of Iramanga teacher. He has read this comic. To be honest, the heroine Hishumi Sajiri is really cute, and the quality of the comics is indeed better than him. However, I can't be too persuaded. It's necessary to put some words on the scene. He is a Dopo teacher, and naturally will not grow her aspiration to destroy her prestige, so he thought for a while and typed a paragraph. Given that teacher Hyang is a sister, teacher Dopo is not too ruthless, so he only posted on Weibo and wrote. Given that you are a girl, I didn't correct it in the past, but if there is another time, I will prove it in the black to let you know that our Yan League is not soft and soft. Persimmon. 12:20 at noon, just in time for school. Green trees can be seen along the road. Tokyo Private Girls High School is built on a high altitude. From the school gate, you can overlook half of Tokyo and the blue and white sky clouds. The black asphalt pavement is flat and curved, and the road railings spiral down the mountainside to the foot of the mountain, like a black snake extending into the reinforced concrete urban construction forest. A girl with long light blue hair wears a canto-breasted sailor suit. Although the top is not very prominent, the absolute field between the miniskirt and knee-high stockings is infinitely fascinating. Next to is Gabriel with long goose yellow hair. Her hair is very messy. There are more than a dozen dull hairs that are up to 5 centimeters high. She shakes her kilt as her legs move, and her cute face makes people can't help but take a bite. Don't move Gia Bailey, let me hold it down. Sahu's eyes condensed, and he reached out to touch Gia Bailey's head. What are you doing? Gabriel had just woke up now, a little confused, but not too sleepy, so she realized that Sagiri wanted to touch her head, and she was a little reluctant. Shahu touched her head earnestly, and said, "Help you clean up your dull hair, don't move." "Hey? Don't care about that kind of stuff." Gabriel slid away sideways. But how could Sagiri let go of this opportunity? Naturally she has to chase after her. The two chased and chased away, making endless noises along the way. From time to time, laughter sounded, causing a group of people to linger. "By the way, isn't that Izumi Sagiri? I seem to have seen a real person." Are you talking about the author who is fancied by fans?" "It seems to be, she is a high school student, no wonder she is so capricious." Chapter 21, Answers Like Flow. When it was sent out, I suddenly found that the font color of was black, not blue as imagined. What's the situation? Did teacher Hyang not establish a Weibo account? Teacher Dupo looked dazed and embarrassed. This situation is like he has already started to curse, but others have not heard it at all, or that others can't hear it. Well, people who don't even have a big V account on Weibo, I really shouldn't spray her, it seems that I am weak. Teacher Dupo's Weibo was established in the past few weeks, and now has 2 fans. 100,000, can be described as a small well-known person. Teacher Dupo thought for a while, and deleted this Weibo casually. This Weibo has just been posted for 3 seconds, and its reading volume has just reached 101. Even if it is deleted, it will not cause waves. But what he didn't expect was that someone actually took a screenshot of this matter and was sent to the gossip reporter. Sagiri's house, Tokyo, Japan. There are 4-meter wide floor-to-ceiling windows on the first floor. Inside the windows are 3 sofas, a wall-mounted TV, and a log table with 4 legs. Sitting on the log 4-legged table were 3 girls in sailor suits, one with white hair and a proud figure, one with yellow hair and rounded cheeks, and the other with light blue hair and tender cheeks like spring. I can't wait to rub her into my arms. Sahu-chan, do you want to take a break before the college entrance examination? At the table, Raphael brought the Japanese-style curry chicken and rice into his mouth, his cheeks were bulging, and he looked very cute. And Gabriel was holding a bottle of pepper, and she instigated Sagiri to pour the pepper 8 times, indicating that it would be more delicious to eat like this. "School is too boring, I think it's better for me to paint at home," said Sagiri, shaking her head and rejecting Gabriel's kindness. Gabriel did not give up. After putting down the pepper bottle, he picked up the sugar bottle and said that if you pour it 20 times, the curry will be more delicious. "But what about your college entrance examination?" Raphael looked worried. Sahu thought that it would be useless to say that. It's better to take some real skills to calm the old sister, and then the suspension of school will be a matter of course. "Sister, don't worry, there is no problem with the college entrance examination. If you don't believe me, you can take a mock paper to test me. It only takes half an hour to get a full score." Sagiri swore her chest to make sure, then took the sugar bottle from Gabriel's hand, and scooped a spoonful of sugar into Gabriel's curry rice, causing the latter to rebound strongly. Giabali's right hand was in the shape of a claw, blocking Sagiri's attack, holding a pepper bottle in her left hand, ready to take advantage of the loopholes and spray a little over. Okay, don't bother you two." Raphael reluctantly stopped the dinner struggle between the two, then changed his tone, blinked slyly, and said to Sahu, "If Sahu sauce is very if you want to paint, my sister will promise you, but only if you can get a full score within half an hour." "Thank you, Raphael." When Sagiri heard the words, her tight brows suddenly loosened, and her smile as bright as the sun warmed people's hearts, and her soft bangs swayed. The bright eyes seemed to have a ray of light, which made Raphael feel itchy and want to be right. She uses facial cleanser Dafa. In front of Sagiri's desk, there is a white examination paper, handwritten, and its title reads, Summary of Raphael Mathematical Mistakes, Homemade, Test Paper 1.0V Edition. This test paper is not a standard college entrance examination simulation paper. The question types in it are accurately derived from 5-year college entrance examination, 3-year simulation, and various tutorial books. Each question is carefully selected by Raphael, and the question type is not adopted. The 7:2:1 difficulty ratio of the college entrance examination is adopted, but the 5:3:2 difficulty ratio is adopted. 50% simple questions, 30% medium questions, 20% difficult questions. Don't be surprised, this test paper was made when I collected wrong questions in my 3rd year of high school. Before the college entrance examination, I used the wrong question bank to make several sets of test papers. This is the first self-made test paper. When Raphael talked about this, a faint domineering temperament gradually emerged on his body. Sure enough, none of the students who can be admitted to the University of Tokyo is a good one. Just looking at this learning method, Sajari feels like a mountain. If it's her, she wouldn't bother to implement this method even if she thought of it. The reason is that she is too lazy to collect the wrong questions, even too lazy to organize the wrong questions into test papers and take the test back to herself. Without a word, Sajari wrote and answered, her eyes focused, and her heart could not be distracted. Raphael looked aside with surprises, and found that Sajari's eyes were very strange. There seemed to be 2 kinds of eyes, but after a daze, the feeling disappeared again. Shahu's pen is like a god, moving clouds like water, answering multiple choice questions in seconds, and answering 12 math questions in just 12 seconds. No, I won't talk about the first 8 questions. The next 4 questions are actually answered in seconds. Did Sajari have done it? Raphael secretly guessed. The fill-in-the-blank questions are still answered in seconds, almost unable to stop Sajari's answering speed. Raphael's eyes widened when he saw this, and he felt like a beeping dog. Wait! This doesn't count, you have done these questions, let's change a physics paper. Raphael hurriedly said. Okay. Shahu put down the black signature pen, with a wisp of shrewdness in his eyes. This time I changed the physics wrong question summary test paper. Sajari's answering speed was obviously slowed down a lot, or the answering process was obviously normal, not as thrilling as the drag racing just now. Why do you say that? Because there is a piece of scratch paper on the right-hand side of Sajari. Every time Sajari answers a question, he will quickly calculate it on the scratch paper, and each question takes an average of 30 seconds to 1.5 minutes. Every step of the process is not to mention all the list www.readaloud.com, but the key calculation process is captured by Raphael. It's a fast calculation speed. Isn't Sajari's physics the worst? Why did you answer so fast? Raphael was puzzled. The reason she asked to change the physics paper was because the physics was Sajari's weaknesses. I still remember that Sajari's physics scores were counted down in the class. Once the head teacher had a conversation with Raphael, saying that she should teach Sajari's physics when she was free. Brushing, only 7 minutes later, Sajari's calculations have reached a big problem, and the draft paper is also full of arithmetic formulas and calculation processes. Looking at the densely packed physical symbols and numbers, Raphael's expression is still in disbelief. And in just a few minutes in a daze, Sajari answered all the questions. The answer is over. Sajari held up the physics test paper and looked at her expectantly. Let's see. Raphael's eyes moved together. Although the specific answering process was forgotten, the answer to this physics test paper is still in her mind. It seems to be all right. Raphael looked back and forth twice, and finally couldn't be sure. So I can suspend school. Sajari blinked her eyes. No, you have to take a dozen more exams, otherwise I don't worry, in case you are wrong. Raphael had just finished speaking, and thought that this was wrong. Sagiri's draft paper was filled with her, which shows that this is not a fool. Is it necessary to take the test? Sagiri slightly resisted. Physics is fine, but for other subjects, you must have one copy of each item. You are not required to get a full score. If you pass the 9-component number, you will be considered to have passed the level. Raphael also had to play a trick for the sake of Sagiri's future. Well then. Sagiri nodded reluctantly. Chapter 22, Eating Melon Girl Sagiri Sauce. In order to test Sagiri's homework, Raphael took the initiative to skip the afternoon class and took out several wrong question papers in his own collection. Brush, except for Chinese and English, the completion time of each test paper is almost completed within 15 to 20 minutes. As for the language, because there is a composition problem, so the time is extra. While there is a listening test in English, the test time is also calculated separately. In this way, until 4 o'clock in the afternoon, Sahu finally finished 9 subjects. 9 subjects, including language, mathematics, English, politics, history, geography, and biochemistry. The reason why she took the 9 exams was because Raphael deliberately embarrassed her. She never expected that Sagiri would not refuse anyone, and each of them scored more than 90%. Now Raphael is gone, so she lied to teacher Kyoko, saying that Sagiri was ill again. She wanted to ask the teacher to retain Sagiri's college entrance examination qualifications, and Sagiri would definitely come for the exam on the day of the college entrance examination. Teacher Kyoko heard that he wanted to visit home, but Raphael wisely refused. Sent teacher Kyoko away, Raphael clapped his hands and said, "Okay, now the teacher won't bother you." Thank you Raphael. Sagiri ran to kiss Raphael's cheek, happy like a jumping bunny. Raphael couldn't help it anymore, and he hugged Sagiri and came to a facial cleanser dafa, kneading it happily. Sagiri sauce is so soft. Sagiri was forced to rub her face, her nose was buried in the sailor suit and it was difficult to breathe, not to mention smelling a young girl's fragrance. I'm going to die. Shock, there was a fan fight in the Dupo web comic zone. Hundreds of fans in the comic zone jointly attacked. The black hand behind the scenes pointed directly at the teacher of the ocean, as evidenced by the picture. Weibo's Big V number A Life is Everywhere gossip published. This is the gossip account of a gossip magazine editor. It collects some interesting internet stories and publishes it on the internet. If it is very popular, it will also be sent to the gossip magazine. And the fan fight in the Dupo comic zone was not too big or too small, and it just shocked the Denjiki King's comic circle, so the gossip editor got a little bit of information. One of the strong materials is the information deleted by teacher Dopo. After a while, the number of readings of the gossip information reached 20,000 plus, and the number of comments reached 647. It was far less enthusiastic than the fans in the comics area, but it did cause a little impact. After all, Dupo is a big IP, and it will be distracted in a short time. Reprinted by Big V. This message revealed that Mr. Ocean was the mastermind of this incident, and Mr. Ocean himself had just finished dinner and logged into QQ subconsciously. Unexpectedly this login, a bunch of messages popped up. A group of members of the Ocean Teachers Support Group chatted privately, "Ocean Teacher, are you the mastermind behind? I misunderstood you. I didn't expect you to be such a girl, so it hurts my heart." Xioman Editor, Teacher Hyang, you are in trouble, let's apologize to Teacher Dupo, our editor will help you suppress the matter. High school friend Tetsuko Hamaguchi, Sagiri, the gossip Weibo account is hacking you, do you want to send the sisters back? There are still a lot of them below. Sagiri looked dazed, as if something terrible happened today, but she knew nothing. Sagiri thought for a while, first went to the school fan group to ask about the situation. After all, that group is all girls from his school, so the environment should be purer. Sagiri, hello everyone, is there any important event that happened today? Oh, Sajari sauce is online. Big incident? The fan battle at noon today, did Sajari-chan not see it? Now the posts have been deleted in batches by the backstage staff, and Saguri can't read it even if she wants to. It doesn't matter if you haven't seen it, those posts are horrible, and there are all kinds of filthy words. If Saguri can see it, it will definitely be contaminated. Saguri's heart is speechless. Is it necessary to take care of her like a baby? She is not a child. Sajari tried hard to say that she had reached the age of 18, and she was a legal loli, but the world only saw that she was cute, but often ignored the fact that she was an adult. My comics are already very dirty, what else can stain me? Come on, tell me everything. Sajari picked up the hand-painted board and drew a self-made Sajari little emoji with a few brushes. The expression is very simple. The light blue long-haired Izumi Sajari is wearing a plaid pajamas, lying on the bed and begging to be informed. This expression is so cute, I want it. I was cute, and I feel full of motivation again, a message from an off-duty party. The medical soldier, I'm dying, I want more blood. +1. +1. A group of information flowed down like a waterfall, and none of them were for seriousness. Saguri couldn't help covering her forehead, saying that she didn't know these stupid and adorable girls. It seems that I can only chat with my friends privately, Saguri thought. After a long time, Saguri learned the details from the monitor. It turned out that there was a fan battle at noon. Fans from the major comics districts ran to the Dopo district and angered the ID horrible as this. One of the most active fans is the support group of Iramanga Teacher, which gathered thousands of people in almost an hour, launched a joint general attack at 12 o'clock, and made a big red envelope of 50,000 yen. Reward: encourage everyone to slaughter the version. Generally speaking, this has nothing to do with Sajari. Because his fans were too enthusiastic and the gun shot out, Sajari lay down. Of course, the squad leader still has something to tell her, but Sajari doesn't know it. After understanding the ins and outs, Sajari became suspicious of ID's horrible. In her mind, some people wanted to hack Iramanga Teacher, so she adopted this black method. Sajari told the editor of Zyoman about her thoughts truthfully. In order to increase her persuasive power, Sajari purposely responded to her with her voice. On the other side, Xiaoman listened to the cute glutinous sound, feeling that the whole person was about to melt, and almost agreed to Sahu's initiative to suppress the matter. Sahu-chan, don't worry, I'll ask the editor-in-chief. He should agree. Xiaoman Zhang turned Segumi's voice to the editor-in-chief. It seems that she also knows that voice is a big killer. Editor-in-chief Yoko finished listening to the voice, only this reply. Xiaoman didn't know what the ... meant, so Yu reading www.yuyugonshu.com had to ask again, Editor-in-chief, you agree? The Editor-in-chief didn't reply. In fact, he ran to ask Teacher Dopo if he could take a step back. Teacher Dopo, Teacher Hyang seems to have been wronged, what do you think? Forget about it. Teacher Dopo was a little unhappy and said, how can this work? I said it doesn't matter this time. Maybe another jumping clown will pop out next time. Isn't my great Yan League so majestic? Let me think about it. The editor-in-chief is also not sure about this. In fact, it is normal for Dupa to be hacked. After all, the tree attracts the wind, and it is also hopeful that Iramanj Teacher will be hacked. After all, the picture quality of the Ocean Teacher is there, no matter which website it is placed on. They are all potential stocks and can attract a lot of fans. And this incident may not be an oolong deliberately made by other websites. The editor-in-chief's gaze flickered. The middle-aged uncle and successful man's face was tapping the desktop with his fingers, and he was performing a scheming game of website digging. For example, someone wants to use the hand of the Electric Shock King to suppress the Ocean Teacher, and then take the opportunity to extend an olive branch to the Ocean Teacher, saying that the treatment here is 10 times better than the Electric Shock King, and will never let the ocean teacher be wronged and promise various benefits. Forget it, no matter who made it, teacher Iramanj must be preserved. The editor decided in his heart. Recently, the King of Electric Shock has been trying to break through the ice of the Royal Road, and this cute style of daily comics just points the way, and constantly absorbs the fresh blood brought by the fight, and may be able to squeeze into a squeeze in the next few months. A well-known signboard of Denjaki. Looking at the new book list again, in addition to fighting and breaking the list, the following 9 comics are trying to create easily, and there is no muscle line style in the past. One of the most successful is Iramanga Teacher. Chapter 23, Let's Wash and Sleep. At more than 8 o'clock in the morning the next morning, that is, on the morning of May 18th, the King of Shocks issued an announcement with the following content. Regarding the May 17th fan war, it has been confirmed that this incident was a deliberate smear of a comic website. The target of the smear was Fights Break Sphere, and the fan group of Iramanga Teacher was very enthusiastic and capable of execution. It's too prominent, so let the caring person bring the rhythm. A large number of explanations were published, not only did not block the comics under the banner, but also promoted it for Dopo and the teacher. Teacher Dopo saw this result, although he was not satisfied with it, but he had to accept it. There is no way, the editor-in-chief is unwilling to break the branches and leaves. As for whether this is true or not, teacher Dopo is too lazy to pursue it. As a big man, wouldn't it be shameless to embarrass a little girl, is it? Sajari breathed a sigh of relief after seeing the result. It seemed that her cute voice was still very lethal, and even the editor-in-chief could not refuse to accept it. In fact, the editor-in-chief's decision is based on the company's interests, which has nothing to do with whether the voice is cute or not. Zioman, is teacher Hyang here? Yes. Sajari returned after a second, expressing her gratitude again. After receiving the reply, Xiao Man started to do business and wrote. That's it. Recently, a love comic on Denjaki King has ended. In view of your outstanding results, our editorial department jointly discussed and specially approved the serialization of Iramanga Teacher in the Denjaki King comic magazine. May I ask the teacher, would you like to serialize it on Denjaki King? Xiao Man thought for a while, his tone was a bit blunt, so he made a small change before sending it to Sajari. Sajari decisively agreed after reading it. Must agree, disagree is a puppy. This is simply a great thing for the country and the people. Oh no, this is a great thing for self-interest and housekeeping. It can not only increase your reputation, but also promote the cute style of painting, so that otaku all over the world will do this. Scream. Ahem, Xiao Manzang is calling you, don't be in a daze. The system of the disconnected chapter suddenly popped out, trying to maintain his humble presence. Sajari was suddenly interrupted by the system, slightly uncomfortable. At this time, after the ticking sound, she discovered that Xiao Man edited 2 documents in a row, one contract signing template, and the other official signing document. I want to send the contract again. Sajari's answer made Xiao Manzang feel very tired. It's a big deal to serialize in a magazine, okay, you know, the sales volume of Denjaki King is in the millions per issue, and each serialization is a huge return on the manuscript fee. Such a heavy thing seems to be nothing in Sajari's eyes. In fact, Xiao Manzang didn't know that Sajari had a god-level man library. If he knew it, he would probably understand Sajari's mentality. After a while, the task of printing this contract fell on Raphael, while Sajari opened the Q group of the support group and observed it secretly. Today's Q group is extremely popular, going up and down 999 plus every minute, which makes Sajari more vigilant. Could it be said that the horror is back? The ID name appeared in Sajari's heart. When she thought that some fan battle was about to start, she did not expect to wait for 10 minutes and saw a fan manga author publish a manga. This manga is the color version of the second chapter of Ira manga. Great brother, the second episode finally has a color version. Ocean Teacher's black and white manga skills are very high, but there is no harm if there is no color contrast. I initially painted the color yesterday and modified it overnight, but I still did not reach the quality of the first 8 pages of color manga. Please do not spray too hard after reading it. The author of the fan manga said. Facing such kind people, everyone is naturally reluctant to scold him. Even Sajiri saw him and gave him a thumbs up secretly. Speaking of which, it is a good idea to let someone help me color, should I give it a try? Sajiri was thinking about it, and there was a new dynamic in the Q group, and the reply once again soared every minute, reaching 999 plus. The download is complete, start the virus test. Preliminary test of poison, comment, I still don't read it. It is the kingly way to wait for the teacher to paint. The second reply from Poison Master, the color is poisonous, I don't feel it at all. Sorry, I don't have any bad intentions, but I have to say, let's wash and sleep, and wait for Teacher Ocean to paint someday, please be sure to add it if you don't accept it, please take you. Brother de Diao retreated. Indicates highly toxic. Is it so poisonous? The kind-hearted CO author had a guilty expression on his face. To be honest, he didn't know what to do, and he thought it was clear, but he didn't expect everyone's reaction to be so intense. When the author sees his own work from the author's perspective, he naturally cannot see the flaws in it. Sajiri saw everyone's reaction, and vaguely realized that his perfect painting skills seemed not so simple. With a beep, QQ indicates that the download is complete and you can unzip and read the comics. Sajiri opened the compressed package and clicked on a picture to read on. The first 8 pages were painted by myself without any activation, so Sajiri jumped directly to the 9th page. How do you say, there are indeed more colors on page 9, but the color ratio is obviously out of balance, the cool colors are more, and the warm colors are obviously less. What's the matter? The cuteness after coloring is not as cute as the black and white manga. If it is compared with the color manga on page 8, this sense of hierarchy will be stretched a long way away. Sahu said to herself. After thinking about it, Sajiri was puzzled, and the Doujin writers in the Q group also expressed ignorance after hearing everyone's suggestions. Isn't this hue very normal? What are you talking about? I am not red-green blind, this is really okay. Well, I don't think it's a problem here. Do you think this color should be warmer, but I think it's too heavy. The manga author made the opposite opinion. What's the matter with the system, is there something wrong with the author's eyes? Some problems are very obvious, as long as they are pointed out by others, they can definitely be corrected. However, the author can't see the problem. Yu reading www.yuyugonshu.com sometimes finds the problem and doesn't know how to correct it. Full score painting skills, not just full score. The system deliberately coughed, and he could see that he was very lonely, otherwise he would not use this low-level technique to attract Sajiri's attention. Once the comics written by the master take shape, they will have the unlearnable indescribable power. Even if the other authors want to imitate, they can only imitate the artistic conception of 80% at most, and it will never exceed 80%. The system master firmly said. It is precisely because of the unlearnable and unspeakable power brought by the full-point painting technique that the author imitated the coloring skills of the first 8 pages during the coloring process, so he fell into the stereotypes and couldn't get the true meaning. The comics after are also not satisfactory. Sajiri interrupted him abruptly after listening to the system's nonsense. Yes, it just can't be imitated anyway, right? You can't do it a long time ago. Sajiri rolled his eyes at the system and ordered him to shut up immediately. Knowing what happened, Sajiri felt that the matter of coloring the second episode should be put on the agenda, otherwise the growth of true love fans would be too slow, which is not conducive to completing the task of 20,000 fans. Don't worry, everyone, I'll release the colored version in 3 days. Sahu said in a message. As soon as the news came out, the Q group suddenly exploded, and a bunch of otaku and fangirls swiped the screen, indicating that they were understandable. Mr. Ocean heard that you are a female, can you make a voice? Yes, the voice in the book review area is so soft and cute, can you send a different voice? I'm going to die without the voice of Teacher Ocean. +1. Agree. In the face of these hungry wild wolves, Sajiri decisively gave out a few muted packages, muting the most excited people for a day, and then silently set Q to start painting. Chapter 24, B Station Live Broadcast on the Eve of Painting. I didn't see Sahu-chan, where is Sahu-chan, I want to see her. A group of fans in the school fan group swiped the screen. Yesterday was the first day that Sahu went to school. They have been obsessed with Sahu since they saw Sahu, and they want to see Sahu every day. Same as above, I haven't seen Sajiri-chan either. +1. Where's the monitor of class 2 in high school, please tell me, said a fangirl in the second year of high school. After a while, the monitor left a message, I'm sorry to tell everyone that Sagiri is sick again. Teacher Kyoko said that she will rest for another month, maybe she will take the exam during the college entrance examination. She can't be sick, I saw her leave a message in the support group, saying that she is coloring the second episode. The high school girl sent a black question mark expression. What the hell, Sajiri is coloring the second episode. A group of fangirls looked dumbfounded and thought this was a bit weird. The monitor of class 2 said that Sajiri was ill, while Sajiri said in the Q group of the support group that she was painting. Why don't we go to the support team to visit? The support group is full of people, 2, 3, 4 or 5 are also full, only 6 groups can add people. Some fans tried to join a group, but found that the number was overwhelming, and they even clicked the button to apply for the group to be grey. Well, I saw someone in the second group forwarded the message of Teacher Ocean. Ryukin also saw it. 6 groups also have. After a while, the 6 groups of the support group ushered in the information of more than 200 people. After everyone joined the group, they saw the information forwarded by the support group, and they were still in a confused situation. Perhaps, Sagumi is pretending to be sick, but in fact she just wants to paint. Someone speculated in the school's fan group. This proposal was quickly accepted, and the squad leader deliberately went to chat privately, verifying everyone's conjecture. Everyone is gone, Sagiri is drawing at home. The squad leader posted the private chat record. A student from class 4 of the first grade said, no wonder Giabali didn't come. I suspect that Sagiri sauce was damaged by Giabali. PR. I'm going to die without Sagiri, I want to see her cute face. A group of fans who are heavy low ICN makes no secret of their love. Yes, real people look better than comics, I don't want to read comics anymore, I just want to see real people. At all staff, don't you want the college entrance examination? 2/5 of the school's fan base of more than 200 people, the third party accounted for 2/5. After they heard this sentence, they realized that time was passing by and left angrily. 2 days later, on the morning of May 20th, Miss Iramanga updated the second episode colorful comic version. As soon as the color manga version came out, the traffic of Miss Iramanga doubled again. Now Iramanga teacher has 110,000 views, 220,000 recommended votes, and 67,000 favorites. 1 week of publicity recommendations made this sister-controlled comics rise to the level of fire, and many comic artists have learned new comic techniques from it. There are also some people who have a keen sense of smell and are aware of the vacancy in the sister-controlled market. In just 3 weeks, hundreds of sister-controlled works have emerged on the Dian Shakwang manga station. Look at the system in the brain at this time, the information is as follows. Name, Izumi Sajiri. Fan score, 8194, finally, there is no need to make salted fish, but freshwater fish should also have great dreams. Otherwise, what is the difference with a salted fish? Come on, the future big cartoonist. Active talent. Full score drawing technique, anyway, it is full score. Whether you use a computer to draw a picture or draw a picture by hand, the quality is leveraged. Close Wolves Defense LV2, never be afraid of the strange uncle who has practiced martial arts. But it is not very useful for martial arts masters, so in order to protect your body, please be careful of the super big bad wolf. Passive talent. The most adorable lowly temperament, 300% attractive to low ICN. The sound is soft and the body is soft and can be pushed down, the voice is super cute, the body is super soft, and it can push down the warming bed. It only took 3 days to gain 3,000 followers, so slow. Sagura bulged, trying to punch the system. Reporting to the owner, the data of True Love fans is the most difficult data to increase. This data is not easy to increase by relying on advertising. If you want to collect True Love fans, you can only receive True Love from fans if you are impressed by the content. Fearing that Saguri would not understand, the system issued a series of explanations. P.S. True Love fans are fans who really love this comic. No matter how dark others are, their position is unwavering. This is the same as that of the IDs horrible. Similarly, letting others spray it does not change their beliefs. Come on, I know what you said, you don't need to take that horrible as an example, it's annoying to listen to it. Saguri slept on the bed irritably, rolling around with her chubby little TV pillow. At this moment, she turned her eyes and saw a row of little TV dolls on the head of the bed, as well as 6 22 and 33 figures. Billy Station Mother. Sasha got up quickly, picked up the figure and looked at it for a long time, and found that the figures of 22 and 33 were exactly the same as the 2233 of the previous life. 22 Niang has sunshine and vitality, blue hair is like a waterfall, and she wears a red cheongsam. Ms. 33 has a black belly and short blue and white hair. She wears a short red cheongsam like 22. She is very cute. Saguri looked more and more strange, and then clicked on the address of Station B with the computer. The top page of the homepage happened to be a 3D style. The current 2233 is a 3D style, so it is not uncommon to have a figure. The system gentleman added a sentence. The 3D modeling of this world is very mature, so the 22 and 33 station mothers appeared in 3D style. Isn't it right? Now I should think about how to attract fans instead of tangling 2233's style of painting. As soon as she saw 2233, Saguri remembered the live broadcast of Station B. How about live painting? Saguri said uncertainly. Live painting is a good way to attract fans, but she has no idea whether the effect is good or not. System King's eyes lit up. www.readaloud.com in Sahu's mind, he was as excited as a husky, and said, okay, the Master's JK costume will surely attract countless fans and complete the task instantly. Think about that scene. Saguri is wearing a miniskirt, putting a hand-painted board on her thigh, and she is drawing and broadcasting while she is drawing. Her cute face can be broken by just a few fingers, which is so beautiful. No way. Saguri vetoed the system's proposal, then silently walked to the closet and glanced at the Kanto cardigan sweater, and then turned his attention to Kansai's sailor suit. The Kansai lapel hasn't been worn, so let's wear it once. As he said that, Saguri took off his checkered pajamas, first paid attention to the small bra and blue and white striped trousers for 10 seconds, and then put on a white sailor suit with a serious face and tied the red Kansai lapel collar. Wait, what's the situation, Master? Don't you say that you don't live broadcast, why do you wear a uniform? System June typed a Doge Shiba Inu emoticon pack in her mind. I'm live streaming painting, not live streaming clothes. Saguri silenced this annoying system, then put on a white leggings, and then zipped up the miniskirt. Would you like to wear stockings? Sajari held the stockings and stared at it for a long time, hesitating in her heart. This time I'm live streaming paintings, not people, so it doesn't matter if I wear them. However, Sajari has a kind of obsessive-compulsive disorder. If you want to wear a uniform, you should wear a full set. If you miss the stockings, the JK uniform will be incomplete, so the painting will not feel. After using this reason to convince herself, Sajari put on her thin stockings, and immediately pulled her hands 2 centimeters above her knees. At this time, Sajari has 6 centimeters of absolute domain space on both legs, and above it is the black and red checkered miniskirt hem, which suddenly produces subtle ripples when gently shaking, which is extremely eye-catching. Chapter 25, Have voice-activated benefits at night? There are 6 QQ groups in the Ocean Teachers Support Group. The first 5 groups are full of 2,000 people, and the 6th group has 1,240 people, which is increasing at a rate of 100 plus per day. But today's 6th group has added more than 200 girls, which is really an accident. What did I see? More than 200 accounts applied to join at the same time, and they were all girls. Isn't it? The title of Miss Iramanga is a bit H. Will the innocent girls really like it? A group of otaku express their disbelief. This must be the sugar-coated cannonball thrown by the administrator. Squad leader 2 jumped out, talking to the house, and said, "Who said girls don't like it? I'm one of the girls. Sayachan's cuteness is unstoppable, men and women can kill you." A senior female driver jumped out. "Sajari-chan is so cute, it can't be helped." All kinds of girls complained one after another, which plunged the scene into chaos. Lying on the grass, what a girl! How many days have been Nima? Our 6th group finally has girls, and now we can raise our heads to be humans. Quality, comrades, your integrity, don't lose it. 233. After the identification, they are all girls. Brother De Diao can't mock our 6th group anymore, so happy. A group of hungry guys kept talking and teasing girls. It can be said that they know astronomy and geography, and they put out everything they can blow. It's a pity that the girls are very clever and don't accept private chats. They only chat in groups. This makes a group of guys howl. Seeing the little white rabbit who is about to get it shaking in front of the door, they can't catch it home. After the crowd had been in the water for nearly half an hour, most of them gradually dived, and the heat quickly cooled down. At this time, a group message named Ocean Teacher was lit up. Group news: Teacher Ocean joins the 6th group of the Teacher Ocean Support Group. Hey? What did I see? Meow meow meow. A group of hungry wolves wake up, and even swipe 99 plus news. Good morning everyone. Smiley face, Mr. Ocean bubbling. Teacher Ocean has come to the 6th group, so happy. The group leader said, which administrator gives a position, I want to give the Ocean Teacher the management authority. I. Let me come. The comrade named Xiao Bai Lang was the first to speak. You all go away, let Lao Na come first. The comrade named Lao Na who wants to flash marriage hurriedly followed. Brushing, except for the offline administrators, almost all online management applications have been issued. Group news: Hungry Little White Wolf was evacuated from the administrator status. Sajari thought that these uncles are so strange, even if they are removed, there is no reward, is it necessary to scramble? Group news: Ocean Teacher becomes the administrator. She ignored those weird IDs and typed casually. At all members, wait for a live drawing at Station B, do any students want to see it? Yes, I really want to see the true face of Teacher Ocean. I want to listen to the cute voice of the Ocean Teacher. I want jade feet. PRPRPRP. A similar scene was staged in the major fan groups, among which the most popular group is the support group. The group is the earliest group established, and also the group with the most local fans. B Station Live Broadcast. ID Local Tyrant Jin Manu first sent a question, and then said that he rarely watched the live broadcast. Tang Hao Jin Manu typed after thinking, if Teacher Ocean is broadcast live, I will definitely watch it. Are there any uniform benefits for live broadcasting? Brother De Diao went online, and immediately pointed to the point. Meow, meow, do you have voice-activated benefits? I want to sponsor Ocean, teacher said. I want to see the blue and white bowls. Upstairs, crooked upstairs. What is the address of the live broadcast of Teacher Ocean? ID Sahu Sauces, my wife is also online. Is it live broadcast now? But I'm working overtime, is there a live broadcast for Teacher Ocean at night? The third-year student party expressed fearlessness. Are there any classmates who watch the live broadcast in class? +1. Me too, class is boring. The news of a group of people flowed like a waterfall. Sagiri only saw a few key pieces of information, such as the information of the overtime worker and the senior third party, which awakened Sagiri. Not everyone has time to watch the live broadcast. Today is Saturday, May 20th. Both high school students and office workers have weekends. However, the third year of high school is different from overtime workers. In the third year of high school, they have to make up classes on weekends. Overtime workers are also very hard for various reasons of. At all members, I heard that some friends have to make up classes or work overtime, so let's change the time to 7 o'clock in the evening. The address of the live broadcast room will be announced tonight. Sagiri sent this message in batches to the 6 major groups of the support group and the female fan group. Don't, I want to hear the voice of Master Hyang. I seem to say something wrong. The third party secretly regrets that even if you are in class, you can secretly watch it, so why bother to say that you are in class? One more thing, there are no JK uniform benefits tonight, but there are voice-activated benefits. This is Sagiri's last message. What? Voice control welfare? The teacher's voice is so cute, it's not wrong to say that it is a voice-activated welfare. No, the focus is on the welfare of JK uniforms. What does this mean? It means that the teacher originally planned to wear uniforms to draw live, but temporarily changed his mind. The emperor predicted. It seems that I can't see the teacher's true face tonight. Maybe it's an uncle who pulls his feet, maybe he uses a voice changer. It may also be Tong Yan Xian's female teacher. Sagiri turns off the Q group information, and presses the memory to enter the account password of Station B. Looking at the past ID, Sagiri easily changed it to the 4 characters Ocean Teacher, and then downloaded the live broadcast G of Station B, and opened the live broadcast room directly after 10 seconds, skipped the novice tutorial, and wrote a live broadcast room title. I saw the hand-painted board that I would get pregnant. Then design the layout, adjust the sound, and determine the location of the phone camera. Some passing tourists looked ignorant and didn't understand what the anchor was doing. What about the hand-painted board that will get pregnant? Why the camera keeps shaking? What are you doing? The hand-painted board that will get pregnant? What a cute room, there are small TVs on the bedside. I saw 22 Niang and 33 Niang's figures. They seem to be limited editions. Sagiri took a selfie stick to fix the phone and adjusted the live broadcast angle of the phone. At this time, he pointed at the hand-painted board in front of the computer. It happened that he couldn't see the laptop or the scene outside the hand-painted board. By the way, take a look at the computer's live room information. Name of the live broadcast room, I saw a hand-painted board that will get pregnant, online audience, 23 people. These 23 people are pure tourists. Yu reads www.yuyugonshu.com and Sagiri's fame is only famous in Denjiki, so no one recognizes it, and the questions asked are simple. Shag made a barrage and said, the hand-painted board is here. If you look at it too much, you will get pregnant. The anchor has finally replied. I saw the mirror just now. The anchor is so beautiful and cute. Unfortunately, it only takes a moment, otherwise I will successfully take a screenshot. Well, I also saw that the anchor is really beautiful, no wonder I can get pregnant. The anchor is wearing a kansai braided sailor suit, can you show it? The passerby fed AB and said that he was addicted to beauty and couldn't help himself. Shahu raised her brows, how could she agree to them, so she cut the live broadcast interface to the PS interface of the computer and sketched an emoji package in 10 seconds. Fuck, so fast. Is the anchor a tentacle monster? An emoticon pack in 10 seconds, and this cat's paw is lifelike and very cute. The emoticon pack is very simple, black and white sketch style, only a plush cat's paw, and 2 block letters written below. Stupid rejection. Anchor, you will lose me like this. Sajari was too lazy to pay attention to them, and then switched back to the live hand-painted board interface, and hung the stupid rejection cat palm emoticon in the lower left corner. This live studio only broadcasts paintings, not the upmaster. When the sweet sound of Sahu suddenly sounded, the 23 passers-by in the live broadcast room were excited. The sound is so soft. Nima, I'm going to be pregnant, can the anchor say one more thing? It turned out that it was not the hand-painted board who was pregnant, but I have followed this anchor, and I will watch it every day from now on. Ibid. +1. Chapter 26, Magic Live Room. Gui begged the anchor to say one more thing. I'm not a little yellow duck presents a 10,000 yen cat girl, just ask the anchor to say something. The other 24 tourists have no money, so they can only watch and cheer for the little yellow duck. However, in the live broadcast room quietly, there is only one soft right hand holding a pen to draw the storyboard grid, and a few drafts of the girl appear on the first line of the storyboard grid. Looking at it, it happened to be the cover page of the 3rd chapter of Ira manga. The content was that the younger sister let the brother into the house, and the older brother hesitated a little. Sajari looked back and asked him what was wrong. The older brother asked her if she could really go in. Then the second line gave Sajari a specific facial expression, and her bulging face was cute. She blushed and turned around and said that she could enter, and Izumi Masamune entered. Sajari quickly drew a draft outline, glanced at the barrage on the computer by the way, and then continued to draw. The anchor ignores me. The little yellow duck said that he was very sad. Anchor, I'm leaving now. Little yellow duck waited for a minute, but the anchor's hands still didn't stop, so he typed again, really gone. After waiting for 2 minutes, the anchor's hands never stopped, and it seemed that he could no longer speak. Little yellow duck was in a bad mood, didn't pay attention to the comics Sajari drew, and left sadly. In just such a short while, old tourists left one after another, new tourists broke in by accident, and the number of people online remained at about 10. Anchor, it's wrong for you to broadcast live like this. Live painting should be broadcast live on the computer drawing interface, not at the hand-painted board. A tourist left a message and found that the anchor was indifferent and had to retreat and leave. More than 10 minutes later, Sajari took a breath, looked at the first page of the drawing, showing a relaxed look, then glanced at the barrage. There were 20 messages. These bullet screens either ask the anchor what they are drawing, or ask the anchor to show his face, or ask for a song. Some people say that they are tired of seeing their hands and want to cut to the side drawing interface. The live hand-painted board is a poisonous point, I didn't expect it before. Sajari blinked and cut the interface to the computer's PS drawing interface. Open the live broadcast G, cut out a mobile phone screen recording interface, reduce the live broadcast frame and drag it to the lower right corner, you can see the hand-painted board with a black border. She thought about it, opened the music software to start the song, and then hung the lyrics board in the upper right corner, and then the cat palm stupid rejection emoji in the lower left corner was moved to the right middle area. In this way, a live studio for live drawing is completed. At the same time, the editorial department of Denjiki Dawang's webcomics. Editor Xiaoman, has the new promotion recommendation for Miss Ira manga come down? King Shijun, wearing a white shirt and black jeans, walked over with 2 cups of hot coffee, put one on the working desk of Xiaoman editor, and while asking, put the other on his desk. This action is just right, elegant yet warm and male, it can be called a standard action for a girl. Xiaoman put his hands together and expressed his gratitude to Mr. Kingshi. Then he drew his hair with his right hand and said with a smile, the recommended place for publicity has come down. From 6 p.m. tonight to 6 p.m. on Monday, Mr. The Denjiki King app login interface carries out a 3-day splash screen poster promotion. What? The splash screen poster promotion of the Denjiki King app login interface. King Shijun was slightly startled and muttered, this promotion recommendation is very strong, but Ira manga teacher is a newcomer comic, which has just been serialized. That's it, are you eligible for such a big position? Mr. Kingshi, the teacher of the ocean is already a cartoonist in the Denjiki King physical magazine. You say that people are disrespectful behavior. King Shijun hurriedly said, sorry, I was rude. Tomorrow is the day when Denjiki King Weekly publishes. This splash screen publicity is also for advertising tomorrow's publication, otherwise you think the company is holding her. Xiaoman Sangbei glanced at her. Yeah, what Xiaoman Zhang taught is. King Shijun scratched his head, smiling at the same time thinking about something. Well, do you want to add a live broadcast content to today's poster? Live broadcast? Xiaoman Zhang was confused. King Shijun thought this matter was quite hot in the support group, didn't Xiaoman Zhang sneak into the Q group? Don't you know, Mr. Yang is going to start a live broadcast at Station B tonight. The beautiful editor wearing a cylindrical OL costume opened his eyes wide and exclaimed, live? Where did you hear about it? She said it herself in the fan group. King Shijun showed an unexpected look. It seems that Xiaoman Zhang really doesn't know this. Let me ask her. Xiaoman's editor's heart throbbed, thinking that if Mr. Yang does live broadcast, then the number of fans will definitely skyrocket, even if it is said that it is not an exaggeration to say that it is 9 days to capture the moon. Time rushes by like flowing water. At 6:02 in the evening, the author of the ID Ira manga teacher cartoon eats sorry grilled slices while opening the Denjiki King's app as usual. It was the moment when the app was opened, the cartoonist's eyes were fixed, his uncle's stubborn face moved slightly, and his breathing became rapid. I saw a 1-second poster on the phone screen. The poster is of a cute lowly girl with light blue hair, big watery eyes, cute curved eyebrows, a slightly closed mouth, a tender red face that can be broken by the finger, and a bow tie on each side of her chest. The soft bangs are slightly curved. Ira manga teacher. The manga teacher had hot eyes, and when he wanted to take another look, the poster suddenly disappeared. It doesn't matter if disappears, we can log out of the app and enter it again. This time Uncle Huja can see clearly, this girl is wearing a white shirt. Her right sleeve slips gently to her right arm, revealing her small shoulder, and the words Mr. Iramans are embroidered on her clothes. This is not the cover of Ira manga teacher, I have watched it 100 times. Teacher Benzi curled his mouth and said so verbally, but his right hand was very honest, exited the app and entered again. During the third observation, he saw 2 banners, one of which was an announcement published in the Denjiki King magazine, indicating that there will be a cartoon of Sajiri in the Sunday issue. The second banner is interesting. Teacher Yang actually wants to start a live broadcast at Station B, and specifically marked it with Menmei Cartoonist. Cut, Sister Cartoonist, I have seen this kind of people several times at the signing event, what's the big deal? Ira manga teacher didn't care about it. But his right hand was out of control and his hands were low. Click on the Bilibili app. I'll just take a look, not more. Uncle Huja thought in his heart that he is really not low ICN, in fact, he is only interested in hot girls with revealing clothes. Entering the familiar Station B interface, Uncle Huja quickly typed the 4 characters Ocean Teacher, clicked on the search and found a room that was broadcasting live, and its anchor happened to be Ocean Teacher. The name of the live broadcast room is "The live broadcast hasn't started yet, Sahu-chan has gone for nothing. The number of people online is only 300. Don't look at the number of people." In just 2 or 3 minutes, all the friends from the 6 major Q groups of the support group ran in, and the number soared to 5,000 plus in a short while. Speaking of which, I haven't eaten yet, I just woke up. Wash it out? I really want to see it, what should I do? This title is so tempting, it makes me think about it. 233. Brother De Diao has also come in. You guys, I'm waiting before 7 o'clock, what do you want to do? Brother De Diao added a funny expression at the end of the sentence. ID teacher Iramanga saw so many people waiting for the live broadcast at the same time, secretly shocking the popularity of the Ocean Teacher www.readaloud.com, and envied it in my heart. If you broadcast the live broadcast yourself, I am afraid that the number of people is not more than half of hers. Silently nibbling on the sorry barbecue slices in his mouth, Uncle Huja stared at the stupid rejection emoji in the live broadcast room, and could feel that the upmaster must be a cute girl. At this time, the number of people in the live broadcast room rose and fell, and after a few minutes, the number remained at about 2,000. At this time, Uncle Huja heard the door opening, and his expression suddenly shook. Ms. Ocean is here. I heard the sound of opening the closet. Is this an auditory hallucination? Meow meow. Wait, what's the situation? Is the teacher taking off the bathrobe? Why do I hear the sound of the bathrobe falling to the ground? Please beg for a live dress changing scene. I don't want a PS interface, I want to see girls. The sound of Russell rustles loudly and quietly, which plucked the hearts of all the seniors. It's over, this live broadcast room is poisonous. The devilishness of this voice is too strong, and I will soar in the daytime. +1. My big sword is already hungry. Brother De Diao fills in the picture by himself, and seems to be at war with the right hand. Teacher Benzi sees this, his right hand is also trembling, but his concentration is good, not so excited. Forget it, I want to watch the hot girl. Uncle Huja decisively flew into the bedroom and turned on the computer that was on standby. He wanted to search for the hot girl's pictures, but unexpectedly opened the Ocean Teacher's live broadcast room with a ghostly right hand. Name of the live broadcast room: the live broadcast hasn't started yet, Sajari has been washed out. Number of people online, 12,264. Fuck, it skyrocketed to more than 12,000 people in just a few seconds. At this time, Uncle Huscum seemed to hear the sound of the trousers falling to the ground. Chapter 27, Tsundara. Cough cough, this is actually Uncle Hu's illusion, the sound of landing is the sound of swearing pants to him, and it may be the sound of bra landing to others. The time goes back to 1 minute ago, the 6 Q groups of Teacher Ocean. At all members, the Ocean Teacher is back. Oh? It's only 6:30, so it's too early to say this. The ID2 Haojin bubbled. Well, I seem to hear the sound of the closet opening. Meow meow meow. The black question mark face lasted for less than 2 seconds, and the exclamation mark rose up. A group of sleepy old drivers suddenly woke up and opened their bright eyes. Sister, closet, live broadcast. No time to explain, get in the car. I seem to hear the sound of undressing. ID Hot Director spoke. After the sentence of came out, Q group seemed to be in dead silence. A few seconds later, the 6th Q group finally moved. I'm going, why did the Q group get cold? You old drivers don't wait for me. This was a reaction from an inexperienced Mensin. Click into the Ocean Teacher live broadcast room at Station B, Xiao Mensin sees that the number of horrors is rising wildly. 5,000, 6,000, 7,000, 8,000. 12,264 people. Rustle, the sound of the clothes falling on the ground should be gentle and small, but it is very obvious in the silent live room, and the needle drop can be heard. Oh, could it be that Teacher Hyang is changing clothes? Xiao Mensin secretly speculated. This kind of voice doesn't make people excited, but for some reason, this voice has a kind of magical nature, and every listener will have a picture of the girl changing clothes in his mind. As for who this girl is, there is no specific appearance, only a vague impression. After a while, everyone could not hear the sound of changing clothes, and the imagination in their minds disappeared. There is no sound. I want to look at the closet, I beg the anchor to adjust the angle of view. 233, the anchor is picking up clothes, I have no time to talk to you. ID Sayachan is my wife is online. The hanger is back again, where's the barrage? Everyone is too shameless, so please let me know. ID if you don't accept it, you'll give you a rhythm storm of 50,000 yen. Rhythm storm has the function of crazy barrage. Anyone who participates in barrage can get a small spicy bar gift of 100 yen. Mr. Ocean, your lens exploded and you can't see the lens. Please make sure to adjust the camera. This camera explosion for debugging barrage maxed out the live broadcast room, as dense as a rainforest of bullets. Some cute new ones also followed up. Although hesitated, they quickly realized the true meaning of the old drivers. At this time, Sajari just put on a pair of leggings, looked back and saw the full screen on the computer, and subconsciously took a step forward. No, they want to do me tricks. Sajari woke up instantly, remembering a manga artist's novel that he had read at the starting point. The protagonist in it accidentally got caught by the audience's lie, so he showed his face once. You guys look down on me too much, how could this kind of trick me? Shahu returned to the closet, showing no face all the time, only the sound of footsteps and two standard tsundere voices were transmitted to the live broadcast room. Wow, my goddess has spoken, her voice is so cute and soft. I'm going to melt, what should I do, will a snowman come to cool me down? Medical soldier. I'm going to die from a nosebleed, please add more blood. The routines are all routines. You are all to blame for playing routines. Okay, let's go, Master Ocean is only here to get the shots. Idea Ramanga teacher sent a barrage. The old driver was surprised upstairs, saying that it will be updated once a week. When will it be updated? Ahem, let's go, I'll draw a book, and I won't get along with you Lolita. Uncle Huzzah touched the little Huzzah, thinking that the hot girl is the king, so he silently quit. But it didn't take long. When the time came to 7 o'clock in the evening, his right hand didn't follow his instructions, and he opened the live broadcast room of Teacher Ocean. After opening the live broadcast room, the uncle closed his eyes and muttered silently. I am not low ICN, really. Uncle Hujar read silently 10 times, feeling that he can stay cute, he opened his eyes resolutely. Name of the live broadcast room, start live broadcast of painting, voice control welfare is reserved until 9 o'clock. Number of people online, 48,687. More than 40,000 people are watching online at the same time, and this traffic is already a quasi-first-class anchor popularity in Station B. Station B in the previous life, with a traffic of 40,000 people, is super popular. And Station B in this world is the most popular ACGN cultural website, so super popular anchors generally have 100,000 plus popularity, semi-first-rate anchors are 50,000 plus, and second-rate anchors are 20,000 plus. After watching popularity, I then look at the loaded live interface. I saw that in the live broadcast room, 80% of the space is the PS drawing interface, and the remaining 20% is the lyrics panel on the right, the cat palm stupid emoticon, and the hand-painted live broadcast frame. Hey, there is no JK uniform service profit. Teacher Benzi was full of regrets, and so did the otaku who were as disappointed as him. They brushed the barrage one after another, begging the ocean teacher to show his face. At this time, Sajiri was looking at the system information in his head, and saw the system information display. Name, Izumi Sajiri. Fan value, 11,243, finally, there is no need to make salted fish, but freshwater fish should also have great dreams. Otherwise, what is the difference with a salted fish? Come on, the future big cartoonist. Active talent. Full score drawing technique, anyway, it is full score. Whether you use a computer to draw a picture or draw a picture by hand, the quality is leveraged. Close Wolves Defense LV2, never be afraid of the strange uncle who has practiced martial arts. But it is not very useful for martial arts masters, so in order to protect your body, please be careful of the super big bad wolf. Passive talent. The most adorable lowly temperament, 300% attractive to low ICN. The sound is soft and the body is soft and can be pushed down, the voice is super cute, the body is super soft, and it can push down the warming bed. In the previous hour, Sajiri's fan value was more than 9,000. During the time of the live broadcast, the fan value soared by 2,000, which made Sajiri secretly like it for a while. This fan value has risen so fast. Sajiri patted her face, looked at the computer with cute eyes, and started the official live broadcast. Today we will live broadcast the 4th page of the 3rd episode. Before the live broadcast starts, let's review the situation first. In the 2nd episode, Sajiri opened the door to talk to the older brother. Because the topic age was too shy, the younger sister blushed and threw the door. Later, when the older brother saw the illustrations drawn by Sajiri in the editor saying, he felt moved when he was moved. I should confess his identity as a writer to Sahu. Yu reading www.yuyugonshu.com. Next, Masamune Izumi ran to his sister's door and kept knocking on the door, and told him that he was the author of the reincarnated silver wolf, so Sahu suddenly opened the door, and brother recognizes each other. When Sahu spoke, the sweet sound of Nyanyo trickled into the hearts of 40,000 spectators, feeling like a tributary of a stream, wishing to melt into the water. Brush it up, Sajiri saw that the fan value of True Love fans soared by 1,000, reaching 12,000. So, at the end of the 2nd episode, my brother still didn't enter my sister's room. Some fans with strong self-control ability ignore Lori Moyen with a grudge on their faces. Sajiri heard the words, thinking that this reader is really picky. Can it be okay to see if his sister is cute? How much resentment it is to have my brother step into the room. Please rest assured, in the 3rd episode, the elder brother will definitely step into the sister's room and hold a symposium with her, and there are 34 pages in the 3rd episode, so you can eat as much as you like. PR, how many pages are not enough to eat? It is better to show your face, teacher, we will definitely be full. Seconded. Ibid, please show your face. +1. ID Local Tyrant Gold Manu presented a rhythm storm of 50,000 yen, which brought a full screen of barrage. Sajiri ignored the teacher please show his face. The screen barrage, and silently enlarged the emoticon on the right. On the computer screen, the emoticons are magnified to the same scale, and the sketches of the cat's palms are vivid and very cute. And there are 2 lines of block letters written below. Stupid rejection. The difference is that Sajiri temporarily added 1 more line and wrote, ugly rejection. Chapter 28, 1 live broadcast seriously. Too arrogant, but I like it. Well, I'm not ugly, so can I watch it? Ask all the old drivers, what should I do if I am too handsome? Wait online, I am very anxious. ID 10 years old driver sent out a barrage. Ugly refuses stupid refusal, but I am handsome and smart, what should I do? ID Life winner barraged. Facing this group of old rascals, Sajari wrinkled her cute eyebrows, and replied decisively with her voice, "None." Sahu's voice was not loud, she clearly exhausted all her strength to shout out, but there was a soft feeling that made the old drivers feel weak, and those with poor concentration directly lay down. Okay, let's get to the topic next. The third chapter has been drawn to the fourth page, but you haven't read the first 3 pages. Let's read it again. Shigiri slides the mouse wheel and turns to the first page position for all drivers to watch. There are 3 lines on the first page. In the first line, Sajari let the old man enter the room, and he was taken aback when he heard the words. In the second line, Sajari turned sideways and asked, "What's the matter?" The old brother was still hesitating, saying that it was nothing, but when the words came to his lips, he changed to "Can you?" Sajari's face turned red. In the third line, Sahu turned back to the room, flicked her light blue hair, and when she said the phrase "You can come in," her posture twisted, beautiful and picturesque, and the old man blushed and finally stepped into the room with half his foot. Gate. I saw my sister again, so cute, I want to pinch. I feel relieved when I see the colorful comics, the characters are so vivid, I feel like I am watching an animation. Nima waited for 2 episodes, and the hero finally stepped into the door with half his foot, tears rush. Shahu gave them 30 seconds to watch the first page. After reading the first page, this group of old drivers yelled not refreshingly enough, and asked the ocean teacher to quickly turn to the next page. The second page is the domineering wallpaper. When the 2K resolution wallpaper fills the entire screen, everyone is stunned by the exquisite painting style of the wallpaper. There is no way, the visual impact is too great. When the power of the cute style rushes toward the face like a wave, the breathing of the sisters controlling the party becomes very heavy. Sahu Sauce wallpaper, favorited. Secretly collect Sahu-chan. Teacher quickly skip to the next page, don't let these people take screenshots. ID Sahu-chan is my wife jumped in a hurry. The second page is the cover page of the third chapter. As for why she put it on the second page, this may be a willful act, but it doesn't matter, everyone just likes the tyrant wallpaper, especially the tyrant wallpaper of Sajari. On the second page, Sajari was wearing that dark blue jacket, with big eyes and blushing face. She was lying on the big white bed with dozens of scattered books beside the bed. Xiao Man is also watching the live broadcast. After seeing this scene, he secretly chatted with Sajari, "Mr. Ocean, please don't change the page size of the comics so willfully. The comic magazine of Denjiki King has a limited layout, and it is impossible to do more for you. Make a page. It's okay, just cut in the middle, no need to publish next to it." Sajari responded to Xiao Manzang with a cute voice. Who is the teacher talking to? Meow meow. Could it be a boy? It must be like this, Mr. Ocean, don't fall in love, I will delete the book if you dare to talk about it. ID Everyday Shock, Manufa Barrage said. Shock, Meng Miiza Yang teacher openly chats with her boyfriend in public. I heard the word published, this may be an editor chatting with her privately, don't think about it crooked. ID Sa Jiang is my wife speculated. Sajari just came back to her senses when she saw more than 400 barrages of let the current charge explode, making her dumbfounded. This group of people is born to be a messenger. Sajari snorted, with a serious and solemn expression, pretending to be a strong voice. Sajari doesn't have a boyfriend, and he won't have any in the future. Please don't say anything. Unexpectedly, when the sound reached the ears of the audience, it suddenly became different. My daughter is acting like a baby again, so cute. Meng's faces again, where are the medical soldiers, give me treatment soon. Ah, so cute and soft, with a completely lifeless tone, and the voice is too cute. Yarn is so foggy that I want to stamp my feet, but forget it after thinking about it. After all, the routines of these old drivers are too deep, and the more angry they are, the more they will be rhythmic. The third page is here, and I only give you 10 seconds to watch it. Sajari didn't have a good air. It only took 10 seconds to hear. Everyone kept silent and read comics every second. There are 3 rows of mirrors on the third page. The first row is the overhead angle of the ceiling, and you can see the whole picture of the room. A small white bed with a round quilt. Next to the quilt, there is a round and cute octopus doll and a small, long-eared white rabbit doll. Opposite the bed is a TV, a computer, and a hand-painted tablet. Next to the computer is a bookshelf full of light novels. The second line of is a close-up shot of the bookshelf and a pile of gamepads in front of the TV, but the focus is on the light novels on the bookshelf, suggesting that my sister likes to read novels lightly, laying the groundwork for the sister monitor borrowing books. The key point of the third line is here. The older brother directly touched his sister's head with his hand, indicating that the room is well organized, while the younger sister whispered "don't." Hekwan Masamune only heard the word "don't," and thought his sister wanted to say "don't treat me as a child." Oh, my brother touched his head to kill, my sister said no, what will happen next? Ah, my big sword is already hungry and thirsty, I beg the teacher to continue for 10 seconds. Brother De Diao also spoke, but his request was for 10 seconds, not for turning the page. Well, the requests of these strangers are so weird, and when I just read the first page, I beg to turn it quickly. Rolling the mouse wheel lightly, Sajari ignored the request of Brother Diao and jumped to the 4th page. On the first line of the 4th page, the younger sister raised her voice and said, "Don't touch me." The older brother let go of her hand in embarrassment, and Sajari lowered her head and said with a mosquito's flapping voice, "Sit there." Old brother didn't hear clearly, and looked forward to looking forward, sure enough, touch me, right. The heroine Sajari's painting style suddenly changed, staring at www.readaloud.com with a strong tone, pointing to the floor, saying every word, "Sit down there for me." The old man was so scared that he did so. In the second line, the scene turns to my sister and Izumi Masamune sitting on the floor facing each other. On the third line, Sajari spoke again. Because the voice was too small, the old man subconsciously leaned in to listen to the voice, and almost fell face to face. As the 4th page was not finished, everyone looked uncomfortable after reading it. It really didn't feel like looking at the line draft on the 4th page. Color Man is still good looking, the quality is better than the animation, Sajari's every move is full of cuteness. So tonight is the live drawing. Brother De Diao is still looking forward to something. Yes, tonight is the 4th page of the live broadcast. The whole process may be very boring, so students who are not interested in painting can retreat. In addition, there will be voice control benefits at 9 o'clock, please don't forget it. In a Nyanyo tone. So, what exactly are voice-activated benefits? Of course it's breathless. Some fans made a barrage of funny expressions. The tiger's body shook to show respect. ID teacher Iramanga said. Teacher Benzi. Didn't you go to paint, why did you bubbling again, and say a good update? Hujia accidentally sent out a barrage, regretting it, and had to bite the bullet and said, sorry, I'm going to paint now, you take your time to watch. After watching, Saho couldn't help being speechless, thinking what are these people, isn't there a healthy Xiaomensen at Station B? Those who say breathless are stupid, I'm talking about singing. 233. All those who say suffocating and panting are idiots, and they have learned, funny faces. Chapter 29, The Water Lyrics Are Not My Fault. 2 hours later, the Iramanga teacher of Denjiki Wang Manga Station reached 160,000 views, 310,000 recommended votes, and 102,000 favorites. Today is the time recommended by the splash screen for teacher Iramanga. In theory, 2 hours can increase the collection of 10,000 yuan, which would be against the sky. It's only been live for 2 hours, and there is no face revealed. The data has broken through 100,000 collections, an increase of nearly 40,000. Xiao Man's eyes flickered while staring at the computer. In other words, most of the new collections come from the live broadcast of Teacher Ocean. And the popularity of the live broadcast room was pulled from the Denjiki King's app. After all, it was the identity of the sister that made Ocean Teacher's fans soar. Mr. Ocean, will you still live painting tomorrow? Look at the mood. Sajiri said back to her. Xiao Manzang, who just took a shower, rolled up her hair and wore a white bathrobe. She had slender thighs resting on her desk, standing tall, and she was organizing words to persuade the Ocean Teacher. He didn't expect Sajiri's words. Seal her mouth. The live broadcast depends entirely on the mood, how can you persuade it? In fact, Sahu is thinking of her 20,000 followers in her heart. There can be as few live broadcasts as possible, so it's best not to ask for it. Tomorrow morning, the cover of Electric Shock King will feature Sajiri Izumi as the main character. Teacher Hyang, do you really want to take the opportunity to attract fans? Editor Xiao Man felt helpless when he said this. Generally speaking, newcomer cartoonists will expand their influence and will definitely seize good opportunities. Sajiri's behavior is obviously salted fish's thoughts. The live broadcast is completely dependent on the mood. I don't want to. Sajiri's answer made Xiao Manzang feel very sad. In addition, my name is Sajiri Izumi. If Xiao Manzang doesn't mind, you can call me Sajiri. In Japan, the real name is an expression of intimacy. After seeing the name, Xiao Man's heart warmed slightly, and his unhappiness diminished slightly. Good Sajiri sauce. Sajiri finished the conversation and took a look at the system information in his brain. Name, Izumi Sajiri. Fan value, 15,513, finally, there is no need to make salted fish, but freshwater fish should also have great dreams. Otherwise, what is the difference from a salted fish? Come on, the future great cartoonist. Active talent. Full score drawing technique. Anyway, it is full score. Whether you use a computer to draw a picture or draw a picture by hand, the quality is leveraged. Close Wolves Defense LV2, never be afraid of the strange uncle who has practiced martial arts. But it is not very useful for martial arts masters, so in order to protect your body, please be careful of the super big bad wolf. Passive talent. The most adorable lowly temperament, 300% attractive to low ICN. The sound is soft and the body is soft and can be pushed down, the voice is super cute, the body is super soft, and it can push down the warming bed. Fans are worth 15,000, congratulations to the host, only one step away from 20,000 fans. The system gentleman flattered. Sajiri ignores the system's flattering, and is now letting the system loop a single song in his head, playing Interwoven Together. Interwoven Together is the theme song of Station B 2017, BDF, House Dance Festival. It is composed by DM Young, lyrics by Lang Yuan Yusa, and singing by Lang Yuan Yusa and Hanser. The theme of this song is no matter where we are, we all gather in this place of Bilibili. Sajiri took this song and put it in the live broadcast room, which has another meaning, for example, no matter where we are, we can gather in the fan group of Teacher Ocean. Ahem. It's 9 o'clock. The system master suddenly interrupted Sajiri's thoughts, not knowing if it was intentional. It is now 9:01. The number of people in the live broadcast room was only a few thousand people 10 minutes ago. Now it has risen back to 50,000 plus people. Waiting for the Hyang teacher to appear. Will Teacher Hyang show up today? I want to see her true face. Bah, the true face of girls is what you want to see. Sagiri sauce belongs to our girls group. ID's squad leader sprayed. Yes, Sajiri is from our girls group. Yeah, the girls group is pretty tugging. ID Tyrant Gold saw the situation getting worse and worse, and said helplessly, Ahem, let me say that, today everyone is here to listen to the song, not to tear it up. All quietly listen to the song, okay, or give cheers. The barrage is better than you tear it up. The big guy's speech is still very powerful. No, a group of enthusiastic fans are quiet. The lesson from Brother How is that we concentrate on brushing the barrage and cheering for the teacher, said the big brother. What happened? I just went online. I saw Jiang is my wife barraged. It was when everyone was chatting that Sajari made a noise. Good evening everyone, today's live broadcast is almost over. I promised everyone to sing a song. The song of this song is called Interwoven Together. I hope you will like it. In addition, the anchor does not have a professional microphone or professional singing skills. If you don't like it, please leave quietly. After Sajari finished speaking, a group of true love painted the barrage. As long as it is a song sung by a girl, we listen to it. Ahem, it's true, the anchor's voice is so cute, even if the singing skills are flawed, it doesn't matter. We all support you, go ahead and sing. Shahu didn't have much confidence. Seeing that everyone seemed indifferent, he cleared his throat and started singing. Cheering under the shadow of the tree, spinning under the street lamp. In an empty room with no one to accompany with lights and shadows. Arms stretched out to freeze the perfect picture. Render with a smiley face. The sky is full of staggered rays of light hitting the ground. Every word is broken into notes and splashes. Stepping on the remake and jumping on the downbeat. Gather happiness into one point. Spread again. The air pressure drops suddenly in the dull afternoon. Open to catch the dripping raindrops. Hurrying through the crowd and you. Passed by and disappeared. A familiar line with street photography. Is by my side no longer alone anymore. We have never seen each other. But we are bound. The sky is full of staggered light to build the stage. Flashes and changes every time I jump. Gorgeous cheer light stick link. Weave our warp and weft threads. Every time I look at each other, I'm far away. Every action overlaps with you. Reach out with your fingertips and tap the play button. An invitation from the other side of the world. All see. When each line of lyrics came out of Sajari's mouth, the voice was long and soft. It's a pity that Sajari's singing skills are really not very good. If you only listen to that kind of glutinous lowly voice, Yu reading www.yuyugonshu.com is actually good at singing, allowing the otakus to lie down and feel like they're all ready. It's a waste. The feelings of people other than low ICN are different. They can ignore the influence of the most adorable lowly temperament and hear the shortcomings. For example, the lyrics of the 10th sentence are sung fast, and the lyrics of the 19th sentence are out of tune, etc. Hey, I'm going to sing here today, good night everyone. Shahu blushed, feeling that he was singing so badly, so he lost 2/3 of the song and retired, and forcibly announced that he would broadcast it. A young GEU lying down sat up quickly, hit the bullet screen and said, "Don't, I haven't heard enough." The anchor sings well, really. Anchor should be confident, no one is born a singer, this is all practiced. Sahu Sauces my wife saw so many encouraging comments, he originally wanted to make comments, suddenly deleted the hot comments he had written and replaced them with encouraging words. It's much better than the rookie anchor, really. ID2 Haojin presents a rhythm storm, I want to hear the ocean teacher continue to sing. A group of people followed up, and the screen was filled with barrage for a while, and they all swiped the barrage of I want to hear the ocean teacher continue to sing. Sajari saw this, his eyes were slightly hot, and with the support of everyone, he continued to sing the song. The singing continued for a minute, intermittently in the middle, obviously out of tune, but Sajari survived. Thank you for your encouragement, I really want to broadcast it, good night everyone. While broadcasting under Sajari, the system information in the brain quietly changed, adding one more piece of information. Active talent, singing skills LV1, it happens from time to time out of tune, but the singing barely reaches the ears. Chapter 30, published. Congratulations to the master for awakening hidden talent, singing skills LV1. Hexie said the system. Shahu had just been broadcast, and she felt a little emotional, but she didn't expect to sing out of tune. At this time, she heard the system cheering and glanced at the system information subconsciously. Name, Izumi Sajiri. Fan value, 18,801, finally, there is no need to make salted fish, but freshwater fish should also have great dreams. Otherwise, what is the difference from a salted fish? Come on, the future big cartoonist. Active talent. Full score drawing technique, anyway, it is full score. Whether you use a computer to draw a picture or draw a picture by hand, the quality is leveraged. Singing skills LV1, singing is barely in your ears, but out of tune happens from time to time. Close Wolves Defense LV2, never be afraid of the strange uncle who has practiced martial arts. But it is not very useful for martial arts masters, so in order to protect your body, please be careful of the super big bad wolf. Passive talent. The most adorable lowly temperament, 300% attractive to low ICN. The sound is soft and the body is soft and can be pushed down, the voice is super cute, the body is super soft, and it can push down the warming bed. What hidden talent? I will sing before crossing, this is not a hidden talent at all. Sajiri despised the system in her heart. The system gentleman began to feel guilty and deliberately changed the subject and said, ahem, let's not talk about this, now the fan value has reached 188,000. When the publication comes out tomorrow, a large number of true fans will flood in, and the goal of 20,000 will be completed. You don't need to say this, I already know it. The system is completely speechless, I think it is more appropriate to be a quiet system master. Sahu stretched out a lazy waist and made a lazy sound, very cute. After stretched out, Sajiri's gaze aimed at the live broadcast room again. The audience in the live broadcast room is almost gone. There are only more than 300 people left in the audience of 50,000 plus. I don't know if it's a zombie fan. Sajiri held a trial attitude and put a bullet screen saying, what are you doing? This barrage is very nonsensical, but after Sajiri waited for a few seconds, he really saw someone reply. Reading novels. ID jumped over the pit without looking back, sent a barrage saying, listening to the song sung by the anchor, I just secretly recorded it. Brother is awesome, I'm going to share it with the support group, I want to hear it too. 6 groups too, please upload. I'm in 5 groups, please. 4 groups of old drivers are here, please queue number. Several old drivers brushed the barrage one after another, and when they saw someone secretly recording, their attitude became extremely positive, lively like a Shiba Inu. You perverts! Sahu sent out a barrage, and then said, at hang don't look back, quickly delete the recording, or I will kick you out of the group, super serious face. ID jumped over the pit without looking back, was surprised, why delete it, I want to cherish it. Wait, isn't this the ocean teacher? I think you are still there. At this time, the live broadcast room is closed, but the barrage chat is not obstructed, so everyone can scroll up the record and see the ID of the ocean teacher. Teacher is still asleep, can I sing another song, I really want to hear. Hey? The teacher didn't sleep, can you sleep live? I'll see the end from the beginning. I also want to see the teacher's sleeping posture. The barrage in the live broadcast room was brushed up again, almost 30 per second, but Sajiri did not come out from the beginning to the end, it seemed that the person had already left. What is Sajiri doing? In fact, she is patrolling the queue groups, checking the folders from time to time, and if she finds any audio files, she immediately deletes them roughly. But so far, no audio files have appeared. This kind of thing, the system master can do it for you, without the master watching it himself. Sajiri was sluggish when he heard the words, and he was right to think, how could this kind of rough work be done by a girl, so it was handed over to the system. Do it well, add chicken drumsticks later. The system king was speechless. Even if he had chicken legs, he couldn't eat it. On the other side, Brother De Diao uploaded the audio files to a group of folders, watching the upload progress bar reach 100%, and then the computer showed that the upload was successful. Send you warmth, old drivers, hurry up and download it. Brother De Diao proudly said. ID Sa Jiang is my wife said, what is the download? I didn't see the file. Someone sent a black question mark on his face, suspecting that Brother De Diao was cheating. Brother De Diao is too routine. He said he uploaded it, but he actually enjoyed it alone. Fuck, why did the file disappear? Brother De Diao wiped his eyes, and looked at it again. Could it be deleted by the ocean teacher secretly? This scene took place in all major Q groups. In addition to the Big Brother, there were many people secretly recording, but all the files they uploaded were deleted instantly and could not be shared. I don't believe in evil, wait until I upload it in the middle of the night. Some old drivers secretly said. When the night was quiet, some old drivers secretly uploaded audio files. Seeing that a 100% progress bar popped up successfully, the computer showed that the upload was completed. Then they clicked on the Q group folder, and they were dumbfounded. I went, it was deleted again. Some people chatted with Teacher Ocean privately and said, don't Teacher Ocean sleep. But the Ocean teacher did not reply to them, and the profile picture is also grey. In the early morning of the next day, sunlight was projected from an oblique angle into the steel forest in Tokyo. The tall buildings reflected the early morning sunlight, and the diffuse water floated slowly in the sky. A rainbow was baptized by the sunlight and hung for half an hour. The manager of Tanamura rode a black bicycle across the gradually noisy road. Away from the tall city, he came to the low wooden buildings and parked the car in front of his store. Push open the entrance door. This is a bookstore that specializes in novels, comics, and related figures. In the front area, there are comic magazines such as Shounen Jump, Shounen Sunday, Shounen Magazine, and Dengeki King. The bookshelves around are all kinds of novels. The bookshelf on the left sells light novels, and the bookshelf on the right sells online novels. There are dozens of figures on the cabinet behind the cash register. The manager swept around quickly, and then put out major comic magazines from the inventory. When he was posing Dengeki King, his right hand suddenly stopped, his eyes were fixed on the heroine on the cover, and he suddenly found that the heroine was very cute. I told you that I uploaded 3 times last night, 2 of which were still at 1 o'clock in the middle of the night and 3 o'clock in the middle of the night, and every time they disappeared for no reason. Do you think this is mysterious? A young man in a yellow shirt took his friends into the store. Maybe the ocean teacher deleted it. Also a possibility. The young man with pimples on his face finished speaking, glanced at the comic book in the store, and matched Dengeki King at a glance. The boss gave me a copy of Dengeki King and Shounen Jump. The ID of the young man on the internet is when I enter the pit, I won't look back. He woke up early to buy the Dengeki King comics. I said you only bought Shounen Jump, why did you buy Dengeki? My friend was puzzled. Have you seen the heroine on the cover, Izumi Sajiri? This is my wife. The acne boy grunted. And such scenes are being performed in major bookstores. Chapter 31, Hot out of stock. The sun showed a white belly in the east, and gradually rose in just 2 hours. The morning light of thousands of miles penetrated through the thick clouds and illuminated every corner of Tokyo. This is Tokyo in the morning, full of infinite vitality and business opportunities. For example, an unknown bookstore in Tokyo ushered in a peak sales period. The boss brought me a copy of Dengeki King. A young man rushed into the bookstore happily and asked before seeing the comic book, which shows that the enthusiasm is extraordinary. The manager of Valley Village was in a daze, and he came back to his senses when he heard customers calling him. "I'm really sorry, I didn't expect Dengeki King to sell so well, now it is out of stock." The manager of Valley Village bowed to apologize, and the standard 90-degree angle made the enthusiastic young man feel cold. "Isn't there really, even one copy?" "The store manager, you must have one in your own collection. Why don't you sell it to me at a high price? I'll pay 3 times the price." The boy still didn't give up. "It's really gone. I didn't even watch Dengeki King. I only watched Boy Jump and a light novel last night." The manager of Valley Village has a slightly bitter face. In fact, he apologized more than 200 times in the morning. He didn't expect Dengeki King to be so popular. Now he encounters a guy who offers 3 times the price, which makes his heart even more bitter. As early as when the supplier delivered the goods, someone asked him if he wanted to buy twice as much, but he actually smiled and refused. Now when I think about it, I have the urge to slap myself. By the way, the manager Tanamura knew why Dengeki King suddenly became popular. He secretly speculated that the reason for the sudden fire of the Electric Shock King should be the cute heroine on the cover. Thinking back to the cover of the Dengeki King, Izumi Sagiri's appearance is still vivid, with an indescribable magical nature, imprinted in his mind. Light blue hair, floppy bangs, and wearing a strapless white shirt, her cute gaze looks to the upper left, her shy face can be broken with a finger, and she is beyond cute. The focus is on painting style. This kind of painting style is not traditional muscle line style, nor 3D style, but exquisite style similar to Dubba. However, the character of Izumi Sagiri is obviously several times better than Teacher Dubba. I don't know what comics this is, it can actually drive sales like Dubba. The manager of Tani Village bought 1.5 times the goods this time. He thought that Fights Breaks Fear would increase sales, but now it seems that there are other potential masterpieces on Dengeki. Speaking of fighting against the sky, the manager Tanamura found that this comic was very fierce at the beginning. The sales exploded in the first week, but the sales in the second week dropped slightly by 0.5 times. It is said that the reason for the decline of Dengeki King is that Fight Break was updated to the 3rd chapter on the internet. Some readers know what the future plot will be because of reading it on the internet and reading the original book of this comic. Bought it. Is the boss only available tonight? I heard that there are 2 episodes of Ira manga by Dengeki King this week. If you don't collect it, you will suffer too much. The manager of Valley Village heard the words. It turned out that this comic was called Teacher Ira Manga, and the title of the book has a feeling of H. The important thing is to publish 2 consecutive episodes. A new comic with such a strong layout support is definitely a potential masterpiece of Dengeki King. Well, I'll urge you. If what you said is true, then the extra print should be coming soon. King Tanamura first said he lost his company, and then called the supplier. At this time, a wave of readers flooded into the store one after another, all fans of Sagiri Izumi. It happened that the enthusiastic young man was there. In order not to disturb the boss urging the goods, he personally stood at the entrance to explain the shortage of goods to each customer. Everyone knew that the manga was out of stock, so they had to buy a copy of Shounen Jump and left, while some Sagiri fans waited for news from the manager in the store. After a while, the manager Tanamura with short brown hair touched his head and walked out with a smile. "Don't worry, everyone will be in stock at noon today. Just come and buy it at that time. It's great, you can see Sagiri sauce at noon." A girl in a sailor suit cheered. The 30-year-old store manager Tanamura was slightly surprised. He glanced at the girl in the sailor suit from the corner of his light, secretly wondering, why would any girl like this manga named H? Is it a bad house? This girl is very young, with baby fat on her face. She is wearing a white canto-breasted sailor suit, embroidered with the emblem of Tokyo Private Girls High School, and her miniskirt is black and red Scottish. She is wearing black short neck socks. She is a standard cute girl. Another girl dressed the same as her, but with shorter hair and makeup on her face. She was in her first grade. After watching the live broadcast for 2 hours yesterday, my brother finally stepped into my sister's room and almost rubbed his face. The manager of Valley Village listened to the conversation between the two fans, and felt that his worldview was a little broken. What's going on? A cute girl and a beautiful high school girl discuss how the love sparks between brother and sister. If the store manager has an expression on his face, it must be a black question mark face. I take the liberty to ask www.readaloud.com manga teacher, is it romantic? The manager wiped his sweat. The two girls looked surprised. I didn't expect the store manager to talk to them and ask such stupid questions. The shop manager who sells the comics doesn't know the plot of the comics. Can this not shock them? The girl nodded, but didn't say everything. She tapped her chin with her ring finger and estimated at an elevation angle of 45 degrees, this is not clear, but my sister is very cute and cute. Maybe she will develop in the direction of love in the future. Indeed, as she said, the content of the 2 episodes is too small. The characters in the whole book have not yet appeared. It is not clear what the line of comics is. The current gimmick is still at the level of My Sister is Teacher Huang on the above, the preliminary positioning of daily life. However, readers who have watched and loved this comic will expect a subtle emotional collision between brothers and sisters in their hearts. After listening to the explanation, the store manager was also aroused. What kind of comic is this? There is no battle, no suspense and horror, only ordinary daily life, like this kind of comics with very few selling points. How does it attract the attention of comic friends? Is the picture quality or the character set, or is the plot dominant? The store manager secretly regretted it. If he had known it earlier, when he saw the cover of Izumi Sagiri this morning, he would have secretly intercepted the next Dengeki King. After a while, old customers left one after another, and new customers came in again. After half a day, 60% of people asked the store if there was Dengeki King. Speaking of this kind of potential new work, there will definitely be on the internet, but the store manager likes to read physical books. He thinks that only by reading paper comics can you experience a perfect reading experience. While he was in a daze, the supplier's truck arrived. Chapter 32, What is the experience of letting fans burn love letters? Tokyo National No. 1 High School, Grade 3 and 5. There are 6 rows of tables and chairs in the classroom. The classroom is full of people. Everyone looks at the teacher on the blackboard intently and listens to every sentence of the teacher's instruction. In the entire classroom, there is only one Xiao Zhengtai who hasn't listened to the class seriously. He sat in a corner, secretly lowered his head, and in the drawer was a comic weekly with a cute cover. The cover of this book is a cute girl in light blue, her cute eyes blushing, and the ubiquitous cuteness makes Xiao Zhengtai's tender face blush. The heroine on this cover is exactly the same as her. Could it be that she painted this? Xiao Zhengtai's name is Sugihara Kaito. He is a student in grade 3 and 5 of Tokyo National No. 1 High School. He is petite and slender, has a cute appearance, and has good skin, especially his cute face. He is often teased by people around him as Xiao Zheng. This morning, he passed the Tokyo Private Girls High School as usual, and he didn't see the expected person. However, he saw the 3-year crush in the comic book at the same table. This object is the heroine on the cover of this week's Dengeki King. The heroine is the heroine of Manga Sensei and Izumi Sagiri. The girl whom Sugihara-kun has secretly loved for 3 years. Every time she caught a glimpse of that cute and pretty shadow on the road, she didn't even know her name, but she didn't expect her to appear in his eyes again in the form of the heroine of the manga. He took a deep breath, followed the catalog to find the page number of Manga teacher, and then looked intently. Sahu-chan is so cute, what's her name? I really want to know. Xiao Zheng is too obsessed with teacher Manga and cannot extricate himself. The more he looks at the heroine, the more he likes it. Shigahara-kun, have you finished reading? Do I still want to watch Dupa? The table mate next to him deliberately picked a gap in the math teacher's turn, and carefully handed over a piece of paper. Sugihara-kun returned the note, saying, "Sorry Ishihara-kun, let me watch it for another 10 minutes. No, I put up with not reading cartoons online for a week. If I don't read Xiao Yan's pretense, I will feel uncomfortable." Ishihara-kun's tough attitude made Xiao Zhengtai have to compromise. "By the way, is teacher Ira manga good looking? I haven't read it yet. Recently, it has been very popular on the Q group. Super cute, I recommend you to see it." "Well, I will see Airman after watching Dupo later." Sugihara-kun heard that this comic was quite popular on the internet, so he moved in his heart, secretly took out his mobile phone, downloaded the Denjiki King app, and searched for the words Ira manga teacher. Teacher Ira manga has 280,000 views, 490,000 recommended votes, and 174,000 collections. I have collected so many in only 3 weeks, so amazing. Xiao Zhengtai has no feelings about the data, but you can see from the collection. 140,000 people have collected it. It must be a very popular work. Look at Dupo, the favorite at the same table. This data shocked him again. Fights Break Sphere has 1.19 million hits. 2.01 million recommended votes. Collection of 640,000. Speaking of Dupa, it is a magical work in the novel world. Xiao Zhengtai once heard of this book, and she had such a result in only 3 weeks, which is quite normal. Looking at other people's Naruto, the clicks are all over 20 billion. I can only say that people's fighting and breaking comics are not bad. Fuck it, after reading Dupo, I will look at Ira manga teacher again. I feel that other comics are like boiled water, and I don't feel it at all. The table mate next to the table watched Ira manga teacher, and couldn't help feeling very much. By the way, this heroine looks like that cute loli on the way to school. The table mate is 1.85 meters tall. From his perspective, the 1.5 meter Sagiri is indeed a little lowly. At the same table, he seemed to have thought of something, and said in a ridiculous tone, "Justice, don't you think?" "Ah, yeah." Zhengtai's cheeks were slightly red, and her words were uncomfortable. "Haha, I said you don't think about it. I heard that she is always sick, and she has fallen into a lot of homework. It is estimated that she will repeat the grade this time. And you are about to set foot on the university hall, there is no need to have a crush on someone who doesn't even have a name. Lowly who knows?" Ishihara-kun persuaded him with a gesture of coming over. "I don't have a crush on her, don't talk nonsense." I waved my hand too quickly. Ishihara-kun shook his head, and then said, "Jing-chai, is there a reply to a love letter you wrote before?" Masaichi was silent. According to incomplete statistics, more than 100 people in Tokyo National No. 1 High School handed her love letters, and none of them got a reply. "You guys should give up and concentrate on studying." Ishihara-kun's elder sister is studying in a Tokyo private girls' high school, and she happens to be in the same class as Sagiri, so Ishihara-kun learns the inside story. It is said that Sagiri never reads love letters, and throws one away when she sees one. She has no plans to fall in love at all. Now that the college entrance examination is approaching, some people send out the last love letter with the mentality that they will not have a chance if they don't work hard. Therefore, there are more than 200 love letters piled up in the school's mailing room, all of which are given to Sahu. In the end, those love letters were cooked by the fans of Sagiri's support group, and they were all wiped out. Sagiri stretched out and received the message from the squad leader, with a subtle joy. On QQ, the squad leader wrote, 34 love letters have been burned today. Burning love letters, I didn't even dare to think of such a great thing before, but now it's more than 30 letters, not to mention how refreshing it feels. Sagiri, thank you, monitor. No thanks, funny face. Thanks to the monitor, Sajiri checked the system information in his brain. Name, Izumi Sajiri. Fan value, 44,658, the freshwater fish in the creek should also have great dreams, otherwise, what is the difference from a salted fish? Come on, the future big cartoonist. Active talent. Full score drawing technique, anyway, it is full score. Whether you use a computer to draw a picture or draw a picture by hand, the quality is leveraged. Singing skills LV1, singing is barely in your ears, but out of tune happens from time to time. Close-up anti-wolf technique LV3, no longer have to be afraid of martial uncles who have practiced martial arts. But it is not very useful for martial arts masters, UU reading www.uuganshu.com, so in order to protect your body, please be careful of the super big bad wolf. Passive talent. The most adorable lowly temperament, 300% attractive to low ICN. The sound is soft and the body is soft and can be pushed down, the voice is super cute, the body is super soft, and it can push down the warming bed. Congratulations to the host, the fan value has broken 20,000, and the close-up anti-wolf technique level is +1. Sajiri looked surprised, the fan value did not take off. Dupo has been serialized for 2 weeks, allowing the fans to have a buffer period for the exquisite painting style, and the impact does not explode, so it is difficult for true love fans to rise. The system explained. Shahu nodded, and took a closer look at the introduction of the close-up anti-wolf technique LV3, and found that the word had not been changed, so he asked the system with a dark face, "Isn't it upgraded to a level? Why should I beware of the super wolf?" The system monarch branch said, "This, martial arts is available, but the master's physical fitness is too poor, so beware of the super big bad wolf." Sajiri. So what's the point of saying that I want level +1? Sajiri didn't have a good air. Master, don't be discouraged, there are also LV4, LV5, LV6. The system master tried to defend himself. According to the systemic explanation, the ultimate state of anti-wolf technique is the end of the integration of various martial arts. If the spot is full of anti-wolf technique, it may produce some kind of extraordinary power, such as Tai Kai's 4 or 2 strokes, even if the strength is small, it can bring down an elephant. Well, what is the fan value of the next stage? Sajiri also tried to protect her body. System gentleman made a scissor hand expression in Sajiri's mind. 200,000. No, 20 times 2, 400,000. The system gentleman dared slightly. Chapter 33, Good Morning Hug. The next day, Dengeki King's comics spread throughout Japan, arousing strong responses from all over Japan. Probably realizing that Ms. Iramanga will usher in a wave of fan frenzy, digital veteran fans such as Didiao Brother and local Tyrant Jin will be divided into groups, and a new report post will be opened in the book review area, leaving the 7th place at the top. Queue number of 2,000 people to 15 groups. Unexpectedly, in addition to the comic book Do Po Kangchiang, I can still see works that go hand in hand with it. From now on, my wife is not Xiao Suner, but Izumi Sajiri, said a second-year student in Hokkaido. Time is not old, fights are never broken. But the appearance of Sajiri changed my mind. I decided to become a member of the Ocean Teacher Support Team and protect her forever. Whoever dares to attack her is my enemy. A university in Kyoto, Japan. The otaku wrote in the report post in the book review section of Teacher Iramania. In the beginning, I bought the King of Electric Shock for the purpose of fighting against. Today I was shocked when I saw the cover. I thought she was a new character for fighting against. I didn't expect to be the heroine of Iramanga Teacher, not much to say. No, I'm going after this comic. As long as the author doesn't postpone it, I will be rewarded with 10,000 yen every week. IDs arrogantly said. The 6th grade elementary school student in Kyushu's ID Hot to the Sky, posted a post in the book review area, and also entered the 7th group of burst photos of the support group, and was dubbed by everyone as the strongest elementary school student. In addition to Japan, China mainland is also the business area of Dengeki King. Manga is not only the hottest in Japan, but also very popular in the mainland. However, relatively speaking, the mainland's manga market is a bit more intense. It can almost be said that there are 100 flowers blooming. Even the existence of Dengeki King can only be slightly famous. If you want to rate comic works, then Shonen Jump is equivalent to a first-line comic publication, and it can be said to be a best-selling throughout China. Almost every student who reads comics will buy one. While Dengeki King is only famous in Japan, it is far less well known on the mainland than Japan, and can be used as a second-line publication. On a small white cotton bed, the cute girl with light blue hair is closing her eyes, her soft bangs open to the sides, revealing her white forehead and lovely eyebrows. Sajiri was wearing a plaid pajamas, holding the magical little TV strip pillow in both hands, and wearing a big white quilt. Her mouth was slightly open, and she suddenly murmured, "Raphael, I want to eat barbecue." Steak will do. Gabriel sauce, I heard that adding pepper 10 times will make it fragrant. Jingle bell. Sagumi frowned her good-looking eyebrows, and leaned her right hand toward the head of the bed, and she felt a fluffy square shape, which was particularly soft when pinched. She opened her eyes slightly and saw a small TV doll, and the alarm clock was ringing at the old place 5 centimeters away. "It's 8 o'clock, I have to hurry up." Sajiri rubbed his eyes, struggled for 10 minutes and then slowly got up, sat on the bed and took a nap. Her cute head was fishing like a fisherman for 3 minutes. After the system gentleman kindly reminded her, Sajiri woke up. After a simple wash, Sajiri turns on the computer, clicks on the favorites to enter Dengeki, and view his data. Teacher Iramanga has 400,000 views, 730,000 recommended votes, and 291,000 favorites. Yarn Mist calculated slightly, compared with yesterday's data. Iramanga teacher yesterday has a click increase of 120,000, a collection increase of 110,000, and a collection rate of over 90%. This is a very explosive data. It makes Sajiri feel like she is in a dream, as if she sees endless glory added to her body, and shines the glory of sister control to the world. But looking at the fan value in his mind, Sajiri returned to the cold real world. Fan value, 54,200. Yesterday, there were more than 40,000 True Love fans, but only 10,000 True Love fans have risen until now, which is completely out of proportion to the collection data on the website. The collection rose by 110,000, while the True Love fan only rose by 10,000. This ratio is far worse. It seems that Dopo has taken the limelight. Sao was a little angry. If it hadn't been for Dopo's exquisite style to break the comic magazine market first, perhaps her road of attracting fans would have been smoother. But my daily comics still have a great advantage. Sajiri said to herself inwardly. Daily comics still have a selling point in the market, but this type of comics has always been tepid in the comic market, and is not valued by people, but it has not been abandoned. Generally speaking, this category is the same as the traditional martial arts in the novel world, and it is not popular to a certain level. Recalling the hot works of the past life, Sajiri believes that everyday easy-to-go comics can rise, but this requires a high-quality work to bring fire, and Iramanga-sensei is obviously the current direction of Dengeki King. Sajiri patted her face, temporarily letting go of the thoughts in her heart, and began the journey of drawing comics day after day. But before drawing the manga, Sajiri felt that she should find some comfort in the heart, such as being happy. Sajiri looked at her pajamas calmly, and stopped after moving her hands an inch away. Forget it, it's better to look at Gabriel's trousers' welfare. Sajiri thought badly. Opened the door, took out the key and turned it gently. After a squeak, the door opened in response. The room is pitch black, there is no bright light source, and the shading effect of the curtains is also great. www.readaloud.com without half a ray of light. Gia Bailey didn't play on the computer, but was sleeping lazily. This is rare. Sajari rubbed her little hands and crept close to Gabriel's bed. I saw a young girl with long yellow hair lying on the bed. The girl had no trimmings, her hair draped loosely on the bed, and a tuft of dull hair on top of her head was raised high. After Sajari looked at it, her eyes sparkled and she subconsciously used her hands go and press it. Gia Bailey was forced to press a bunch of dumb hairs by Sajari. With a little reaction, she rolled to the right area subconsciously. Sajari took the opportunity to open the quilt and saw Gabriel sleeping in a shirt without pants. Gia Bailey wore a pure white trousers, just exposed to the air, letting Sajari pay her attention. After a while, Sajari sneaked into Gabriel's bed and lay on Gabriel's left area. Speaking of this is the first time sharing a pillow. Sahu was a little excited, looking at the bunch of dumb hair, stretched out her hand and pressed it, unexpectedly awakened Gabriel. Okay. Gia Bailey turned around, first stared at Sajari, then said don't make a noise, then turned around, as if sleeping. Hey? Don't you chase people? Sajari was slightly happy. After 2 full minutes, Sajari heard a steady breathing, and it seemed that Gia Bailey was asleep again. Seeing Gabriel's sleeping side face, breathing the fragrance of the girl in the air, Sajari became bolder now, and she gently stretched out her hands to hug Gabriel's waist, like a sleeping pillow. Hug her. But Gia Bailey miraculously didn't wake up. Sajari didn't know if it was acquiescence or really fell asleep. In short, sleeping with her cute girl is also a very good choice. As for today's manuscript task, let it go to hell. OVO. Chapter 34, Salted fish that don't want to be lazy are not good salted fish. Sahu didn't think about dragging the manuscript at first, but this pillow was too comfortable, it was more magical than the magical small TV long pillow, and Gabriel had a decadent and lovely attribute that could make people sink into a warm country. Inextricable. So Sajari slept for a few more hours without knowing it. It was only after 11 o'clock that she was suddenly awakened by Gabriel's free movement. Gia Bailey sauce is a good hug. Sahu's first words when she woke up made Gabriel's eyes roll over. The latter pushed Sahu's face with her white palms, looked at her with a grieving expression, and complained. No wonder I was in my dream and prevented me from playing computer Krypton Gold. It turns out that you are the culprit. Sahu just woke up, still in a state of confusion. Hearing Gabriel's complaints, he immediately became sober, and touched his head, looking a little embarrassed. Gia Bailey's eyeballs rolled, and his pupils flashed with excitement. He suddenly grasped Sajari's hand, and put his hands together in a request-like manner, and said, "How about this, you can help me make a bowl of instant noodles and send it to the room, so I will forgive you." Sajari was speechless, thinking that Gabriel wanted to threaten herself, but she didn't expect that she didn't care about it at all, but just got up and didn't want to step out of the room to make instant noodles. It turns out that the cost of making a pillow is so small. I would have come to rub the bed every day if I knew it. Sahu murmured secretly in her heart. After a while, Sahu walked out of Gabriel's door, and when she left, she looked back at the bedroom and saw Gabriel lying on the ground in her shirt, shaking her white legs. The instant noodles want beef curry flavor. Wash them in boiling water at 100 degrees Celsius, then soak for another 8 minutes. Put 2/3 of the seasoning bag, thank you. Gia Bailey suddenly QQ her. Sajari looked at a familiar scene, as if Gabriel had asked her like this a few days ago. Instant noodles? It's impossible, anyone with a mobile phone wants instant noodles. Forget it, let's order takeaway. Sajari thought about it, and decisively ordered 2 takeaways. As for Gabriel, she would definitely not object. Her aim is to eat as long as there is food, anyway, it is not her money. 10 minutes later, Sajari took the takeaway and went to Gabriel's room to eat. While enjoying the benefits while eating, he returned to the room afterwards and remembered that he had to rush the manuscript. Sajiri-chan, you are now a contracted manga author of Dengeki King magazine, please don't postpone the delivery date willfully with me, okay? Xiaoman editor asked with a look of impotence. There is no one to be an editor to make Xiaoman like this. I beg the manga author to submit the manuscript. Like other magazine comics authors, anyone who has a magazine will basically send the manuscripts drawn 2 weeks in advance. And this Sagumi is good, and I can't do it a week in advance, and I want to ask her for a day off, indicating that I have overslept today and haven't started work. That, can't you really allow 1 day? The 3rd chapter will be submitted by Friday night at the latest. We still have time to print here. Please be considerate of Sajiri. Xiaoman continued to talk with Sajiri. Beside the editor of Xiaoman, Jun Qingshi wanted to laugh, but he didn't dare to speak out for fear of being beaten by the beautiful editor OU. Fortunately, Teacher Ocean is in her charge, otherwise it is me who has the headache. Qingshi Jun thought. Once the manga author fails to submit the manuscript normally, the editor in charge will be affected. Because a manga magazine has a limited space, if a manga is added temporarily, not only the word of mouth will be damaged, but there will also be the risk of criticism from the leader. After a while, Sajiri replied, okay. After Sajiri forced her QQ off, she said, today is Monday, May 22nd, and there are 4 days before Friday night. Counting today, it can barely be regarded as 5 days. I drew 7 pages before, the 3rd chapter has 34 pages, and the remaining 27 pages are left unpainted. If I paint 3 pages today, a few days later. After her calculation, Sagiri found that she had to work hard to catch up with the manuscript. It was a particularly bitter one, all day long. Otherwise, you reading www.youkanshu.com she can't enjoy the leisurely life of salted fish. Ahem, excuse me for inserting a sentence. The master's comics are completely copied from the original. The storyboards and manuscripts are in the God-level comic library. Just follow the drawing. In theory, you can draw a page in an hour, and you can draw it in 8 hours a day. Draw 8 pages. The system gentleman said with a funny expression. Shaul looks slightly stiff, but the system is right. She only works 1 hour in the morning, 2 hours in the afternoon, and 1 hour in the evening, for a total of 4 hours. I occasionally suffer from water Q group at work, so I peak 4 pages a day. As for the time saved, Sagiri took it to sleep, read novels, and watch dramas. Don't I live just to enjoy life, so the 5-hour work time is already a lot of face. Sagiri gave the system a white glance. The starting novel of this world is roughly the same as that of the previous life, with all kinds of cool texts emerging one after another, and there are some novels that have not been completed before, just taking advantage of the leisurely life to make up. There are also fan dramas. Although there is no cute daily fan here, people in this world are still in place to study the royal way. The various plots are passionate and make people clap their hands and cheer. I can't wait to chase the drama all night. Ahem, it's far away, let's return to work. So, it's better to live with salted fish. Sajiri concluded. The system gentleman chose to be speechless. As early as the first day, it saw Sajiri boasting that he could draw dozens of pages a week. Then Sajiri persisted for an hour, then changed her mind in a blink of an eye, feeling that she has a god-level comic library, and will not worry about food and clothing in the future, but also draws so diligently. He is not a humanoid manga machine, so I might as well draw while resting. Wouldn't it be fun to slowly bring the cute style of painting into the world, to benefit both ourselves and all mankind? Chapter 35, Forces to urge more are coming. But before I make salted fish, I have to keep my promise. Sajiri tangled. She is not the kind of procrastination of the rich old thief, and there must be no less weeks. Finally, Sajiri chose to draw an extra hour a day to draw, that is to say 5 pictures a day. Mention the multiplication formula silently. 5, 5, 25, 2 pages short. Sajari found that she had to take 2 more hours to complete the task. Time is like flowing water, slowly passing by, and in a blink of an eye it comes to Friday's delivery day, May 26th. The editor Xiaoman of the editorial department of Denjiki King is counting the potential data of Iramanga teacher, and collected hundreds of fan letters about the ocean teacher from the mail room, all inquiring about the plot and cheering and encouraging letters. Editor Xiaoman, this teacher Iramanga is currently performing very well, so we must ask the manga author to submit the manuscript 2 weeks in advance to ensure that there are no gaps in the update. The editor-in-chief said. This is the only comic published by Xiao Manzang that is directly responsible for the publication. Naturally, it cannot be said that it is impossible, so she had to nod her head to promise and smile secretly. I hope Sajari can finish the manuscript, otherwise her future is uncertain. Why don't I come to remind me personally? Xiaoman editor pondered this matter and found that the feasibility was very high. When I think of Sajari's JK uniform photos, that tender face is exactly the same as that of the heroine Sajari, so cute that makes people want to pinch. Thinking of this, Xiao Manzang couldn't help but be moved. On the other side, the Shonen Jump Comics editorial department, editor Iguchi received a daily bulletin from the comics industry, which wrote about the most popular events in the comics industry that day. The newsletter is collected by the intelligence department of the Global Comic Daily to ensure that the information is absolutely hot and fresh. The King of Electric Shock, Fights Break Sphere has set a new high in popularity. It is a big mistake not to be included in Shonen Jump. This is the second headline. The editor just glanced at it and hummed it over. As early as a few weeks ago, the adapted operation team headed by Fight Break Sphere went to the Juvenile Jump Company to secretly talk about publishing matters. In the end, the adapted operation team of Dopo did not satisfy its own interests and went to several other comic companies to shop around. The Juvenile Jump, as the leader of the industry, naturally does not allow others to come here to ask for a price and then go to another home to ask for the price. This shows that they have not taken them to heart, so the Juvenile Jump executives faced the second petition. The team deliberately doubled the price. After several trade-offs, Dopo's adapted operation team settled in Denjiki. So while the editor Iguchi snorted, he was a little angry, and didn't want to see the word Dopo. His gaze shifted slightly down, and the third title, The King of Electric Shocks, Ms. Iramanga serialized 2 episodes successfully assimilated the fans, and the webcomic style is exquisite like wallpaper, setting off a trend for sister-in-law to follow suit. What's going on with this comic? It's not easy to follow the trend after only a few words. Iguchi-kun's eyes flickered, and he smelled an unusual business opportunity. Carefully check the contents of the briefing for the third title. Editor Iguchi found that the data in this manga is quite good. Data report on May 26, 2017, Teacher Iramanga has 800,000 views, 1.3 million recommended votes, and 550,000 favorites. Only 2 episodes were published in series by Airman. It is not easy for a newcomer cartoonist to achieve such beautiful results. It must have the quality of the plot, perfect personality, and superb drawing skills. Look at the evaluation of the briefing again. Teacher Iramanga is groundbreaking. The following is a brief review written by the commenter Man. Throwing away the style of Teacher Dopo, in fact, Mr. Hyang's style is more mature. Her drawing method breaks away from the muscle lines, uses a softer drawing method, does not skimp on any color, and brings the cute characteristics of female characters to the fullest. This is the core of the popularity of this comic. There is another important point. The author is a soft-sounding girl, and her voice can make a person pregnant. At present, it is not clear how she looks. However, there are rumors that the author has a very high profile. Iguchi-kun was surprised when he saw this. Can get the groundbreaking appreciation of the critics, which shows that this comic is extraordinary, and you have to take a look. Click a few times, click into the interface of Dengeki King. The editor does not need to type, directly click on the list of books to see that there are 2 familiar comic books on the new book list. First place in Fights Break Sphere. Second place Teacher Ira Manga. Took a deep breath, Iguchi-kun ignored the words Dopo, clicked on Aramin's page, and saw the cover girl with light blue hair, who looked very cute. In terms of appearance, this heroine can indeed blast all the heroines of Shounen Jump. 5 minutes later, the editor Iguchi finished watching Ira Manga Sensei. His eyes flashed, there was no disappointment on his face, nor a particularly emotional expression. The person is set to be very beautiful, and the painting skills are also very mature. It is not an achievement that a newcomer should have. But in terms of content, the plot doesn't have much connotation, and it's not curious enough. The first 2 episodes have always used the Huang man's sister as a gimmick. It seems that the reason for attracting male readers is this sister-controlled element. The editor Jiang Kao touched his chin and meditated. The drawing skills and the stunts are also available. Although the plot is not in the eyes of the editor, it has the potential to become a fire book in combination, which is enough to prove that the future sales will be very good. But Iguchi-kun, as the editor of Junior Jump. Iguchi-kun silently picked up the briefing. After looking at it twice, he tapped his finger on the desktop a few times. He felt that the commenter was subjective and the comments he wrote were not objective. At this time, he took another look at the computer. At the age of 35, he looked at the book review area of the fire, and suddenly suspected that it was the Navy. But, is this manga really so good looking? Iguchi-kun didn't realize it. Yu reading www.yu-kanju. He is not controlled by calm, and he hasn't really been cut into the depths of his soul by Sajiri. It wasn't until Teacher Ira Manga became famous in the future that he realized that he was old and could not understand the changes of the new generation. It took a minute to give a brief evaluation of Ira Manga Teacher and sent it to a colleague in the intelligence department. This comic is full of gimmicks. Exquisite drawing skills are mature and sophisticated, and the use of colors is amazing. However, it is biased to say that she is groundbreaking. I think in terms of plot. Shounen Jump editor Iguchi-kun finished the brief review and sent it to the intelligence department of the Global Comic Daily in the name of the commentator Iguchi-kun. He believes that this brief commentary will be published in the Global Comic Daily at this time tomorrow, telling the world the truth. And by the way discrediting Dengeki King, it can be said to kill 2 birds with 1 stone. In Tokyo in the evening, the sky was dyed orange-red by the light of the setting sun, and the slanting rays of light shone into the tram through the window and hit the cheeks of the little white-haired angel. The white waterfall like Raphael squinted his eyes slightly, sitting on the seat of the tram, watching a group of passengers get off the bus. The people in the tram gradually disappeared. Only couples in 2s and 3s sprinkled dog food on the spot. In addition to the couple, Raphael found that there was a single lady beside her. She is wearing a white collar OL cylinder, with a tall chest and amazing curves. Her legs in red high heels are tilted up. The eyes in the red frame are shining with a calm light, and she faintly exudes a powerful aura named Yuja. The difference is that the young lady is writing the Ira Manga Teacher comics, which seems to be a bit inconsistent with her strong appearance, or the sudden change of style makes Raphael unable to adapt. Chapter 36, Reminder Trip. The OL pretend lady suddenly raised her head, looked directly into Raphael's eyes, took her mobile phone and said, "You also look at Airman." Raphael shook his head, then nodded again. Xiao Man is speechless. What's the matter with this white-haired girl? She didn't want to see it, but she changed to want to see, and her expression was very serious, unlike a deliberate disguise. Did any thoughts suddenly change her in this moment? In the next moment, Raphael moved his butt, leaned over, and asked Xiao Manzang with an angelic smile, "Do you like Sajiri too?" "I like it, Sajiri is so cute, who doesn't like it?" Xiao Man replied subconsciously. Raphael got the answer, nodded and moved his back again. The smile was still gentle, but there was an imperceptible black belly hidden in the smile, which can only be seen by the old fritters in the workplace. Now Xiao Man is even more confused and can't understand what the girl is thinking. Ran over with a smile and asked her if she likes Seguro-chan. After the question, she moved back to her original position, giving people a bad premonition. What kind of trouble is this? As the saying goes, a woman's heart needles on the bottom of the sea. How Raphael's careful thinking will let Xiao Man know easily. Xiao Man is puzzled, and now I look at the white-haired girl's attire. She is wearing a simple shirt, and her tall chest is comparable to her own. In addition, she is wearing a black and blue plaid miniskirt and short-necked black stockings. Like a high school girl. After a few glances, Xiao Man realized that he was rude and shouldn't always stare at other people's clothes, so he smiled apologetically, then stared back at his mobile phone and called up the map to check the route. After a while, when the train arrived at the station, Raphael and Miss Cylinder OL got off the train together, and the two walked away tacitly. 2 minutes later, the two met on the bus platform without talking. A few minutes after getting off the car, they magically walked on the same road, and they were speechless all the way. The asphalt stone road on the road is straight and black, and the blue plane trees stand in 2 rows and sway in the wind. At this time, editor Xiao Man, who had been silent for more than 10 minutes, couldn't help but speak up. Are you going home? Yes, my house is right in front. Raphael smiled slightly, warm as sunshine. Xiao Man felt strange. What was going on with this angelic smile with a black belly? Who did she provoke? What a coincidence, the guy I want to reminder is on this road, maybe it's your neighbor. Xiao Manzang joked casually. Reminder, is it reminder of comic manuscripts? Raphael's smile was even brighter. Ah, how do you know? Xiao Man was taken aback when he heard the words, and thought that only Sajiri knew about this. How could he be guessed by a passerby girl? Well, a guy told me that he must find a way to hold back the big demon sent by the urging force, and that person must be you. Raphael chuckled lightly. Xiaoman editor understands, dare to feel that she is the helper sent by Sahu, but this is not right. How can the helper confess directly? Can it be said that she is here to assist? So you want to stop me? Xiao Manzang said uncertainly. No, 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 as Sagiri's sister, how can she keep away from people thousands of miles away? Of course she chose to bring her into the house. Looking at Raphael's smile, Xiao Man's heart warmed, but she realized that something was wrong. If this smile is placed in anime, it is definitely a standard demon smile. Da-da-da! Is Sahu-chan, come out to welcome the guests. Raphael knocked on the door 3 times, and after a few seconds, the door opened slightly. Saw the door open a few centimeters apart, Xiaomo Sajiri stuck out half of his head, light blue long hair and pink pajamas, and looked at the back of Raphael warily. Unexpectedly, I saw the Cylinder OL costume lady. Sajiri sauce, have you finished drawing your manuscript? Xiao Man put his hands on his waist, dragging a long tail, very upset. That, has finished painting, it's almost time for the final coloring, please wait 10 minutes. Sajiri closed the door as soon as he finished speaking, and didn't even leave time for someone to speak. This. Xiao Man looked dazed. And Raphael secretly laughed. www.readaloud.com just want to see outsiders eating closed doors. Is Sajiri-chan always like this? The editor of Xiaoman couldn't help covering her forehead. It seemed that the cute girl slammed the door directly, which hurt her heart. I just saw her and wanted to squeeze it up, but I didn't expect it to be even close. Even if you want to rush to paint, you can open the door and let her watch. At this time, Sajiri was sitting in front of the computer and swiftly moving, and the big color slogan came to the scene, quickly completing 1/10 of the screen. It is exactly 4 o'clock in the afternoon, and 1 hour before the final delivery time of 5 o'clock, Sajiri wanted to watch an anime before rushing to page 37. It's just that she didn't expect Xiaoman editor to break into the house an hour early, so there was the next scene of fast-paced writing. 9 minutes later, Sajiri sent the file to the mailbox edited by Xiaoman, then stretched out and made a lazy noise. Well, I've finished drawing the manga, now I can catch up with it. Sajiri lay directly on the bed, opened his God-level man library, and closed his eyes to watch. God-level comic library has the advantage that it can be played directly in the brain, and the visual enjoyment is even better than 4K movie theaters. What should I look at? Diddy. Sajiri heard the ticking sound of QQ, and suddenly remembered something. Xiaoman editor is still at home. No, she opened QQ and took a look, and found that Xiaoman editor was complaining, "Sahu's sauce, won't you come out and pinch it for me?" Full of grievances rushed from the screen of the phone. How could Sajiri satisfy her wish, so she said concisely, "I am not in good health, I am resting." So, this time the journey of urging changes has come in vain? Chapter 37, Create a Weibo account to play. Global Comics Daily, the intelligence department received a brief comment from the Juvenile Jump and sent it to the editorial department after verification. A few minutes later, the briefing was returned to the Juvenile Jump on the grounds that it was not objective enough and deliberately devalued. Editor Iguchi-kun turned red after receiving the reply. At the age of 35, he didn't think this comic was worthy of the title of groundbreaking. Since the Global Comic Daily is not published, I will post it on Weibo by myself. Jun Iguchi posted this comment on Weibo. Iguchi-kun, as one of the enthusiastic editors of Shonen Jump, still has the right to speak. His Weibo followers are not many, with only more than 100,000 followers. Basically, the deadlock accounted for 30% of the fans, and the rest are fans of related people in the comics industry. So when the comment was posted, the reading volume remained in the single digits, and it did not rise to 10,000 reading volume until the evening. Well, after reading the manga that Iguchi-kun said, I also feel that the remarks of groundbreaking are a bit too much. Ryuan, the editor in charge of the hot blood classification of Shonen Jump, replied. The heroes see the same thing. I also think this comic is not very worthy of the title of groundbreaking. The Global Comic Daily's evaluation is too high. As for other aspects, it is done very well. It is a good comic. Another hot-blooded classification editor said. Really, I think the originality of this comic lies in the element of cute, rather than the element of sister control on the surface. Old man friends of Huaxia raised an objection. Oh? Do you dare to ask what is mo upstairs, does it mean cute? What is cuteness? The word mo represents a new life, immature and vigorous, and can also mean cuteness. The word mo represents the mental state that will be enthusiastic when you see a beautiful girl character. Iguchi-kun was surprised to see that the comments were divided into polarities. While some people agreed with his comments, some people thought that Iramanga-sensei was groundbreaking. Its groundbreaking was not controlled by the sister, but an incomprehensible word mo. What's the matter with these people? Can cuteness extend to cuteness? The heroine Izumi Sajiri is really cute, but it would be too much to replace cuteness with a cute character. Iguchi-kun shook his head. Scroll down again. Iguchi-kun suddenly found that the editors of Dengeki were bubbling, and ran into the comment area to deliberately bring rhythm, but some people responded to the call. This is most likely the work of the Navy. At 5:20 in the evening, Sajiri's house in Tokyo. Sahu-chan is out for dinner, Xiao Manzang is waiting for you at the table, it would be rude if you drag it any more. Raphael knocked on the door outside. Squeaked, the door opened in response. Sahu wore a light cyan dress, and looked downstairs with a probe, and found that the young lady in the workplace was swiping her mobile phone on the dining table downstairs. Raphael took advantage of Xiaomeng's probe to probe his head, suddenly using the head that hugged Sajiri. He came to have a facial cleanser without a word. Sajiri-chan, she is also cute today. I'm going to die. Fortunately, the facial cleanser did not last long. After 5 seconds, Sajari let out a sigh of relief and drove Raphael into Gabriel's room. After a while, Sahu's family of 3 descended to the first floor. Sayachan, I just walked downstairs now, don't you show my sincerity. Xiao Man looked at her with a grimace. As long as we don't pinch my face, we are still good friends. Sajari said seriously. Her face was very tender. She was pinched by Raphael for more than 10 minutes, leaving several red marks on her face, which lasted for 2 days before disappearing. Afterwards, Sagiri left a psychological shadow. Xiaoman editor nodded happily. In addition to pinching his face, he can also hug, and Sajiri is so cute and soft, it must be very comfortable to hold. Flick, the next step is the familiar facial cleanser. Facing the surging young lady, Sajiri struggled bravely for half a minute. Giabali had just walked down and saw Lily's pair. She couldn't help but dig out the dead fish eyes, and said with disgusting eyes, spicy eyes. After hearing this, Xiao Man saw Giabali with long yellow hair wearing a red and white sportswear. Her hair was messy, a tuft of dull hair stood tall, her round cheeks could be broken by a finger, her hands in her pockets, and her decadent eyes looked at her with a little resentment. People love and hate. Hey, is this your sister, as cute as you, and her decadent appearance makes me want to pinch. Xiaoman editor suddenly shifted his target, his eyes gleaming with excitement. It was a kind of enthusiasm named low ICN. Giabali took a step back suddenly, dodged and hid behind Raphael. Her vigilant eyes seemed to be on guard against the big bad wolf. Sajiri-san, Iguchi-kun of Junior Jump is belittling you, do you know this? Sajiri was holding a piece of pine fish meat, and gently sent it into the mouth, staring in confusion. Hey? You said Iguchi-kun of Shounen Jump is belittling me. Here, look at this Weibo message. Xiao Man took out his phone and showed it to Sahu. ID Iguchi-kun, this comic book is full of gimmicks, exquisite drawing skills are mature and sophisticated, and the use of colors is outstanding. However, it is biased to say that she is groundbreaking. I think in terms of plot. After reading it, Sajiri nodded, then looked at Xiao Man editor with a clear gaze, and said, what about then? Yunsha.com is her. Well, it makes sense, it's time to set up a Weibo account. Sajiri agreed. Xiao Man also deeply agreed, but when he saw Segumi's calm attitude, he was secretly worried. She doesn't feel any tension at all. You should know that others are one of the passionate editors of Jump. Although he can't influence the fan world, he can bring the influence into the circle of comic authors, deliberately belittle her, and make her unable to support her. Start to be a man. Of course, with the Electric Shock King as a protective umbrella, this extreme situation is impossible. As for Sajiri, Iguchi-kun is not at all concerned now. A good work can withstand the polishing of time, not to mention the Iramanga teacher that was already a big hit in the previous life. Seeing Sajiri's expression getting more and more relaxed, editor Xiao Man saw that this was not good, and had to beat him up, otherwise the girl would not get rid of it. After establishing a Weibo account, you must go to him, so that you can create hot issues, let everyone focus on your work, and then take the opportunity to absorb a wave of potential readers, understand? Shahu was holding a piece of loose fish meat into his mouth. After listening to Xiao Man's words, his eyes brightened and he said excitedly, understood, thank you Xiao Man Zhang. Recently, the fan value has risen quite slowly, and Zhengzhou can't make it. I originally thought about whether I would live broadcast the painting tomorrow to attract fans. Now I heard it and I feel that this method is good. But there is also a problem here, that is. Can you stir up the heat? No, the effect of speculation is much worse than that of live broadcast. Maybe I should do both, live broadcast and speculation at the same time. Sajari's eyes turned. In the early morning of the next day, a Weibo Big V account with an ID named Ocean Teacher suddenly at S Weibo account. Chapter 38, What else is better than updating diligently? On Weibo, ID Ocean Teacher, at, I also feel sorry for the title of groundbreaking, but is Iguchi-kun the old man? After seeing the cute girl Sagiri sauce, didn't he get heartbroken? Funny expression. Iguchi-kun woke up early, and was free to use his phone when he was free, when he suddenly found someone at. Who is this? There are only 10 fans, is it a fake author? Iguchi-kun glanced at the ID of Ocean Teacher with suspicion. This ID is the nickname of the comic author of Iramanga Teacher. When you enter the homepage, you can see the officially certified gold and yellow V character and the suffix behind the nickname, the new comic artist of Denjiki King. There is a certification mark, it seems to be the true author, but the number of fans is so small, it seems that her manga scores are suspected of using data. The shirtless Iguchi-kun wears a pair of blue and white beach pants, taps a cigarette, slowly exhales a cloud of smoke, narrowing his eyes, as if thinking about something. In Iguchi-kun's view, the number of people who can collect more than 550,000, the number of fans on Weibo account should reach 400,000. At this time, Iguchi-kun looked through the historical speech record of the Ocean Teacher and found that there was only one speech in the historical record. When he was puzzled, he saw that the registration time of Teacher Ocean's Weibo account was May 27, 2017, which was just established today. Okay, someone just created a Weibo account, and it's normal that the number of fans is small. After a while, fans may flock to it. Iguchi-kun thought for a while, and saw Sajari say that his old man was attacking his 35-year-old age, but his pride is precisely the 35-year-old age. This age represents a mature, stable, and profound experience. Whether it is to criticize juniors or ask seniors humbly, it is very convenient. Forget it, it's true that a young junior has passed and lost his status. Iguchi-kun's eyes rolled, and he realized that the manga author who hit the Piezo King was indeed down. It was detrimental to the giant image of Shounen Jump, so he responded to her with a tone of rigidity and softness. Haha, the teacher joked, the heroine is very cute. As for the title of groundbreaking, I think the Ocean Teacher has this strength. But it is too early to give it now, after all, practice is the only criterion for testing truth. It's better to discuss this issue when the comic book is published in the market. The other Veilhag received a reply, with an angry expression on his face. Old fritters! You can't be fooled. Sajari grinned her teeth and wanted to scold him with swearing words, but it was detrimental to the glorious image of her soft and cute girl, and she had to give it up. In fact, swearing is the most practical way to provoke wars, but letting a soft and cute girl swear at people is definitely the rhythm of trickery and fanfare. Jiang Kaojun is right, wait for my comic booklet to be listed, and use the results to speak. Good, if the first edition of the comic book breaks through 5 million copies, I will withdraw my previous disrespectful remarks. Iguchi-kun replied in seconds. The first edition of the comic book sold 5 million copies, which is enough to prove the reputation of groundbreaking. In Japan, the first edition of the comic book exceeded 5 million is already an explosive achievement, and the average manga artist's single instinct to break through 1 million in the first edition of comics is already very good. More importantly, the sales volume of daily life comics in Japan is generally low, mostly from 200,000 to 500,000, and the annual sales volume of the best life comics only reaches 980,000. Half a tea time, some comic authors also participated in the discussion. Is Iguchi-kun a little bully? The first edition of the comic book sold 5 million copies. This is the level of a best-selling cartoonist. Can a newcomer do this? The author of ID's Cool Dragon Slaying Warrior comic book message on the second floor. High-end black upstairs. ID passing water Weibo occupies the third floor and replied. I agree with Iguchi-kun. Only outstanding achievements can prove the reputation of groundbreaking, and the so-called cute comics have not yet seen a hot trend, and cannot be regarded as a new term in the comics industry. ID's Hot Yuanjun's support of the second floor. Xiao moved her fingers together, and lightning struck out 3 paragraphs, trying to refute the sunspots. But think about it, forget it, these old uncles are too cunning, they can't intensify the contradiction if they continue to fight. Manga booklet, right? Don't look down on people. When I draw to 11 chapters, I will make a comic book booklet and slap you in the face with my grades. Sajiri squeezed a small pink fist and slammed it into the air, her cute eyebrows squeezed together, and her puffed face made people want to squeeze. The 11th chapter is that the elder brother took the manuscript of the novel The Loveliest Sister in the World to his younger sister. The younger sister regarded it as a love letter and said that he had someone he liked. Chapter 11 happens to be the ending content of the first volume of the light novel, and the ending content of the 4th episode of the TV version. It happens to be a major turning point, and it is most suitable to whet your appetite. Since she decided not to make salted fish for the time being, Sajiri picked up her little hand and counted the date. At the current rate, working 8 hours a day is a reasonable working time, neither too tired nor too lazy. 8 pages in 1 day, 56 pages in 7 days, 247 pages in the 4th to 11th chapters. It is estimated that the first volume will be completed in the 32nd day. Sahu secretly said. System Gentleman was silent, watching her from 4 hours a day to 7 hours a day, and then to 8 hours a day. This was a qualitative leap. www.readaloud.com. It was the turn of the salted fish. There is actually a reason why Sajiri wants to work harder. In addition to the ridicule of external forces, there is also threatening pressure from the slow increase in fan value. Sajiri glanced at his brain system. The information is as follows. Name, Izumi Sajiri. Fan value, 100,985. The freshwater fish in the creek should also have great dreams, otherwise, what is the difference from a salted fish? Come on, the future great cartoonist. Active talent. Full score drawing technique, anyway, it is full score. Whether you use a computer to draw a picture or draw a picture by hand, the quality is leveraged. Singing skills LV1, singing is barely in your ears, but out of tune happens from time to time. Close-up anti-wolf technique LV3, no longer have to be afraid of the strange uncle who has practiced martial arts. But it is not very useful for martial arts masters, so in order to protect your body, please be careful of the super big bad wolf. Passive talent. The most adorable lowly temperament, 300% attractive to low ICN. The sound is soft and the body is soft and can be pushed down, the voice is super cute, the body is super soft, and it can push down the warming bed. After reading the fan value, Sajiri sighed secretly. The fan value has reached 100,000, but the daily increase is getting smaller and smaller. For example, yesterday's increase was only 985 true fans. Look at the data of Denjiki King again. Iramanga Teacher has 880,000 hits, 1.5 million recommended votes, and 600,000 favorites. With such a terrifying collection base, yesterday's True Love fan rose by 985, so Sajiri realized that the system's 400,000 fan value indicator is not so easy to complete. At least in the current situation, the collection is easy to grow, and it is really hard to get. What else is easier to impress fans than diligent updates? Chapter 39, Congratulatory Messages from People Everywhere. One day later, on the internet. The Ocean Teachers Support Group has a group of 2,000 people. It is the earliest Iramanga Progress fan group established, and it is also a place where local tyrants live, with 1,000 plus daily active members. Can achieve such a high daily active volume, mainly because this group implements an active policy and gathers the most fanatical true fans. Any inactive members will be persuaded to any fan group except the support group. Gentlemen, good morning. ID Sa Jiang is my wife. Signed the check-in card. Dip, student card. D driver card. Drib. Women's clothing card. A group of old drivers bubbled up, and the number of people who checked in was nearly 500 times. It's just 7:30. It stands to reason that this Sunday, May 28th, they should have gotten out of bed magically, and they are still signing in the queue group. I said, why you guys get up so early? Get back to sleep. Funny expression. ID Sajari is my wife. Sent a 1,000 yen red envelope. 1,000 yen is equivalent to 61 yuan, not too big or too small, just enough to cause a group of early birds to it. ID Tuhaojin Manu did not receive the red envelope, and said with a funny expression, of course it was buying Electric Shock King to watch Sahu Sauce. Didn't you see that the ocean teacher has not updated it yet? This item will definitely be dragged online, and then the magazine is updated normally. Manually funny. People who wake up so early are of course to snap up Denjiki King. Dizzy, if you don't click it, you will die. After you say this, dozens more people who snapped up the comics with me. ID Sajari is my wife. Sent a helpless expression. According to the urinary nature of Electric Shock King, they will definitely delay the update of Ocean Teacher online. The red envelope guy wants to change the ID, your name is too long. It is troublesome to call. When the old drivers were in the water group, Sajari had been secretly online, and used the administrator's rights to announce to 20 fan groups. The third episode was updated at 11 o'clock noon today. Old drivers who are impatient can go to the physical store to buy Denjiki King and watch the third episode. Fuck, Teacher Hyang is online, please update, I want to see cute girls. Seriously. I am low ICN, serious face, so can the teacher update in advance? ID pretend to be the king said. Q group news broke through 999 plus in an instant, but Sajari had already dived secretly and did not speak. At this time, Brother De Diao suddenly went online and posted a picture of the cover photo of the latest issue of Electric Shock King, and left a message, my big stick is already hungry and thirsty. You guys are slowly rushing to buy it, Ben Diao is one step ahead. Sajari glanced at the photo, and its cover happened to be the cover of the latest issue of Denjiki. The main body of the cover is a soft cute girl. Izumi Sajari is wearing that dark blue jacket, with big eyes open, and is blushing, lying on the big white bed. There are dozens of scattered books beside the bed. I have seen this cover. Isn't this the wallpaper painted by the ocean teacher on the day of the live broadcast? +1. I have seen it too. I was secretly collecting at the time, and now it seems that collecting on the computer is not a problem at all. It is the right way to cut the cover of this issue of magazine and paste it on the wall. Publishing house did not waste this huge screen wallpaper, and published it on both sides. So after everyone saw the photos posted by Brother De Diao, people who didn't want to buy magazines were also moved. No way, this is Sajari's close-up wallpaper, it would be a shame not to collect it. When I look upstairs, I am not a real old driver. Ben Diao has already printed the 2K wallpapers collected on the internet as posters and posted them on the wall. ID dangling will persuade you, interjected. I knelt down to Brother De Diao, and I will go to the printing shop to print a poster later. ID Sahu Sauce is my wife at LL take you if you don't accept it said, Brother De Diao has finished watching, can you start a live broadcast? Let's watch the comics together. Didn't you rush to buy it, why haven't you grabbed it? Don't mention it, it's raining heavily in Tokyo, and I've been in the horrible weather. I saw the sun when I first got up, but now it's covered with dark clouds and the rain is pouring. Well, so did I. I was trapped by the sudden heavy rain, but the comics in the bookstore were sold out, so I was crying to death. A Sprout posted a map coordinate, indicating that he was waiting for the rain to stop in a bookstore. Sajiri was also curious about the location and opened a map, and found that it was a rather unconventional area. The bookstore should be small in scale, so the purchase volume was also small. "So Diao brother, do you have a live broadcast? I really want to watch Sahu-chan." "No, it's also a good life experience to lose your appetite." Funny expression. Brother Diao said with joy secretly. The desperate Tanagawa-kun looked resentful, and took a picture for sympathy. In the photo, the heavy rain is like a note, the crackling raindrops are vast, and the whole world is dark. In addition to the old drivers who are on the road, there are also some people who have ordered the Denjiki King annual issue, watching the heavy rain, silently waiting for the postman to come. "Well, it seems that the postman will not come, the rain is so heavy," some people said helplessly. "Haha, the people of Kyoto sent a congratulatory message, it was sunny without heavy rain. The people of Hokkaido sent a congratulatory message, and the sky is clear blue and pure. The people of Kyushu sent a congratulatory message, although it is light rain, but not afraid. The people of the demon capital sent a congratulatory message, the sun is cruel and ruthless, asking for the heavy rain to cool down, manually funny. The people of the magic city sent a congratulatory message, the weather turned cloudy and overcast, I successfully bought the Electric Shock King, and love the cover of Shahu's Sauce." The Magic City friends also popped out. Q Group News 999+, except for the gloating non-Tokyo party, no one broadcasted the comics. This is a world that is quite mature in combating piracy. When the original web comics did not come out, everyone wisely did not post comic pictures. It's a free period for reason. It should be fine to open a live broadcast to watch comics. Someone still didn't give up, desperately proposing to the heavy rain. It seems to be, now it's free period, it's okay to broadcast live. ID Sahu's Sauce is my wife returned strongly. Sajiri looked at a group of people preparing to start the live broadcast and couldn't help being speechless. "Speaking of, my comics are still in the free period, when will you reading www.yuyugonshu.com come to the charge period? Just do it when you think of it." The QQ window edited by Shahu Didi Zioman also manually added 3 window vibrations and a voice call message. At the moment, editor Xiao Man is lying on the bed to sleep late, turning on the 16-degree air conditioner, covering a large quilt, and placing a violet bra and trousers on the bedside. Buzzing buzzing. The mobile phone edited by Zioman is turned on silent, only the sound of the mobile phone vibrates. After a while, a QQ call interface appeared on the phone interface, and the vibrating sound continued. Because the room was extremely quiet, Xiao Manzang, who was sleeping undressed, was finally awakened by the vibration. "Who, this morning, I don't let people sleep anymore." Xiao Man, who was enjoying the weekend, reached out for his phone and unlocked the screen, and found that the ID was a cute girl and Izumi Sajiri. "Sajiri, good morning Xiao Manzang, I want to ask you something, when will my comics be officially charged?" The editor of Zioman was full of black lines, and was disturbing her sleep for this bit of trouble. It seemed that this little girl was getting bolder and bolder. But Xiao Manzang really can't get angry, because Sajiri uses voice to talk, and the voice is too soft and cute, and it has 300% lethality to Lolita. No, Xiao Manzang played the voice 3 times in a row. After listening to Sahu's glutinous voice, he felt that the whole person was about to melt. After a short while, Sajiri received a reply, saying that the 4th episode could be put on the shelf for a fee. In that case, let's publish the comic 3 hours in advance. Sajiri obtained the consent of Xiao Man, and immediately released the 3rd chapter of Iramanga Teacher on the Denjiki Wang manga station. Teacher Iramanga has been updated to the 3rd episode, Sister and the Door That Cannot Be Opened 3. Chapter 40, Comic Chapter 3. Tanagawa, who was hiding from the rain in the maid cafe, looked at the crackling rain, reluctantly took out his mobile phone to open the Dengeki King app, and looked for a book of comics in the harem area. With a sudden beep, an update message popped up in the app, indicating that Miss Ira manga has been updated to the 3rd episode. Hey? Didn't the 3rd episode update until 11 o'clock, how did you update it in advance? ID Sahu Sauce is my wife preempted to leave a message. Haha, the ocean teacher understands the hard work of our Tokyo house, so I released it in advance. A person who got the news in the Q group ran to the book review area to congratulate. Tanagawa-kun was shocked. When he heard that teacher Hyang was bubbling in the Q group again, he couldn't bother to read the comics, so he clicked on the Q group to take a look. Ocean teacher, the 3rd episode will be released in advance. Those friends who can't buy the magazine hurry up and read it. By the way, we will notice that the 4th episode will be charged. I'm going to die without Sajiri, can teacher Hyang say something more? I'm afraid it won't work. I haven't finished the 4th episode. If you want to see it, please watch the draft in the live broadcast room in the evening. There are live broadcast benefits again, PR. Tanagawa-kun used the ID Sahu Sauce is my wife at said, it's finally time to catch up. Can teacher Ocean send a voice? I want to hear soft girls talking. Same request. +1. Ocean teacher didn't want to answer him, and gave him a cat's paw emoji. Stupid rejection. Tanagawa-kun looked at the familiar cat's paw expression and couldn't laugh or cry. Haha, the leader has been beaten in the face, right? Papa, there should be applause here. I like to watch other people molesting a girl but being stupidly rejected, funny. Diane Wangda Wang Manga Station. A group of people clicked on the 3rd chapter of Ira manga teacher and began to eat slowly. The title of the 3rd episode is Sister in the Door That Cannot Be Opened 3. Pages 1 to 4 have appeared in the live broadcast room. The content is that the younger sister asked the brother to enter the room, and the older brother hesitated for 2 seconds, then walked into the room. See the layout of the interior. There are light novel bookshelves, cute cribs, gamepads and TVs, and computers. Then the old brother touched his head, and sat down obediently after being berated by Sajiri. When the two were lying on their knees and talking, Masamune Izumi couldn't hear clearly and he leaned over and listened. The two almost touched each other. After reading the familiar 4-page plot, Tanagawa felt that the whole person's small universe was about to explode. He especially looked forward to the sparks or disputes between the brother and sister on the next page. He tapped the phone screen and continued to look down. My sister reacted, her face turned red instantly, like a ripe red apple, and at the same time, her right hand was protecting the collar of her jacket to prevent the old brother from peeking, and her left hand slapped her brother's face with a crackle. Do you want to do? My sister's face was extremely red, as if thinking of some weird bridge, her little heart was pounding, her right hand gripped the collar of the pink pajamas tightly, her shy eyes looked like a deer. It's cute. Izumi Masamune quickly waved his hand and explained that Sajiri's voice was too small, so he leaned over to listen to the voice. After listening, the younger sister couldn't help snorting proudly, extremely dissatisfied, and then turned and climbed under the table to look for the microphone. The hostess got the gaming headset and put it on her head, and the two finally started talking. During the conversation, the reason why the older brother would know his younger sister is Mr. Iraman's clearly, and the younger sister also expressed her own thoughts. In fact, early on, she guessed that her brother was the light novel writer Izumi Masamune. When we reached page 14, the old man said a terrible line, "I'm so sorry to let you paint all the time." Sahu started to blush again when she heard it, and she was so angry that she couldn't speak clearly, and finally yelled idiot, and the speaker decibels suddenly rose to the highest level. Perverted, nasty, absolutely not allowed to say that to girls. When the old brother was covering his ears and wanted to continue teaching to retort, Sagiri pulled out the desperation of knocking on the floor during the summer vacation, and criticized his brother decently. "If you have a meal, come out and eat by yourself." Masamune Izumi wiped his sweat. Sajiri said solemnly, "I think I will lose if I walk out of the room." The two quarreled with each other, scoured each other's shortcomings, and brought the topic to the issue of comics and light novels. Tanagawa-kun read this paragraph excitedly, muttering to himself, "I was very excited in the early stage. I almost thought that something strange would happen, but the point of this remark seems to be to introduce the background of his life." Looking at the second half of the episode, the main plot is that the brother wants his sister to stop doing squatting at home. Sajiri naturally rejected him. Finally, when his sister asked him why he wanted to take care of her persistently, the word family touched Sajiri's heart. "And immediately drove my brother out of the room." On the last page, a beautiful girl in JK uniform suddenly appeared outside the door, wearing a single ponytail, a white sailor suit, a kanto bow tie, and a fluttering skirt, asking Izumi Masamune with an extremely cute expression, "Izumi Sajiri at home? Hey, finally finished it." After reading Tanagawa-kun, he exclaimed, and he saw his sister's various soft and cute expressions. Every time he was shy, he was shocked, especially the girl in sailor suit who suddenly bubbling on the last page. The appearance is only a little lower than that of Sagumi. Even if the face value is a little bit low, it will blow up the hostess of other comics. Teacher Ocean is really amazing. The first supporting actress has just appeared on the stage, and her appearance is overwhelming with other comic heroines. This also makes me read the comics. ID Sahu Sauce's my wife commented in the book review area. As mentioned above, I really can't get into other comics except Dubba and Araman recently. ID if you don't accept it, you will be convinced. No, the top 10 comics in the new book list are all out of the muscular line style. Except for Ocean Teacher's comics, which are Fairy Grass, Yu reading www.yuyugonshu.com are barely edible. Idea manga teacher suddenly took off. Bubble. Teacher upstairs, please don't run, please finish it as soon as possible, okay? I don't want to watch your muscle girl fight the macho. When will you draw a new style book? An old driver left a message in the book review area. Well, I'm currently studying new styles of painting. I believe new works will be released in half a month. Everyone must join in. The book author who became popular because of Teacher Iramanga Chiki advertises in the book review area. But everyone supports him. Sure. Waiting for your good news. Sajiri just finished drawing a page of comics, stretched out and brushed the book review area of Denjiki King, and saw that in addition to a group of people discussing the plot, there was a red sticker for rewards. Reward: the sky is full of flowers, and gratitude is utterly grateful. Your gentleman deserves this reward. ID Sahu Sauce's my wife rewarded 50,000 yen. Reward: golden pen blesses, heaven drops Jinrui, meets and hates late. ID Local Tyrant's gold rewards 50,000 yen. Seeing a bunch of people rewarding, Sagiri suddenly remembered that she still owed Xiao Manzang 100,000 yen. It is reasonable to say that the money for online rewards plus the manuscript fee for the magazine serialization should add up to hundreds of thousands of yen, and it may even exceed 1 million yen. The manuscript fee will be issued at the end of the month. I don't know if it has been posted. Sahu opened the bank app with his mobile phone and found that there was a string of green numbers in the account. 100,000 RMB. Seeing this string of numbers, Sagiri was delighted, but he didn't expect the cost of the manuscript to explode. Speaking of mobile banking, it shows RMB, which is 1.618 million in Japanese yen. After paying off the debt, there are still more than 93,000 yuan left. Buying a top-class work computer is more than enough. Chapter 41, First OP. With the update of Iramanga Teacher, until noon, the number of true fans of Sajiri has reached 110,000. I have increased more than 8,000 true love fans in half a day. Is the renewal really the king? Sajari muttered to herself as she watched the beating fans. System King raised an objection to this. No, 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 watching JK uniform girls live and selling cute is the fastest way to attract fans. Sajari gave it a white look. Everyone knows about it, but Sajari just doesn't want to show his face, so it doesn't matter to him. Except for live streaming, everything else is easy to talk about. Sajari insisted. Oh, how about the absolute realm of live broadcasting? The System King continued to make bad ideas. Sajari said in a bad air, go away, there is no serious way except for these, you might as well shut up. Taking a look at my own data, Teacher Iramanga has 1.33 million hits, 1.82 million recommended votes, and 680,000 favorites. Compared with yesterday, the number of clicks rose by hundreds of thousands, which means that the daily reading volume reached hundreds of thousands of people. Has a collection of 680,000, which looks like a lot, but it is much worse than others. Fights Breaks Fear has 4.6 million hits. 310,000 monthly tickets. Collection of 1.32 million. Dauba has a huge base. Every time it is updated, countless fans come in and click. At this time, the number of clicks has increased by hundreds of thousands, and it is normal to reach several million clicks in just 4 weeks. There are too few collections. With these hundreds of thousands of collections, how could the first edition of the manga singles exceed 5 million copies? Looking at this poor collection, Sajari suddenly realized that the road ahead is difficult. This week, Iramanga Sensei will be put on the website of Dengeki King for homepage cover promotion. It is said that the collection can increase by tens of thousands to hundreds of thousands a week. It seems that I can only come step by step. Sajari realized that he couldn't be fat in one bite, so he just let it go. After a month, maybe the collection will be close to 5 million. Besides, the popularity of a large base is accumulated by others over time. Not everyone can soar to the sky, especially in Japan, where the comic industry is mature, it is as difficult to get ahead. Like those ordinary cartoonists, it is the culmination that they can collect more than 1 million in their lifetime. The new type of mountain work is different. The mountain work represents unlimited potential and grows extremely fast. Although it is not comparable to the top gods, the quality is there, and sooner or later it will become a god. Segumi's works are just like that. Obviously there is no mass basis for fighting and breaking fans, but with sister-controlled elements and superb painting skills to open up the market gap, a new force has emerged, absorbing the huge amount of traffic caused by fighting and breaking. I'm so sleepy, I'll take a nap to sleep. Shaho worked 3 hours early in the morning. He was exhausted physically and mentally. Lying on the bed with his eyes closed, he opened his God-level comic library and enjoyed a drama before going to bed. God-level Mankurai, Iramanga Teacher has been updated to the 8th episode, May 28, 2017. Without rushing to read the 8th chapter, Sajari opened the 7th chapter and watched the 7th chapter with a completely immersive vision. First of all, the anime begins with the familiar OP talking to oneself. When the light and lively tunes of the BGM flowed in the heart, Sajari fell into the artistic conception of this song and couldn't help herself. An inspiration flashed in an instant, and Sajari thought of a wonderful powder-absorbing idea. If you sing the exclusive OP talking to oneself for Teacher Iramanga in the live broadcast room, will you be able to successfully absorb a large number of true fans? You must know that the song Talking to Oneself is an anime BGM from another world. There is no TV version of Iramanga Teacher in this world, so there is no OP of Talking to Oneself either. System, can this OP be copied into a computer in the real world? Sajari couldn't help but expect. Every live broadcast is a major strategic policy of turning fans into true fans. The reason why Sajari wants to accumulate 5 million fans is also based on this principle. After a live broadcast, 10% of people can be transformed into true fans, thank goodness. The system king heard the words and tried it personally. After a second, Sajari's phone added a lossless music file, and the file name happened to be the Japanese version of Talking to Oneself. It seems to be okay. Sajari's eyes flickered. Since BGM can be copied, so can the TV version video be copied? Although cheating is bad behavior, it won't be less meat to ask, right? So the TV version video source files of era manga can also be copied in? Sajari asked expectantly. No. System June refused, and typed a stupid refusal emoticon in Sajari's mind. Why? Sajari was not convinced. The owner is the future big cartoonist. There is nothing wrong with wanting to make animation. If you need BGM, the system can provide support, but it is impossible to copy the animation. This kind of painting-related things can only be done by yourself. Well, can light novels be copied in then? System gentleman did not wait for her to finish, but decisively refused. I am a cartoonist system, and I do not provide light novel transport services. Sahu understands, the system master still has a bottom line, it is really difficult to get something out of it. After a while, Sajari turned on the phone to play the OP of Miss Ira manga. This is a monologue of a person. Please don't ask me such embarrassment. It's your business. But let me stay in my heart first. The melody is relaxed and cheerful. www.readaloud.com. Through this BGM, Sajari seems to see a lively and lovely sister jumping in front of her eyes. It seems that the live broadcast tonight has fallen off. Sajari hummed a small tune while listening to the accompaniment. After humming for nearly 40 minutes, the system information suddenly changed. Name, Izumi Sajari. Fan value, 112,985. The freshwater fish in the creek should also have great dreams, otherwise, what is the difference from a salted fish? Come on, the future great cartoonist. Active talent. Full score drawing technique, anyway, it is full score. Whether you use a computer to draw a picture or draw a picture by hand, the quality is leveraged. Singing skill LV1, 56/100, singing is barely in your ears, but out of tune happens from time to time. Close-up anti-wolf technique LV3, no longer have to be afraid of the strange uncle who has practiced martial arts. But it is not very useful for martial arts masters, so in order to protect your body, please be careful of the super big bad wolf. Passive talent. The most adorable lowly temperament, 300% attractive to low ICN. The sound is soft and the body is soft and can be pushed down, the voice is super cute, the body is super soft, and it can push down the warming bed. Congratulations to the master for discovering a way to improve the singing skill level. Now the singing skill LV1 has shown the experience level of 56/100. Congratulations from the system master. Sahu said and I don't need to be prompted by the system to know that the way to practice singing is of course to practice more. So is there any trick here? As long as you keep practicing, you can increase your singing experience infinitely. No, you won't be able to get up to a certain level of experience, so painting is your main business. The system gentleman said mischievously. After listening to Sajari, he thought that he could reach the full level, but now he thought that there is a sentence that I don't know if it is inappropriate to talk about it. Chapter 42, Alien Computer arrived. Sajari, who had practiced singing for 40 minutes, suddenly realized that the time was lagging at 1 o'clock, so she stopped for a nap. Until an hour later, the phone suddenly turned on and the familiar ringtone rang. At this time, Sajari is wearing a pink pajamas, covered with a big white quilt, using both hands and feet together, holding the magic little TV pillow with a happy expression, as if she is dreaming some kind of unspeakable dream. Hearing the noise of the phone's ringtone, Sajari frowned and slowly opened his eyes, and saw that the phone number displayed on the phone was a call from a stranger from Tokyo. A stranger calls? Forget it. The system master saw that Sajari wanted to hang up, and hurriedly stopped her. saying, "Wait, that's the call of the courier. Do you really want to hang up?" When I listened to Gauze Mist, I remembered that I bought a top-of-the-line computer and professional monitor online in the morning. It was delivered to the door in half a day, and it was really fast, Sajari thought. After a while, the TV in Sajari's room was replaced by a professional monitor, and there was also an alien desktop Alienware Area 51 next to it. This alien desktop is very cumbersome, weighing several tens of kilograms, and is silver gray. 3 silver blue dashes are scattered at 120 angles. With an exaggerated triangular wedge shape, this computer is full of mysterious technology elements. Let the muscular female couriers who came to finish the lock of the computer. Sajari turned on the computer and took a look at the professional display. The color was obviously more realistic. Opening the previous comic file again, Sajari found that there were various chromatic aberration flaws in the first 3 episodes. Most people would not pay attention to this kind of flaws, but Sajari strives to be perfect, so he uses a computer to make a minor repair. Has a perfect painting technique, and the speed of modification is very fast, especially since the completion of this comic was originally 98%, now it is only necessary to repair the minor color detail defects. It took an afternoon for Sajari to complete the details of all the comic pages. If you look again at this time, you will find that every character in Iramanga Teacher is full of life, as if the characters are about to leap from the paper. And out of the same, extremely vivid. But this kind of change is very subtle. People who have seen it will generally not notice anything. Only the newcomers will feel the visual more shocking. If the shaka of Iramanga Teacher had not been changed, then it would be 150% now. Sajari glanced at his system information, and the increase in fan value was obviously a little faster. But today is the 3rd episode update day. The rapid increase does not explain anything. It can only be confirmed after a few days. A group of Hyang teacher support group. It's dark, where is the teacher Hyang? Is the live broadcast room open? ID Xiaomensen said. It's not open yet. Well, I want to hear her voice. Every time I listen to it, I feel that my soul is healed. Very soft and cute, I also want to have a girlfriend like this. ID Sajari is my wife. The upstairs is crooked, the ocean teacher may be a minor lowly girl, maybe it is appropriate to use it as a daughter. ID What should I do if the painting book is discovered by an unrelated brother? Brother De Diao went online and said, "This is here, what are you talking about? And who is on my head? Your ID is so dirty, does your mother know?" At all members, the Ocean Teacher live broadcast room is open, do you have any thoughts on the name of this live broadcast room? ID 2 Haojin posted the address of the live broadcast room. A group of sleepy-eyed old drivers received 8's message and immediately clicked on the address of the live broadcast room to make a gift. Name of the live broadcast room, Sa Jiang is adjusting the camera of the phone. Number of people online, 1036 plus. Teacher Ocean is finally online, I want to listen to the soft cute voice. Does the teacher's live room name suggest something? Meow meow meow. The Ocean Teacher calls herself Sajari Sauce. Is this completely substituted into the plot? It is really amazing. A member of the girl group saw something wrong, and quickly helped Sajari cover up the problem, leading. What's so strange about it? The reason why Iramanga Teacher is so good looking is that the author is completely substituted. Sometimes the manga author can't tell whether he is the heroine of the pen or himself in reality. ID 2 Haojin agreed, it's very possible. Wow, here is the old wolf, where is the teacher? ID Hungry Little White Wolf bought a 10,000 yen gift from the cat mother. Where is the evildoer yelling here, when Lao Na accepts you, the teacher is mine. ID Lao Na is going to flash marriage popped out. When everyone is scrolling through the barrage, the number of people in the live broadcast room is steadily increasing. And Sajari was fiddling with the position of the selfie stick of the phone. After 2 minutes, he finally fixed the camera position and pointed the camera at the hand-painted board on the desktop. Then it takes another minute to twist the second camera device and aim the camera at the alien desktop. Sajari glanced at the computer's live broadcast room. At this time, the live broadcast room only had the PS drawing interface, and the mobile phone camera window had not been added. Sajari took a quick look at the number of people in the live broadcast room. In only 3 minutes, the number of people in the live broadcast room rose to 23,460. Ahem, everyone came too early, the live broadcast is on time at 7 o'clock, and it's just 6:03. Sahu said with a clear cough. S original tone sounded very ordinary, but when it arrived in the ears of all low ICN, it changed its taste, and everyone felt that it was soft, as if the whole person was about to melt into air. Woo id hungry little white wolf brushed the barrage. Saraizi, form is not different from emptiness, emptiness is not different color, form is emptiness, emptiness is form, perception and consciousness are also the same. Relic is the emptiness of all dharma, neither birth nor death, neither dirt nor purity, nor increase, nor decrease. Idealao Na wants to flash marriage brushed along barrage. Old monk, you are so rough, the teacher's voice is too magical, this is not something that monks should listen to. I love to listen to idiots, the donor I see your brows are black, there is a disaster of blood and light. In addition to some people chattering, some people asked about the name of Sajari's live broadcast room. Is there any hint from the name of the live broadcast by Mr. Ocean? Someone asked. Sajari glanced at the name of the live broadcast room, it really looked like this. But it doesn't matter. The male compatriots basically don't know except for the true fans of the girl group. Can't you call yourself Sajari Sauce? Sajari hesitated. Okay. The teacher is free, you can call it anything. Willful girl teacher, I like it. ID Sayachan is my wife. The cat girl who rewarded 10,000 yen. Woo. Everyone www.readaloud.com. I was just trying to seduce the teacher to say a few words. I didn't expect that the old drivers are so skilled, and I unknowingly asked the teacher to say a few words. Humbled. After this barrage came out, Sajari stopped making a sound, causing a group of old drivers in the live broadcast room to be angry and Xiaomen Sin. Teacher stopped talking, I feel like I am a useless person. There was someone Geu lying in the bed. Mensen said a few words less, and learn more from us. Now you see, the strategy was broken by you, and the teacher stopped talking. I'm going to die without Loli's cute voice. ID hungry little white wolf typed on the table. Sajari looked at these hungry and thirsty old drivers, feeling very speechless. Is the 300% lethality of the most adorable lowly temperament really that strong? There is no definite answer to this answer. Sajari changed the name of the live broadcast room at will, and then left the room. At this time, an old driver suddenly discovered that the name of the live broadcast room had been changed, and the name was surprisingly Sahu Sauce is White, and the live broadcast is on time at 7. I said, how does this scene resemble the scene last Saturday night? ID Sa Jiang is my wife. ID Tu Hao Jin. ID hungry little white wolf. I said you can order something, this must be a routine. The teacher must be hinting to us, as long as we wait for her to take a bath, we can listen to the sound of changing clothes. ID's not convinced, just give you a makeup a funny said with an expression. See you, brother Da Hang. If you don't accept it, you will be convinced. ID Dirty said. Don't grab my lines, that old driver with dirty ID. Chapter 43, OP Deflagration Live Room. What should I do? Mr. Ocean went to take a bath, I'm so nervous. What should I do next? Wait online, it's anxious. ID Dirty sent a bullet screen. ID Lao Na wants to flash marriage said, the old driver takes you to pretend to be forced to take you to fly, just follow the big army. 66,666. ID knowing that I can't go back to the past said, 233, a group of old drivers took me astray as I just entered the pit. Everyone is chatting normally, pretending not to know, just wait quietly. Brother De Diao said. Yes, I agree with this method. After, there was a long stream of barrage. The old drivers waited for the anchor to return from the shower while the barrage was in the water. The cute newcomers who accidentally broke into the live broadcast room, when they marveled at the number of online viewers of 20,000 plus, they subconsciously glanced at the barrage and were shocked. These audiences are talking about what the hell, after class, husband and women's high school students. Avi, brother Gin Ome and Yin secret. Avi, can you have something that people can understand? What should I do? I seem to have gone to the wrong live broadcast room. Isn't this a painting area? Why does this place give me a deep sense of understanding of the old driver? Upstairs, Xiao Meng Xin trembling. Everyone is the famous autumn mountain bike god, everyone is good at night racing. The driver said that he only drove a white car and had to lose. The anchor, return me pure white, I want to see paintings, see paintings. For nearly half an hour, when everyone waited until the flowers were almost thanking, they finally heard the creaking sound of the door opening. Oh, Mr. Ocean is back. A little Manson just finished typing and was about to send a barrage. Suddenly remembering the agreement of the old drivers, he couldn't help breaking a cold sweat. Click a few times, Xiao Manson decisively deleted the fields that had been typed, secretly saying that it was dangerous, and did not take the initiative to bring the rhythm. There are a lot of famous autumn mountain bike gods in the live broadcast room. It is said that they have focused on night cars for 30 years and have never overturned cars. They have rich experience and veteran thieves, far from Xiao Meng Xin can compare. At this time Sajari had just returned to the bedroom, her long light blue was wrapped around her head, her forehead bangs were soft, her cute eyes swept towards her new computer, and after paying attention for 3 seconds, then I looked at the 27-inch professional display. At this time, a bunch of bullet screens flowed on the screen, and the fans chatted one after another, seemingly unaware that Sajari had taken a shower. Saho wears a big white bathrobe. The bathrobe is not very long, just covering the base of the thigh, which is the length of the short cheongsam. The cover is just right. It will neither do points nor too long, which can cause a group of old driver wolves. Howl. It is a pity that Sajari did not turn on the camera. The current anchor interface has been watching the PS painting interface, so this sultry scene can only be enjoyed by Sajari. Why don't you wear a bathrobe and paint? Sajari's heart moved. After thinking about it, forget it. It's too shameful to do so, even if others can't see it, my mentality will be affected. When the rustling sound gradually sounded, the drivers in the live broadcast room brightened their eyes and wished to record the sound. But the sound is very small, weaker than the last time, and basically inaudible. Only the loudspeaker can hear the sound. What everyone didn't know was that during the last live broadcast, the notebook was placed in the middle of the bedroom, very close to the closet. After changing the computer this time, the desktop was moved to the monitor on the wall, far from the closet, almost a direct distance from the diagonal of the room. There were some old drivers with water barrage who had poor hearing. After waiting for 5 minutes, they didn't hear any movement, so they sent barrage and said, "Where is the anchor? Please sing." "Yeah, what song do you want to listen to?" Shahu suddenly made a sound, and the glutinous voice rushed into the hearts of everyone like silk. "Scare me, I even changed my clothes for the anchor." "Same as above, I think so too. I didn't expect the anchor to do our routines and wait in front of the computer all the time." Sajari looked speechless. "What are you talking about? I just changed my clothes, wait. You don't even want to hear the sound of changing clothes, do you? Things are exposed." JPG 2333, Funny face ID Sajari is my wife said. PR. Sajari wanted to scold them perverted, nasty, but think about it, isn't this exactly the heroine Hechuan Sajari said, if you say it by yourself, you will become 100% arrogant. Thinking about it clearly, Sajari hasn't been brought to the rhythm by the old drivers, thinking about singing, so let's warm up in advance, and then draw after the appetite. So she opened the computer music file on her own and played Mr. Iramanga's OP talking to oneself. Just talking to myself. Please don't ask me such embarrassment. It's about you. But I won't tell you. When the BGM sounded slowly, the barrage of the entire live broadcast room suddenly appeared broken, and almost everyone's faces were frozen. The computer voice of ID Sahu Sauce's My Wife was released outside. The people in the dormitory were sitting on small benches, looking forward to the emperor's expression, looking forward to the swearing by the ocean teacher. Unexpectedly, when the background music sounded slowly, the roommates including Tanagawa-kun and Yu-kun were hesitant, thinking that no one has reported the song title yet, why the anchor will play the song first. But they were speechless soon, because the song was so nice, the melodious music was lively and lively, there was no heaviness of heavy metal, and there was no extra noise, as if everything was just right, and they couldn't wait to dance. What kind of song is this, why haven't I heard it? Listen well, Yu reading www.yuyuganshu.com, this is an ACT song, right? Which anime's OP is it? The sense of sight of a soft and cute loli suddenly appeared in the computer window appeared in the minds of those who heard it. 3 minutes and 55 seconds, this is the complete BGM. The listen to songs and recognize music function of QQ Music has been turned on, but none of the music meets the current conditions. Is Mr. Ocean here? I'm going to die. Ask for the name of the song, the name of the singer, the source of the animation, all kinds of requests. Swipe it, and when the BGM was released for 3 minutes, the local tyrant Gold Manu smashed a small TV gift of 200,000 yen, opening a barrage stream of full-frequency announcements. 200,000 yen, which is equivalent to 12,000 yuan, shows that this gift is extraordinary. Please ask for the title of the song, please replay, all kinds of requests. This barrage flowed crazily. A group of audiences from Station B rushed into the live broadcast room of the Ocean Teacher. In the spirit of watching the local tyrants, they clicked on the small TV to send the barrage, and they also noticed the focus of the local tyrants. Song name. Meow, meow, what happened? Isn't this a live broadcast room in the painting area? Isn't the anchor singing part-time? Outside fans who listened to the anchor singing in the music area smelled unusual on the first floor. What kind of song is this? After you read it like this, my curiosity was aroused. +1. Xiaomensin came to report, what song did the seniors listen to? Sajari looked at the frantically flowing barrage stream, and did not expect that an OP that had never been born would explode the entire live broadcast room after it was broadcast. So, should I say it in advance? This is a question worthy of Sajari's consideration. While thinking deeply, Sajari played Ops talking to oneself again under the urging of everyone. Chapter 44, Virtual Singer. Oh, the teacher has finally played the song, I have turned on the phone to record, and I can loop a single song. A Mensin elementary school student who just bought a mobile phone said, the old driver is really good, and today he learned a new skill live recording. Looking at a few recording barrage, Sajari was startled, and suddenly wondered if this OP would be posted on the internet, and various pirated copies would breed. Although the song has not yet been released, the world has been fighting against piracy very strongly. If someone sings a song with this song and uploads it to the Global Music Association, then the first copyright will belong to others. Faced with Sajari's concerns, the system manager promptly comforted, this OP is monitored throughout the system. If someone wants to upload pirated resources to the internet, they will be deleted immediately without leaving any traces, so there is no need to worry about the copyright being stolen. Even if it is uploaded to the Music Association, can it be cut immediately? Sajari's eyes lit up. Of course. In this world, the only way to authenticate online music is the Global Music Association. This association is very powerful, covering all countries on the earth, and has opened a music certification website in all national languages on the internet, which records songs from all over the world. As long as someone uploads a song to this website, the song will be automatically reviewed. If the music file and the song library overlap within 10%, it is considered original. It would be great if this is the case, but how do you explain the origin of this song? Sajari wanted to use the BGM to preheat the live broadcast at night, and then sing a song after painting, but I didn't expect that the BGM's limelight completely overwhelmed her, and there was a large wave of audience seeking sources. The master does not need to worry, this is a parallel world, and the song is said to be sung by the virtual singer. Moreover, the virtual singer industry in this world is booming. For example, well-known virtual singers such as Hatsune Miku, Luo Tianyi, and Li Zhengling have debuted for several years, and people's acceptance of virtual electronic voices is still very high. That's it. Sajari's eyes lit up, and this method seemed to be very good. In this way, uploading to the Global Music Association will be no problem. Well, I will believe you for the time being. But what should the virtual singer's name be? The master doesn't need to worry about the name. The system has already thought about it. Let's call Baby NG. The singing voice is varied, and it can be competent for all ops singing. In the future, the BGM pot can be backed by Baby NG. June made a funny expression in her head. By BNG? It's so ugly, give me another one. Lily sauce. Don't. Izumi Sajari. System Lord hesitated. You are dying. The system gentleman was speechless, and even saying a few names was rejected by Sajari, and there was no voice immediately. At this time, the BGM sang exactly to 1 minute and 29, Sajari decisively clicked the pause button, so that the recording people could only record to 1 minute and 29 seconds. Why there is no sound? Help the anchor, I want to keep listening. Isn't it 3 minutes and 55 seconds? Why didn't you stop before halfway through? Teacher Ocean wants to sing, and ask for another source. Facing the pleading of a group of old drivers, Sajari could only say a word of sorry to the screen, and then said to the microphone in a soft and cute tone. I'm very sorry. This song has not been uploaded to the Global Music Association for certification, so it cannot be played in its entirety. Can the students who recorded the other recordings delete it by themselves? This song is a virtual singer's musical work made by a friend of mine. It cannot be circulated yet. Please cooperate, thank you. When everyone heard Nyonyo's soft and cute music, they suddenly felt a lot more awake. It turns out that it hasn't been uploaded to the Global Music Association. No wonder the music source can't be found. 666. Teacher Hyang, quickly ask your friends to authenticate. When the authentication is completed, please come to the group to say it. I will listen to it every day after downloading it. Same as above, I will also support it. ID2 Haojin said. Understandable, since it hasn't uploaded www.readaloud.com, then wait. Don't worry, I won't tell you, I will enjoy it myself. Brother De Diao promised. I saw a group of people expressing their understanding. Only a few people protested with dissatisfaction, but those protesting remarks were quickly flooded into the legitimate army. 99% of people said they would support the original, which made Saha feel warm. If you put the Hwasya from the previous life, it would be hard to imagine. Don't be too sad, everyone, tonight's voice-activated welfare is to sing this song. Meow, meow. Is it a virtual singer singing it? Idiot, the anchor said that the voice control welfare, of course, the anchor sings it, otherwise, can it be called voice control welfare? Brother de Diao taught that the anchor's voice was soft and delicious. After listening to this, my brother Geu lay down. He was reluctant to get up for dinner after most of the day. At 7 o'clock in the evening, Sajari started the live broadcast on time. Hello everyone, tonight's live broadcast of the 4th episode. The whole process is a bit boring, so after showing you the 16 pages, if you feel boring, you can hang up. Sajari finished saying this, and took a sigh of relief, opening the comic content of Chapter 4. The old driver's eyes lit up, staring at the comics on the screen, and finally saw the beautiful girl who appeared at the end of the last sentence. At the beginning of the 4th episode is the appearance of Megami Kano. She is the monitor of Izumi Sajari's class. Because Izumi Sajari has not come to school, she came to the door of Masamune Izumi to ask questions. Hekwan Masamune stood at the door with a shocked look, wondering why the girl in sailor suit who is now in the inflatable field came to her door. The squad leader tilted his head slightly, tiptoes, and said with a smile, "When we first met, I am Megami Kanano, and I am a classmate of Izumi Sajari." Chapter 45, Live Episode 4. It turns out that the girl in the white sailor suit is the squad leader of the heroine. It is said that the squad leader is so mature and lively, unlike a junior high school student. "Id Sahu Sauce is my wife Bard. The squad leader is so cute, what should I do? I'm going to be breached. Well, why do I always feel that squad leader Kamano has been seduce me?" Brother de Diao carefully watched pages 1 and 2 of the manga, and the more he saw it, the more he realized that he couldn't help but feel obsessed with narcissism. Id Iramanga's teacher said, "Ms. Hyang's eye expressions are great, which gives people the illusion that a beautiful girl has a good impression of herself, and her blood boils before she knows it." Double-click 666 for the teacher upstairs. "What about your new book?" At ID, now that the muscular girl fights the macho man is over, should we launch a new style of painting book? A group of old drivers are in the live room at. Teacher Benzi's face is quite thick, and he advertises directly through the interval of the live broadcast of Teacher Ocean. The new book will be released in 3 days. Everyone must join in. Sajari glanced at the barrage in the live broadcast room. Nearly 50% of the people were paying attention to the ID Iramanga teacher. It seems that this book teacher has become famous through Iramanga teacher. "Ah, please don't drive in the live room, this is the live room for painting area." Sajari's voice was soft and sweet. There was nothing special about it at first, but as soon as it entered the ears of all low ICN, it caused another wolf howl. There were also some passing melon-eating crowds and audiences who were attracted by the full-frequency announcement. They wanted to retreat and leave. Unexpectedly, after hearing Sajari's cute voice, nearly half of them trembled and felt that they were a useless person. Lying on the chair was Geu lying posture. "Wu Id hungry little white wolf said. The nosebleed is coming out, help, help. The medical soldier, give me blood." ID 5-star medical soldier said, "The medical soldier Geu is lying down, I'm very sorry everyone, funny, ... Ahem, silence. What about your qualities?" ID local tyrant scold slammed a 10,000 yen cat girl, as if he had to spend a little bit of money every time he said a word to show his pride. Sajari didn't bother to speak at all, and silently clicked on the comics. Everyone is also very witty and doesn't molest the anchor. After all, I am a girl. In case the anchor gets angry, I just download it and there is nowhere to cry. Soon the manga came to the cover page of the 3rd page. On the 3rd page, Izumi Sajari was lying in a swimming ring in a bath, wearing a pink swimsuit, wearing a pair of swimming goggles with snorkel, holding water guns in both hands, looking straight. Looking ignorantly in this direction of the audience, his tender face was exquisite like a porcelain doll. Welfare cover page. Sajari's swimsuit benefits. My goodness! The old driver said that he has taken a screenshot. Thank you, Mr. Ocean. Shag, Sajari pulled to the next page. The fourth page directly gave the squad leader a close-up. The little buttocks were slightly tilted back, and the miniskirt moved up by 1 centimeter. Kano Megami's style became more attractive, as if the power of the absolute domain had more than doubled. Manga protagonist Izumi Masamune's general dialogue, Sajari's first-grade classmate, looks quite mature. Obviously there is no such idea, but it can cause infinite fantasies of otakus. I have to say that the author's drawing skills are very powerful, which sets off the charm of women's curves to the point where they are endlessly added. The image of the monitor in the comics is vividly visible on the surface of the paper. A mature loli looks cute. Was followed by a dozen pages consecutively sliding down, and each page paused for only 5 or 6 seconds. Tanikawa-kun, who was watching the live broadcast, watched the live broadcast intently. There was a fixed selfie stick next to him. The phone turned on the video mode and recorded the 16-page comics of Mr. Ocean. Has Tanikawa-kun recorded it? Mr. Ocean just turned it too fast, and skipped to the next page before finishing reading the story of the previous page. It was as fast as a drag racing. The game-kun who stopped broadcasting decisively halfway through the live broadcast said helplessly. Don't worry, it's all recorded. Although the picture quality is not as good as on a computer, I can barely make up the plot. A group of people crowded together after hearing the sound. 6 pairs of eyes kept staring at the phone screen. I said, why you guys are so close? I heard the breath. Just step back a little bit, I won't get involved. Tanikawa-kun of ID Sahu-chan is my wife, said with disgust. Tanikawa-kun, you are not kind, and I want to read manga too. I feel uncomfortable without seeing Sajari-chan for a day. You can chase after only 16 pages, that's enough. Tanikawa was speechless, uploading the video file to the dormitory group. Game Man said in a slightly sour tone, it sounds like he doesn't chase after him. But when he said so, he was actually grateful. After all, without Tanikawa-kun's original recommendation, he might never know that there will be such a cute heroine in the original comics in his life. Click on the video recorded on the phone. Tanikawa-kun starts from the 5th page. Squad leader Megami Kamano was entangled with the male lead on the blood relationship between Sajari and authenticity from the beginning. When Masamune-kun called her surname, Kamano directly asked her elder brother to call her by her name to show her closeness. Masamune Izumi's helpless look made the squad leader very frustrated. He muttered to himself, there should be no boys who are not interested in them. www.readaloud.com. The second line of page 7 of the comic shows a close-up of the hero's memories. The close-up picture happened to be the sister's various trousers. How could the person who washes her sister's trousers fall in love with other girls at first sight? So the big brother doesn't have a little JJ? Kamano Megami speculated maliciously. Well, it's almost the same way what you just said. Masamune Izumi was shocked, even speaking uncomfortably. The 8th page describes the monitor directly saying that he likes the big JJ, actually to show that he is very mature, which surprised Izumi Masamune. Unbelievable. Could it be that the girls are so open now? Masamune Izumi thought with a dark face. After nearly 8 pages of wrangling, the squad leader finally stepped into the home of Masamune Izumi. At this time, Megami Kano saw the reincarnation Silver Wolf calendar poster hanging on the wall. Next, Masamune Izumi ran to his sister's door and knocked on the door. When the door was not opened, he received a call from Sajari. On the other side, my sister took the phone and rolled around on the floor coquettishly, saying that she wanted to go out with the squad leader. But when I found out that the squad leader was a cute girl, things turned around. I asked my brother to put on the monitor headphones and listened to my sister's command to go downstairs to meet Kana Megami. Seeing this, there is no next page. Tanikawa-kun read it again with regret. When watching the 3rd time, Tanikawa-kun suddenly remembered something, and directly sent a barrage in the live broadcast room. Speaking of which, how did Master Hyang's drawing speed become faster, and when did he draw it? At this time, there are very few barrage in the live broadcast room, and there are only 5,000 plus online audiences. In addition to those who hang up, they are authors who want to learn to paint. Ocean teacher. Tanagawa-kun asked the black question mark face. Chapter 46, Studio Idea. Seeing the quietness in the live broadcast room, Tanagawa-kun hit the barrage again and said, I didn't say it clearly, then I will ask again. As far as I know, the ocean teacher is drawing the 17th page, so before when was the 16th page drawn? Sajiri saw this problem, she couldn't help but sweat. The first 16 pages were drawn in 2 days, but I can't tell the truth. After all, it's a common sense that drawing comics is time-consuming. If Sajiri personally said to draw 16 pages in 2 days, it would shock the jaws of a bunch of comic authors. You said to draw 16 pictures in 2 days, don't you think you can use your hands? And draw 16 pages in 2 days? Don't you think about the plot, don't think about the storyboard, don't you tinker with it? It is absolutely impossible for a normal person to draw 16 wallpaper-level manga pages in 2 days. If there is a manga studio intervening in these 16 pages, then that makes sense. In order not to let herself be particularly horrified, Sajiri replied with a bullet screen, recently, a small comics studio has been set up, so the drafting speed is a bit faster. So I opened a comics studio, no wonder Sajiri draws so quickly. Well, I deeply agree. Like many well-known cartoonists in China, there are cartoon studios behind them. The original author draws the line drafts, and the rest is handed over to the assistants to fill in the background and colors. One came to learn. The manga author posted a barrage. Yes, if a manga is drawn by myself, it will be a problem to update it. At ID is my wife, don't worry about this problem. Look at the fighting in the house next door. It's changed twice a week. Now it's the 8th chapter. Without the help of the studio, it can't be so fast. What the brothers said is that I have something to do. Let's go to the comics first, everyone read it slowly. ID Sajiri is my wife immediately went offline after getting the answer. Sent away a true love fan, Sajiri let out a sigh of relief, and praised her wit. Of course, this kind of wit is nothing in the eyes of the system, and even whispered. Just listen to it. Speaking of comics studio, you can also go to the internet to recruit a group of comic assistants, and then you can quickly make changes, and still be lazy for 3 hours. When Sajiri heard that she could be lazy, she immediately exposed her nature and said excitedly, so you can follow and read novels every day. Of course not. If the master wants to paint with full marks are essential, so the line draft must be drawn by the master. As for the color, others can pick it up, and then go back and correct the color defect by yourself. Sajiri was speechless, no wonder the system said that he could be lazy for 3 hours, and 60% of the work of drawing comics had to be done by himself. Also said that the perfect painting technique is a technique that anyone can control, and only oneself can draw the most perfect picture quality. The master can train comic assistants, and when they are up to the level, they can start to change the mode. This method is good. Speaking of the comics studio, Sajiri is also a little moved, but now the comics world is in a period of transformation of style. Most comics authors retain the muscle line style, a small number of authors who have changed the style of painting are testing the water with their works, and the rest of the comics the assistants are all muscular lines. In other words, there is no suitable manga assistant for the time being. So the Dopo operation team spent a lot of money to form a new style of comics studio. Sajiri thought while slowing down the drawing speed deliberately. Dopo's comics studio was definitely not built in an instant. It took several months from its establishment to training assistants. If it weren't for Sajiri's emergence, perhaps the current Dopo has achieved its reputation as a new style of painting. Looking at the release time on the internet, the first chapter of the Dopo comics started on May 5, and Sajari's comics were uploaded on May 4, and they were loaded into the library on May 5. It was a work that was launched at the same time. I really have to compare who is the mountain monster. This is inconclusive, because the two works had already been produced before they were released. Time passed in a hurry. Sajari's speed deliberately slowed down the drawing speed. Like the last live broadcast, Sajari dragged to finish the page at 8:50. After 9 o'clock, the popularity of the live broadcast room once again exploded, rising to nearly 85,678 people in just 1 minute. Sajari took a look at his brain system. The fan value showed 110,000. It seems that some true fans are not in the fan base, so I can't notify them, otherwise the number will definitely be 110,000 plus. Report to Teacher Ocean, that the fan base of the support group has been established to 40, but it is too fast to come, laughing and crying. ID Local Tyrant Gold sent a bullet. Thank you for your hard work. Sajari thanked the microphone. A group of old drivers heard Sajari's soft and cute voice, and immediately became excited. Then a group of group owners ran out to complain, wanting to hear the anchor say more. Facing these greedy cats, Sajari decisively chose to start singing live. Reading www.uuganashu.com. There was a click. When the accompaniment of talking to oneself sounded in the live broadcast room, everyone was concentrating and holding their breath, and even took out their phones and clicked the record button. Just talking to myself. Please don't ask me such embarrassment. It's about you. But I won't tell you. Lolita's sweet voice spread slowly in the live broadcast room, and the notes came to his heart, as if a little Lolita's phantom appeared from the window in her heart. Little Lolita saw her elder brother on the left. She turned her face and ignored her. This song is really great. After listening to Teacher Ocean sing, although it is not as perfect as the original song, but the sound is more than 3 times more adorable than the original song. Sing it cutely. The voice is so cute. I play 2 voices by myself. Give the teacher a thumbs up. This time, Teacher Ocean didn't sing out of tune. Isn't he used to singing in the live broadcast room? Funny face. No need to explain. GEU's lying position proves everything. Sprouting a face of blood, so nice. Like 3 minutes and 55 seconds, I feel like I can't get up today. Sisters like this, please give me another shot, serious face. When they praised him, Sajari closed his eyes and sang the entire song. Unknowingly it was completely synchronized, and there was no out-of-tune phenomenon, as if his own soul was completely substituted into the song. It really took dozens of minutes to practice this song to be useful, Sajari thought. Chapter 47, This is a Tentacle Mystery. After was broadcast, the system has already prepared the music files of the virtual singer, named Cheng Xiu. Report to the owner that the Japanese version of Talking to Oneself is ready, and you can upload the certification at any time. Well, please upload it to the Global Music Association website. By the way, you can also upload Airman's ed. Sajari said lazily. The system was speechless, and she didn't even bother to even move anything with the mouse at random. It seemed that she was lazy to a certain level. After a while, the system uploaded Talking to Oneself to the Global Music Association, and Airman's ed Adrenaline was also uploaded. The certification process is not complicated. One is the assessment of the system's sound library. If the overlap rate does not exceed 10%, the standard can be met. The second is a manual review to help filter out those pure spoofs that don't even count as songs. The certification time is expected to be around 1 day, but it will be postponed on holidays. After sending the system away, Sajari stretched out and looked at the time displayed in the lower right corner of the computer 9:10. Well, now is the time to watch the drama, it's time to enjoy the benefits. Sajari carried the laptop, and walked to Gabriel's room without the courtesy of knocking on the door. She directly took out the door key and gently turned the lock. Clicked, the door rang crisply. Sajari slowly opened a gap, and saw that the light was turned on in the room, and the two small white legs did not dangle as usual. It's weird, I turned on the lights to play on the computer. Sajari murmured softly. But if you think about it, Gabriel sometimes plays the computer with the lights on, and the probability is between 50%. In the room, I saw a decadent girl with long yellow hair wearing a red and white sportswear, without pants on her lower body. The white trousers were exposed to the air without any cover. Sajari gently closed the door, placed a laptop on the floor, lay directly behind Gabriel and watched the drama, taking a glance at Gabriel's white welfare from time to time. At this time, Gabriel was wearing a gaming headset and did not hear the movement behind him at all, so she didn't know that Sajari was staring at her little trousers from behind. Nearly 3 hours later, Gabriel stretched her waist and made a languid voice, moving in ecstasy. It was 12 o'clock in the evening when she closed the computer. She was about to go to bed under the covers. Unexpectedly, she saw Sajari lying on the ground looking at the computer when she just got up. Giabelli was obviously a little late, staring at Sajari for a while, and then surprised, "Scare me, when did you come in?" The silver-white long-haired Tsugumi raised her head slightly and kept this attitude looking down at Gabriel's obscene pants. I have to say that the depression angle is very subtle. If it's an animated scene, I definitely have to add the holy light in, otherwise the photographer can only do it tonight. Nibbled chicken legs in the small black room. Well, I came at about 9 o'clock. Sajari tilted her head and replied. This would look natural and would not let Gabriel realize that she was just peeping. It's not right to say that it's a peeping. Now there is a feeling of uprightness, Sahu thought badly. Giabelli obviously didn't think about the peeping side, after all, this is her sister, although this sister is more tender than her. Also, it's normal for my sister to come to play on the computer in the room. Maybe she hates being alone in the house. Sometimes Gabriel is wondering if Sajari is deliberately selling cuteness, making herself more like her sister than her. Thinking of Sajari's shortcomings, Gabriel's thinking jumped out again. For example, in the last bed cover incident, she was completely unaware of it, and made herself in a dream by people. Watching other people play on the computer, she couldn't move and was so painful. It wasn't until she woke up that she found 4 soft things like tentacles hugging herself. When she looked back, she looked like Sajari who was sleeping peacefully, and she almost kissed her face. I wanted to scold her, but when I saw the sleepy look, I couldn't bear it, so I changed it to instant noodles to apologize. Although I ended up in a hasty takeout, Gabriel's heart was on guard. As soon as Sajari appeared in the room, and it was an embarrassing time of 12 o'clock in the middle of the night, Sajari wanted to rub the bed again. Do you want to rub the bed? Giabelli glanced at Sajari vigilantly, and the look in her eyes made the latter shrink slightly, as if her conscience was guilty. The end sound is long, and although the decibel is small, it still reaches Gabriel's ears. Looking at Sajari with the soft bangs slightly aside, the extremely expectant eyes carried a certain invisible strong light, which made Gabriel feel a little dazzling. No way! Hey! Sajari was stunned. Unexpectedly Gabriel would reject her proposal. Was the last good morning hug a beautiful accident? Tsugumi's eyes rolled, and looked at her with expectant small eyes again, and said, "Can't you sleep together? I'm afraid of the dark." Giabelli's mouth twitched slightly. This reason was not even believed by Sajari, let alone her. Afraid of the dark? Then when you were sleeping alone in the room before, why didn't you run over to rub the bed? So, Gabriel refused mercilessly, absolutely not. Why? Sajari was sulky. I am not used to someone holding me to sleep. At this time, Gabriel realized that she was not good at talking while standing. After all, she only wore obscene pants, and she was a little ashamed to talk to her sister in this position. Sajari watched Gabriel change from a standing posture to a sitting posture, moving from the floor to the white cotton bed. The moment the red and white sportswear sat down, her right hand tugged, perfectly concealing her little trousers, leaving Sajari only can see the thin legs in vain. Yu reading www.yuyugonshu.com. I'll bring the small TV pillow over. I won't hold you, only the small TV. Sajari said persistently. Well, whatever you want. Gabriel covered her forehead and had to agree. A few minutes later, the lights in Gabriel's room suddenly dimmed, and the soft girl with long silver hair and a soft girl with long yellow hair shared the same bed. Giabelli sleeps on the right side, close to the wall, while Sajari sleeps on the left side, using both hands and feet together, holding the magic little TV pillow and closing his eyes to sleep, breathing quietly, without any movement. Giabelli heard the steady movement, and couldn't help feeling relieved, and fell asleep. In her dream, she saw a huge computer turned out. A wounded soldier appeared on the computer screen, calling for Gabriel, asking the nurse to add blood. Don't worry, I'll add blood to you right away. Giabelli is incarnate as a little angel. She has 2 wings on her back and her right hand stretches out. Pieces of white feathers emerge out of thin air, converging into a white feathered jewel scepter. At this time, the computer screen suddenly went black, and a void crack opened with a click, and the 4 black tentacles stretched out towards Gabriel, who was incarnation of an angel, with their teeth and claws. Evil tentacle monster. Gabriel held up the small scepter and chanted a spell of holy light nuclear explosion. Unexpectedly, the spell was not finished. The tentacle monster tied her body in a thunderous manner, blocking her limbs from moving. The tentacle monster sealed, tied it into a small palm, and placed it on the keyboard of the giant computer. Giabelli watched the computer screen light up again, and watched various characters in the computer game fight fiercely on the battlefield, but he didn't even have the opportunity to play, so sadness came from it. Tentacles, I hate you. Oh. Chapter 48, College Entrance Examination is approaching. Gabriel, so soft. In a dimly lit bedroom, a soft girl with long silver hair is hugging Gabriel's waist with her hands, her legs are also holding Gabriel, her face looks like a girl, and her sleeping face seems to be the most beautiful in the world. Gems. If Raphael is beside, he will definitely come forward and knead it for a few minutes before agreeing to give up. No way, Sajari's sleeping appearance is so cute, especially the soft cute lowly hugging the dead cute lowly sleeping, it can definitely make headlines on the first day of the filming. Ahem, the master is awake, it's 6 o'clock now. The system gentleman suddenly reminded him softly in Sajari's head. She, who had closed her eyes tightly, suddenly moved, and she made a soft in her mouth. She didn't know if she was awake or not. In short, her voice was very confused, like a child's babbling. In desperation, the system master called Sajari again. There is actually a reason why she should wake her up. Because Saho was fighting against the wind, she slept all night holding Gabriel. If you wait until Gabriel wakes up and find that Sajari is holding herself with her hands and feet, then next time she won't have the opportunity to have sleep benefits. I see, you are so annoying. Sajari rubbed his eyes, opened his eyelids slightly for a centimeter, and then slowly sank. After a full half a minute, Sajari still did not move, and there were bursts of gentle breathing. It seemed that she was asleep again. Master, what should Gabriel do after waking up? Wait online, it's anxious. The system master changed his tone to remind Sajari. Sajari just started to dreaming that 5 bunches of Gabriel were lying on the Hawaiian beach, bouncing around like bugs, trying to break the seal of the tentacles. At this time, Sajari heard the system's teasing, and suddenly woke up, suddenly opened her eyes, and saw that she was hugging Gabriel tightly. When the fragrance of the young girl was full, Sajari couldn't help taking 2 deep breaths, and she couldn't help feeling the satisfaction of being drunk and dreaming. After a while, Sajari turned around and embraced the small TV, adjusted his sleeping position and hugged him to sleep. At 7:30 in the morning, Tokyo has already entered the baptism of dawn. People from all walks of life have appeared on the streets, taking breakfast, or briefcase, or mobile phone to start a busy day. Teacher Kyoko, the head teacher, drove to Tokyo Private Girls High School in this busy morning. Tokyo Private Girls High School has more than 6,000 students. The school has beautiful scenery, green trees, and numerous sports venues. In fact, the reason why this high school is famous is naturally not the reason for its beautiful environment. The real reason is that the beauty is like a cloud, and the flowers of various universities come from this high school. Walking on the path in the shade of the trees, Mr. Kyoko lifted the black and white hair on his forehead, looked at the sunlight in the leaves, suddenly frowned slightly, worried. "Good morning, Kyoko teacher." The class leader of Class 2 wore a white watercolored suit with a simple pair of ponytails and greeted him in a cute tone. "Teacher, you seem to have something on your mind. Are you worried about the college entrance examination?" "All of our classmates in Class 2 I am very motivated, and I will definitely succeed in the exam this time." Teacher Kyoko is wearing a purple embroidered shirt with a lot of wrinkles at the corners of her eyes. She looks a bit old, but she is still in good spirits. When Mr. Kyoko, who had been worrying about it, heard what Mishima squad leader said, she stretched her brows, shook her head and smiled. "The teacher is not worried about you, but about classmate Izumi Sagiri." When it comes to Izumi Sagiri, Kyoko-sensei's conversation box is opened. "I remember when you were in your first year in high school, I saw Izumi student pulling Raphael's clothes corners, cowering and hiding behind Raphael, poking out half of his head and looking at me. She was so cute at that time, really like my daughter. She is as timid and fearful and not used to communicating with strangers. But my daughter finally got married independently, and Izumi classmate seems not to be independent yet. This is really worrying." Mr. Kyoko can't help worrying when it comes to this. "Oh, by the way, Raphael was the sister of Izumi. She was your senior high school sister at the time. Later, to take care of Izumi, I just stayed one level." Teacher Kyoko slowly explained the history of Sagiri. Squad leader Mishima's eyes shone upon hearing the words, his double ponytails shook slightly, and he asked expectantly, "What about next? Sister Raphael stayed one level again?" No, Raphael also has a younger sister. The classmate's name is Izumi Gabriel. She has long and characteristic goose hair. She doesn't seem to like to dress up. I heard that she loves to be late or absent from class. But every time it's time for an exam, I can always step on the pass line to avoid a catastrophe." Squad leader Mishima looked confused. www.readaloud.com. What happened to Ralphie's younger sister Guan Sahu? Besides, she also knew about it. Sahu's parents had both died. There was a sister, and there was no car and a house. When Izumi's sister Gabriel arrives in the first year of high school, and the two sisters have a school to take care of each other, Raphael will go to the University of Tokyo. The monitor of Class 2 heard this, and suddenly understood. No wonder Raphael was still a freshman at 20 years old. It turned out that she deliberately left Sagiri a level. Her body is weak, she caught the wind and cold for half a day when she came to school, and she has been lying home for half a month, and I don't know if it's better. Mishima's monitor was speechless. The girl fan group knew this very well. Sagiri's Iramanga teacher did not stop. The live singing was also very energetic, and there was no sign of illness at all. So Sagiri is quite healthy at the moment. In the end, only teacher Kyoko was kept in the dark by Sagiri. When Mr. Kyoko said this, he just walked to the third floor of the teaching building, so he bid farewell to the Mishima monitor and dialed Raphael in the office. Moses. It turned out to be teacher Kyoko. "Is there anything the teacher asked me about?" "If you ask about Sagiri's condition, she is now more than half healed, but she is a little weak and can't go out yet, but she can definitely take the college entrance examination." For the exam, the teacher must reserve her place for the college entrance examination. Teacher Kyoko promised something, and then worried. Raphael, I want to visit it in person. After all, the pressure of the college entrance examination is too heavy. Sahu must have failed the exam this time, so I want to do some psychological counseling work to let Sahu relax. Look at today's noon. May I? This. Raphael hesitated for a moment. Can't say that Sahu draws so much every day, she doesn't need psychological counseling at all. Chapter 49, Teacher Arrived. Was forced by the title of College Entrance Examination is Coming, but Raphael shirks in every possible way, but in the end he couldn't get enough of Teacher Kyoko's mouth. After asking Raphael, he hasn't finished. As for Sagiri's own opinions, Kyoko-sensei will of course also ask about it routinely. Sagiri received a call from Kyoko's teacher, and naturally she shrugged off in every possible way. But Mr. Kyoko insisted on her sister Raphael's consent and said that she must come for psychological counseling. If she finds that Sagiri is in good spirits, she can take the opportunity to come to school and seize the time to make up her homework. When I heard that, Sagiri couldn't work. Isn't it terrible to go to make up a class? I can't get online and I can't get upset, my body can only be imprisoned in a small cage, and it's terrible. Anyway, letting the teacher's home visit will not make him lose a piece of meat. Sagiri promised Kyoko teacher to meet at 12:30. Until 11 o'clock, Raphael suddenly ran home and assaulted Sagiri's bedroom. In the bedroom, Sagiri was wearing a white canto-breasted sailor suit, a Scottish miniskirt, and white stockings with knee lifts. She looked cute and squeamish, a model of cute girls. Raphael first taught Sagiri's facial cleanser for a while, and then reached out to Sagiri's tender face, and only heard a huh sound. His soft face was pulled into a big pie. Why are you dressed so formal? Put on your pajamas and lie down on the bed. Raphael said with a smile on his face. Sagiri had to nod her head obediently, listening to Raphael's words and preparing to change her clothes. Sagiri had just unbuttoned the placket, and was unbuttoning a button, and found that the white-haired girl Raphael was still standing at the door looking at her. I'm going to change my clothes, you go out soon. Sagiri said, covering her collar. Well, I won't peek at you. Raphael stuck out his small tongue and closed the door gently. Sagiri saw that Raphael closed the door, but did not hear the click of the lock, so she approached the door with a light step. The moment she touched the handle, she suddenly added a layer of thrust to the handle. Click! The door of the room closed, and there was a complaint outside the door. It was probably that Sagiri was not kind, and she had to cover her up even when she changed her clothes. Sagiri curled his mouth, treated Raphael's words as wind in his ears, clapped his palms and snorted, returned to the closet to continue undressing, and put on the signature checkered pajamas. Soon it came to 12 o'clock, and after the doorbell rang, Raphael went to open the door himself. Good lunch, Mr. Kyoko, have you had lunch? If you haven't eaten, let's eat together. Raphael smiled and pulled Mrs. Kyoko in. Teacher Kyoko was full of black and white hair, and crow's feet appeared in the corners of his eyes when he laughed, and Raphael went to the living room while chatting, and found that there was a decadent girl with long yellow hair sitting in front of the dining table on the dining table. Seeing Teacher Kyoko approaching, Gabriel stood up and said, "Teacher is good," and then sat down again, looking at Teacher Kyoko with a polite expression on her face. Strange, where is Izumi-san? Kyoko teacher was slightly startled. It seemed that he didn't plan to wait for someone, but where did Sagiri go? Sahu's family is now a family of 3, with only Raphael and Gabriel in front of them. She is not in good health, she is a little reluctant to go out of the room, so all the food is delivered to her room. Later, Teacher Kyoko can go upstairs to visit her after dinner. Raphael squinted and smiled. Giabelli remained silent, as if there were only rice and fish in front of her. As for Sagiri, she still doesn't expose her. After all, she loves painting. This is the same reason that she loves to play the game Krypton. Well, nothing wrong. Giabelli continued to pay attention to teacher Kyoko, trying to speed up the process of guests sitting and eating. Teacher Kyoko obviously didn't have the desire to eat. When she heard that Saho was in poor health, she was worried. She didn't even bother to eat for lunch. He moved his eyes from the dining table to the door of the room upstairs. The plaque reads the word Saho. Let's go see Izumi classmates, you have to eat first, I'm not hungry. Teacher Kyoko finished speaking, without waiting for the two of them to express themselves, and walked straight to the stairs. I'm going to start. Giabelli puts both hands together and eats directly. Raphael's face changed slightly, obviously wanting to stop the teacher's pace, but after thinking about it, he had no reason to persuade Kyoko teacher, so let her go. Besides, watching Sajiri acting in a play is also a very novel enjoyment, Raphael thought badly inwardly. Teacher Kyoko, let me knock on the door for you. Raphael took the initiative to ask for the credit and knocked on the door with a smile. Sahu-chan, Teacher Kyoko is here to see you. Knocked every second, Raphael knocked 3 times, and when he heard an inside the house, he pressed the handle and the door opened in response. Teacher Kyoko is 1.68 meters tall, slightly taller than Raphael, wearing a purple embroidered shirt, without any special features, but approachable. The first time she walked into the room, she saw a dozen small TV dolls on the head of the bed, and the magical small TV long pillow on the white bed. Next to the pillow, Sajiri is wearing a plaid pajamas sitting on the bed, her legs are covered with a large white quilt, and a small folding table is placed on the quilt. There is a plate of sari, a bowl of egg soup, a plate of greens and a bowl of white sari. Rice. Hello Teacher Kyoko. Sajiri said weakly. The face of Saguru is not very good now, her eyebrows are drooping, she looks glum, and she stares at the plate after saying a word, as if she dared not look into the teacher's eyes. And Kyoko teacher didn't think so much. Hearing Sajiri's tone with a slight sense of weakness, he immediately dispelled the idea of returning to school with Sajiri for review. However, psychological counseling is essential. So, Mr. Kyoko sat on the edge of the bed, taking care of Sajiri up close, while Raphael sat on a small stool behind him, covering his mouth with one hand from time to time, with a bulging face, and he could not laugh. Sajiri, I also know that you are in poor health and that you want to take the college entrance examination very much. The teacher originally wanted to persuade you not to take the exam. After all, you have left too many homework, and you will definitely not be able to pass the exam. Sajiri can only nod her head obediently, and she should also pay attention to maintaining facial expressions when eating, and try to make herself weak. And the teacher does not want to put you under any psychological pressure. If you value grades very much, the teacher suggests that you should let go of your utilitarian mentality first, start from your own heart, and don't be sorrowful because of anxieties. Mr. Kyoko holds Sajiri's left hand www.readaloud.com. She speaks with great heart, and it takes 5 or 6 minutes to open her mouth. Saxon said that it was a miserable thing. She was still eating. The teacher didn't even need to look at the location. She just came up and cracked and talked about a lot of test truths, which made her only eat in 5 minutes. 24 mouthfuls of rice. And Raphael is so disgusting that he didn't come to save himself without telling him, and he even moved a small stool to cover his mouth and laugh at the back. Seeing her exaggerated expression, bulging face, smiling eyes, and various body language, Sajiri almost wanted to laugh when she saw it. Raphael is really hateful. Sajiri suppressed his smile and ate seriously. As for Mrs. Kyoko, after talking for 10 minutes, maybe he felt dry, so he took a sip of water and Sajiri was overjoyed, thinking that the teacher was finally going to eat. Unexpectedly, Mr. Kyoko just walked away with his front foot, and returned to the house with his back foot, and continued to sit on the edge of the bed, holding Sajari's hand, and beginning a long period of teaching. After a long time. Ah! Teacher, aren't you hungry? The food is cold. It's okay, the teacher will not think about eating for a while, let's continue to talk. What did you just say? Is it the classical Chinese reading? Teacher, don't you want to go to the bathroom? It's been an hour. It doesn't matter, the teacher is very motivated, let me tell you, Raphael girl, she got full marks in Chinese in her 3rd year of high school. Teacher, I want to go to the toilet. Sajari couldn't laugh or cry, but in order to show that she was weak, she had to let the teacher hold her. It was this afternoon, Sajari felt the torture of hell, until Sajari gave an excuse to sleepy and want to sleep, and then Kyoko teacher was sent away. Chapter 50, Sawa Model. The college entrance examination is approaching, even if the exam is not good, it doesn't matter. Chuan regards it as accumulation of experience. This is Kyoko's last reminder before leaving. Sajari lay down for a while, and heard the sound of a car engine starting outside the window, and then slowly got out of the bed. Teacher Kyoko is too annoying. Said this on the mouth of the gauze, in fact, my heart is warm, silently remembering this old squad leader with black and white hair. In the afternoon, the sun is slanting westward. Sajari looked at the clouds in the sky and checked his information. Name, Izumi Sajari. Fan value, 140,111. The freshwater fish in the creek should also have great dreams, otherwise, what is the difference from a salted fish? Come on, the future great cartoonist. Active talent. Full score drawing technique, anyway, it is full score. Whether you use a computer to draw a picture or draw a picture by hand, the quality is leveraged. Singing skill LV1, 91/100, singing is barely in your ears, but out of tune happens from time to time. Close-up anti-wolf technique LV3, no longer have to be afraid of the strange uncle who has practiced martial arts. But it is not very useful for martial arts masters, so in order to protect your body, please be careful of the super big bad wolf. Passive talent. The most adorable lowly temperament, 300% attractive to low ICN. The sound is soft and the body is soft and can be pushed down, the voice is super cute, the body is super soft, and it can push down the warming bed. The fan value has reached 140,000, and it has risen so slowly. Sajari tangled. As for the data of Iramanga teacher, the number of hits on Denjiki King reached 2 million, the number of recommended votes was 3.01 million, and the collection of 800,000. During a live broadcast, the collection skyrocketed by 100,000. In addition to the large number of fans on the homepage arranged by the website, there were also fans attracted during the live broadcast at Station B. That evening, Sajari's online audience exceeded 50,000, so Superman arranged Sajari's live broadcast room to hang on the homepage of Station B for 15 minutes, attracting outside fans. In addition to becoming true fans, most of these fans have collected Sajari's comics. Ahem, forgive me for the system's bluntness. As long as the owner shows his face and sells cuteness, his true love fans will definitely skyrocket. It won't be too easy to complete the task by then. The system is still advocating live broadcast and selling cuteness. It is the powerful killer that attracts true fans. Of course, the cuteness of the second dimension is also essential. In short, there is nothing wrong with the two-pronged approach. Yarn Mist whitened the system and ignored it. At this time, the review of the song has been passed, and you can search and find it through major music software. Click. Sajari clicks the mouse and enters the music software to search for the song Talking to Oneself. Song, Talking to Oneself, Iramanga Teacher OP. Singer, ZEU. Album, Teacher Iramanga. Duration, 3 minutes 55 seconds. Since this song was just released, the copyright has not been sold off by the music party, so the song can bubble up in the music libraries of major music software. Then search the ed of romans, the search is also successful. These two songs have just been uploaded for less than an hour, and the singer's name also carries a label virtual singer. At the same time, encyclopedia information about the OP and ed of Iramanga teacher and encyclopedia information about the virtual singer appeared on the internet. There are no pictures for these encyclopedia information, it's so uncomfortable to look at it. Sajari looked at the encyclopedia information of the virtual singer Zayu, and complained that no one had set up a picture. Ahem, the master can only do this by you. Sajari thought, too, it is still possible to draw a picture of a person for the virtual singer. However, she is a bit lazy and has always been too lazy to imagine, so she searched for the female characters of major anime in her mind. 2233 in 2D style? No, 22 and 33 have already become 3D painting style station mothers at Station B. Although the 2D style 2233 is very cute, it is too similar to the 3D style 2233, so it is rejected. Hatsune Miku? This doesn't work either. Hatsune Miku has been in Japan for several years, so I can't say that Princess Hatsune has changed her voice. Speaking of Hatsune, Sagiri suddenly felt that her double ponytails were cute, and her tender face made people want to pinch. Due to the changeable style of BGM, Sagiri always feels that the image of the singer should be higher and colder, but in addition to the high coldness, it does not lose the beauty of the second element. Just take the black rock shooter as a model. Sagiri thought. The black rock shooter also has a double ponytail hairstyle. The difference from Hatsune is that she looks very cold. She wears a black cloak, no top, only a black bikini, and the lower body is black short shorts. The aura is bursting and very hot. In addition, there is a blue flame in the left eye that keeps jumping, adding a mysterious atmosphere. As soon as he thought of it, Sagiri began to paint, referring to the model of the black rock shooter, quickly drew a character model, and then reached the black super long double ponytail, the length of which fell directly to the knee, and the double ponytail was floating in the air like a ribbon. Reading www.ukaenchu.com has a sense of I want to go home in the wind. There are blue eyes, fine bangs, a small mouth with a melon face, white skin, a black bikini and a black short shorts. The pen tip is linked, and the line draft is fast. After drawing the characters, it was the turn of the clothes. Sagiri drew a flying black shadow behind Zayu. This black shadow is a cloak. I saw the black cloak fluttering in the wind, undulating like a wave, with Zayu's cold eyes, standing there like a god, holy and inviolable. At this time, Sagiri outlined the soft outline of a round of flames. 2 minutes later, a blue flame spilled out of Zayu's eyes, with a mysterious beauty. Well, this model is full of fighting style, is it really good? System Lord hesitated. You are preconceived. The otaku in this world have not seen that anime, how could they know that she is a combat character? Sagiri hummed. However, after being reminded by the system, Sagiri also felt that the fighting wind was too strong, so he drew another picture of Zeuren. In another picture, Zeu wears a Western-style JK winter uniform, a cardigan sweater, a special miniskirt, short-necked black socks. His face and double ponytails have not changed, but a long-lost smile appears on his face, like the sunshine in winter. After a while, Zayu's encyclopedia information has 2 more pictures, and there are background stories, explaining why Zayu can control various BGM. Zeu is enthusiastic in the sun during the day, lively and cute, like a soft girl, can't help but make people want to take good care of her. But when the night comes, she will transform into a hot hottie, put on the cloak of the night. The cold goddess Fan's left eye is beating with blue sparks, which symbolizes that night is coming. Chapter 51, Only Beauty Cannot Be Disappointed. Suaha has only 2 songs, which seem to be quite few, but Sagiri doesn't care. After all, becoming famous with songs is not Sajari's dish. With this reputation, it is better to leave it to the unnecessarily virtual character, add a mysterious temperament, and just follow the light. New songs on the internet are generally not noticed, especially new works without any fan base. It is tantamount to dust on the internet. No, the number of comments in the comment area is 0, and the number of views is 0. Shigiri opened the fan support group Q group and asked an administrator to help at all members. As of now, Sajari's fan base has reached 41 groups. Things like posting announcements can't be done by themselves, so this important task is left to others. At all members, the OP and ED of Iramanga Teacher have been released. You can go to any music software to search the original words of the Ocean Teacher, the major Q group administrators said. What the hell, OP and ED? Has it been animated? A group of old drivers black question mark faces, and some even searched the internet for keywords such as Miss Iramanga animation decision. In the end, there was nothing wrong with them. Some fans did not even change 4 or 5 search engines. The results come out. Well, there is nothing, the Ocean Teacher lied to me, there is no animation at all. Many people subconsciously think that only after the animation decision can be made OP and ED. Brothers, there are really OP and ED, Ocean Teacher did not lie to us. ID Sahu Sauces My wife is in the support group at all members. The following is a screenshot. The 6 words Iramanga Teacher appeared in the search box, and 2 search results appeared. Song title, Talking to Oneself, Iramanga Teacher OP, Singer, ZEU. Song name, Adrenaline, Iramanga Teacher ED, Singer, ZEU. I went, it really wrote OP and ED, and the Teacher of the Ocean also said. The animation decision has not been issued yet, someone will do OP and ED for her. I thought it was an original song before, but I didn't expect that even the album was written Iramanga Teacher. It seems that the OP is right. Speaking of the live broadcast, the Ocean Teacher only sang OP, but I didn't expect even ED. I knelt down to Zayu, I went to listen to ED, it was super nice, definitely not worse than OP. Well, I found out that ED is 4 minutes and 34 seconds, which is longer than OP. Works of conscience, praise. ID2 Haojin said. Except for this group of people leaving messages, there are not many messages in the group. Although 99 plus is broken every 10 seconds, the number of people has not reached its peak. It seems that many people are eager to listen to the song and have no time to leave a message. Tanagawa-kun was listening to the OP, and suddenly saw the people in the group discussing ED, so he moved inwardly and couldn't help curiosity, so he turned on ED with a low hand. The beginning of ED was progressively aggressive, followed by a rhythmic drum beat. Simple words keep stacking up. Make your mind more open. Your smiling face that doesn't care about anything became the light that illuminates tomorrow. You said you actually found out a long time ago. You said you have hugged tightly with these hands. Answer from the voice. I am sure I can melt my wish gently now. Tanagawa closed his eyes and listened. During this time, his calf trembles, and the sole of his shoes beats the beat, unknowingly blending into the cheerful rhythm of ED. Good song. The rhythm is clear, and when you listen to it, you can feel the girl's heart that the cute girl can't help but jump in place. Jun Tanagawa murmured. No, this ED is super nice, and it's definitely not worse than the OP saying that ZEU is so powerful. Is he playing 2 roles alone? The game master listened to the game while listening, and his face was intoxicated. Tanagawa-kun smiled and said, no, to be precise, this song is played by a single person. You kid listening to the song while playing games, of course you can't hear it mixed with background music. Game man's face turned red, and he listened to it again. This time turn off the game sound effects and listen to the song carefully. It's really a triangle. The shirtless slipper boy was shocked. The most shocking thing is not that one person plays the triangle, but the voice of OP is different from that of Ed, which means that the original singer ZEU actually mastered 5 female voices, but each voice is so nice. It's as if she is a composite of 5 voice actors who can perfectly control speaking to oneself and adrenaline. The possibility is very small, but they can't allow them to believe it. There is no way, the voice change is too natural and smooth, the whole song has no singing skills, and the various emotional adjustment points are maintained very well, which means that ZEU has mastered the voice change skills perfectly. After a while, Tanagawa-kun of ID Sajiang Is My Wife discovered that there is a label behind the singer ZEU Virtual Singer. Seeing the 4 characters Virtual Singer, Gu Chuan-kun immediately thought of singers such as Hatsune Miku and Luo Tianyi. I didn't expect it to be a virtual singer, no wonder it can change a variety of human voices. Tanagawa said that he understands. The virtual singer is produced by a computer. Gu Chuan-kun has never been very familiar with such things as computer software, so he thinks the virtual singer is very mysterious. Even if the technology breaks through to the extent that the sound changes, he will not be too surprised. www.readaloud.com. Going to the website to search for ZEU's encyclopedia, Tanikawa found that he immediately fell in love with the singer. As for the reason, without it, only beauty cannot be disappointed. There are 2 pictures of people in the encyclopedia. One is a girl with a black double ponytail in a JK uniform. She is wearing a warm yellow sweater. She is biting a pen and her eyes are stunned. Looking at the blue sky by the window, her black double ponytails are as thin as a trickle. Lu slipped from his hand, behind which was a blurred classroom background. The second picture has a big change in style, and it is also the most eye-catching picture. The white-skinned ZEU is standing in a gravel ruin, her black ponytails fluttering like silk, and her cloak is like a black night. She wears a black bikini, a black shorts, and black leather boots. Her left eyes are wide. With a touch of star blue flames, the cold, abstinent eyes trembled in people's minds, and those who saw her couldn't wait to worship her. The strongest royal sister fan. The painting is so good, Tanagawa clenched his fists and couldn't help thinking of Teacher Ocean. This exquisite painting style, this kind of screen wallpaper quality, does not stingy with color matching, completely abandons the muscular line style, currently only the Ocean teacher can do it. After reading the wallpaper, Tanagawa looked down and saw the background story of His Royal Highness ZEU. Is named Suaha, is 1.63 meters tall, weighs 39 kilograms, and has a dual personality. Suaha will be cute and moving in the daytime, wearing a JK winter uniform. At night, ZEU's true soul will wake up and become a hot girl. The cold and ruthless will replace everything. The star blue flame in her left eye is the light of her soul. It is said that there are countless remnants of souls in it, and every more light will be added. It means to absorb one more person's memory. So ZEU's voice is so varied, he can control most of the BGM songs. Chapter 52, this can also be divided into. The phone QQ rang. A plain white jade hand stretched out to the phone, unlocked and watched QQ. Xiao Man is wearing a white-lined black cylinder suit today, with a turbulent shirt slightly towering, a pair of red frames and red high heels, with a kind of superwoman temperament. But after seeing the news from the Ocean teacher's support team, her calm face finally showed some doubts. The OP and Ed of Iramanga Sensei. I thought that Mr. Ocean was going to start a live broadcast again. Unexpectedly, this message was to release OP and Ed. However, no one in the company said that Teacher Iramanga will be animated. Why is her OP and Ed born? Is it possible that Sagiri and other animation companies have negotiated a manga business? The editor Zioman thought about it, the more he realized it was possible, so he talked about Sagiri privately, and listened to OP and Ed by the way while waiting. Just talking to myself. Please don't ask me such embarrassment. It's about you. But I won't tell you. A very familiar tune, a lively rhythm, exactly the same as the last time I heard it. After listening to the entire OP, the editor's face changed slightly. I have to say that this song is highly completed and it is especially suitable for the comic Iramanga teacher. How do you say, this seems to be a song tailored for airmen. To be honest, the sound quality of the song I heard in the live broadcast room last time was somewhat lost. This time I downloaded the lossless sound quality file of Speaking to Oneself on the internet. After listening to it with headphones, I felt a lot of lingering aftertaste, and I wished to run to rub Sajari's face. While teacher Hyang hadn't even responded, the editor Xiao Man clicked on Ed and was shocked by Zeu's singing again. Wait, Ed has 3 vocals, OP has 2 vocals, how can one person change multiple voices? Xiaoman edited Kai Zeu's message and only understood the 4 characters virtual singer. In the case of a virtual singer, there is no problem even if you play multiple roles by yourself. After all, it is not a human voice simulated by software. Pulled down at this time, and saw Zeu's 2 drawings of people, and he was shocked as a heavenly person. Looks so beautiful during the day, so cute. The dark night looks so cold that it explodes, especially the temperament that comes out of the eyes, like an ice pool. Diddy. Sajari, does Xiao Manzang have anything to do with me? Sahu-chan, you are really messing up. Which company is your animation partner? I need to contact the other party on behalf of Denjiki King Corporation. Do you know how serious this matter is? You can talk about animation commercial cooperation without going through our copyright party. There is really no business ethics. Xiao Man complained very dissatisfiedly, with a sour tone, as if she had been betrayed by Sajari. It's not what you think. I didn't find an animation company to do animation. The OP and Ed are just friendly productions. You think too much, Xiao Manzang. Sajari cried and laughed. Friendly production. Xiao Manzang exclaimed. The high decibels alarmed the Bluestone gentleman who was at the same table, and Xiao Man had to bow and apologize before typing. Is the quality of the music produced by friendship that high? I read more than you, so don't lie to me. Is there such a pitfall? It is produced by friendship. Look at the sound quality and the singing skills. How can it be the painstaking work of professionals? How could it be possible to give away friendship? This is true. Believe it or not, I believe it anyway. Sajari said seriously. Xiao Man couldn't help trembling as he listened to this nyonyo and pretending to be solemn voice. You can imagine Sajari on the opposite side of the phone with a serious expression, and Xiao Man can feel a strong, soft, and cute wind through the phone screen. Well, this is what you said personally. Don't let me find a company that has no business ethics. Suddenly jumped out and said that the Iramanga teacher animation contract is in his hand. Shahu nodded vigorously, and the soft silver bangs trembled, revealing a small piece of white and tender forehead. With these 2 consecutive beeps, Xiao Manman fell down again, and she almost couldn't hold her mobile phone securely. Fortunately, she had a strong concentration, otherwise she would be embarrassed. By the way, you drew the picture of Zeu-chan, right? Such an exquisite domineering wallpaper is not much better than your Iramanga teacher. Say. Have you painted with your heart? If you don't see the manuscript in the morning, I will definitely go to your home to remind you of the manuscript. If you don't rub your cheek this time, I won't leave easily. Xiao Man hummed. Sajari's body shrank slightly, and then he remembered the speed of the recent draft, and confidence surged again. Don't worry, I won't let you pinch. A turmoil between OP and Ed slowly spread in the Ocean Teachers support team, and more people began to download these 2 songs. And Sajari also opened a single chapter in the Iramanga teacher comic, saying that there are Airman's exclusive OP and Ed online, and everyone is welcome to download and listen to it. There are some fans who weren't Sajari's true love fans. After listening to the song and seeing the virtual singer's portrait, they suddenly became Zeu's true love fans. His Royal Highness Zeu's singing is very brisk, I am very happy to hear it. Well, wait for Miss Ira manga to be animated. I will be His Royal Highness Zeu from now on, she is really beautiful and cool. Seriously, the characters drawn by the teacher of the ocean are very beautiful. But I really like hot girls, especially those who are cute in the day and cool at night. Ira manga teacher said www. Readaloud.com teacher upstairs, did your new book appear? Well, wait a few more days. After seeing Majesty Zeu painted by the ocean teacher, I suddenly wanted to change the character. In just a few days, Teacher Ira manga has more than 3 million views and 1.1 million collections, and the number of true fans has skyrocketed to 180,000. There were 140,000 true fans before, and it broke through the 15th mark in a few days, which is a big step closer to the system's 400,000 fan value requirement. Speaking of how the fan value rises so fast, Zeu is not me. Originally, my true love fan is close to saturation, and it will be very slow if it wants to rise. Unless I get the privilege of QQ splash screen posters, otherwise, I still have a long way to go. Sajiri vaguely guessed the reason, it was probably Zeu's fan value moved to his own name. No, Zeu is a virtual singer, except for the music that is carried, the rest of the content is created by the owner, and the owner can of course share the fan value. The system said. But then again, this fan value is not 100% shared, it is divided into proportions. What? The fan value is still divided? Sajiri's expression on her face was contemptuous, knowing that things are not that simple. Of course, Zeu sauce is a product of the music industry, not a product of the comics industry, so it has to be taxed. The unreliable system king hit Zeu's brain with an 82 number. The transfer of songs accounts for 80% of the shares, and only 2 components are left to the owner. In addition, these 30% are true fans of Ira manga teacher. When I heard Sajiri, I couldn't help being amused. Yes, with this stingy system, Sajiri can't even try to complete the target through the singer. Chapter 53, Chapter 4. Time passed in a hurry, and it was Sunday in a blink of an eye, which was also the release date of the comics. Today is June 4th, and there are still 2 days before the college entrance examination. In addition to discussing review questions, the most popular thing for students is to discuss comic plots. The 4th episode of Ira manga has 42 pages. At 7 o'clock on Sunday morning, the webcomics were released in advance and sold together with magazines, which immediately triggered a new round of click frenzy. The 4th chapter, the first 16 pages, tells the story of a beautiful girl junior high school student Megami Kano and Masamune Izumi walked into the house after talking. The older brother invited his sister to no avail and was forced to put on headphones and go downstairs, waiting for her sister's command. In the following plot, the squad leader expressed her intentions and wanted to make friends very much, and Sajiri was a friend she did not make. In addition, everyone was worried, so the squad leader wanted to take this opportunity to help become good friends with Izumi Sajiri. Pull her from home to school. Speaking of how to pull Sajiri out, Kano Megami mentioned the disconnecting the network cable as a detrimental method. After listening to the old brother, naturally he couldn't help. The method of disconnecting the network cable is simply not a method that anyone can think of. Anyway, it is too much. The younger sister may do some extreme behavior in a desperate situation. In short, it is very dangerous. The squad leader looked puzzled, tilted her head to the right blankly, and said, "If you don't have friends, it doesn't make sense even if you have an internet environment. She thinks chatting with friends at school will make you feel more happy." The female lead Sajiri made a voice call through her brother's mobile phone. Upon eavesdropping on this passage, she was very angry and screamed for several times, causing her earphones to explode, challenging the ears to withstand the sound limit from a distance. This exaggerated action naturally caused things to be exposed. Megami Kamano, who found Sajiri eavesdropping, smiled mysteriously, and suddenly pressed against Izumi Masamune, making a sultry noise from the side. Quickly, hey, the smell of Big Brother is really good. The squad leader in the sailor suit with a single ponytail, close to Izumi Masamune, exhaled white breath while approaching the phone, and whispered, "Big Brother, have you kissed anyone?" Sahu heard goosebumps upstairs, and his face was extremely red. After hearing the term kissing, he slammed the floor with anger. Stomped on the floor, Masamune Izumi looked up at the ceiling, his attention distracted. Taking advantage of the accident of stomping on the floor, Megami Kano seized the opportunity to grab the mobile phone and greeted Izumi Sajiri, but it was a pity that Izumi Sajiri had already hung up the phone. But the squad leader secretly remembered the phone number. After returning the phone, he secretly used the phone to make a call, hiding the phone behind him, and let Sagiri steal the next conversation. Izumi Masamune didn't know about this, and I didn't know it when I was kept in the dark. Hearing that squad leader Kuno wanted to ask Izumi Sajiri, he answered truthfully. She is a very beautiful and cute girl. At first glance, she is expressionless and honest, giving people a pure girlish feeling. But when I try to talk to her, her expression will often change again, so cute. Then what? Megami Kanano thoughtfully continued. The old man looked proud, and said, then he is super good at drawing, and it's Arrow Comics, Super Arrow. Kamano Megami put her left hand in front of her mouth opened into an O shape, trying to conceal the shock in her heart, but she couldn't conceal it, so she reddened and said. Is she the kind of girl who likes H? Very H. How should I put it, the first grade of junior high school puts very powerful trousers. Masamune slapped his chest. Sajiri was shy when she heard it, and stomped on the floor again, her cheeks flushed transparently. The squad leader heard this and couldn't help but interject, did you wear it on your body? Obviously the squad leader wanted to be crooked, the old man had to emphasize, it's drawn. What? I thought my sister would have an abnormal relationship with my brother. I don't know why, Masamune Izumi felt an emotion called a bit regretful from the face of the squad leader. After that, Kano Megami continued to talk to her brother and learned that Sajiri also has many friends who like her, and life is not too lonely. In the end, Megami Kano still didn't give up, saying that next time she would definitely think of a way to let her go to school voluntarily. At the end of page 42, the perspective of the comic moved to Sajiri's house. The silver-white and long-haired sister in a pink pajamas was playing back the phone recording with a blushing face, and then covered the quilt, so shy. Tanamura Bookstore, Tokyo. There are 4 areas in the Tanamura Bookstore. The bookshelf area on the left of UU Reading www.uuganshu.com sells light novels, the area on the right sells online novels, the middle area sells comics and magazines, and the cabinet behind the cashier is placed dozens of hands. A young man took the lead in picking up the Denjiki King comic magazine, first glance at the comic catalog, first look at the teacher Ira manga. While watching, the young man's face was very excited. He clenched his fists from time to time, wishing to shout for him, but due to venue reasons, he had to give up. The squad leader is very tempting, but I am still a solid sister party. Was beside, someone could not help but spit after reading 2 comics. Dupa has updated 2 episodes, but Mr. Hyang only updated 1, so few. This classmate took the electric shock king and asked the heavens speechlessly, and wanted to send a razor blade to the ocean teacher. Dupo is now in the state of 2 consecutive updates of the magazine, only 1 update away from the internet comics. Dizzy, Big Brother, please see clearly, Dupo is now about 24 pages, while Hyang Teacher once published 42 pages. In terms of updated pages, the 2 are actually about the same, okay. Really, sorry, Big Brother. Xiaoping touched his head and smiled awkwardly. Dupo is updated twice a week, and Ira manga is updated once a week. On the surface, the update of Ocean Teacher is slow, but the number of updated pages is indeed the same. Now, no one dares to say that Mr. Hyang is slow to draw. He is a real model worker, and he draws a cartoon all by himself. Oh no, not all of them are painted by myself now. Tanagawa-kun heard in the live broadcast that Mr. Ocean had found a manga studio, so he was able to paint faster, and he was already catching up with the manuscript for next week. As for the Ocean teacher in the crowd, he is drawing the 17th page of Chapter 5 in his bedroom at this time. Chapter 54, Countdown to College Entrance Examination. 3 days later, on the evening of June 6. During the serialization of the magazine, the OP and ED downloads of Mr. Ira manga on the internet exponentially increased. In 2 days, the number of views exceeded 7 million times, and the number of downloads exceeded 1 million, which shocked the music executives. A certain manager saw the popular data of talking to oneself and adrenaline and knocked on the table with his hands and said, "This song has a potentially huge fan base, and we must grab the copyright before consent." Report to the manager that the singer is a virtual singer, and she did not leave key information such as mobile phone number and QQ number in the background, and we were unable to contact her personally. Try to get in touch. If you can't find the contact information, don't you think of a way to check it? Anyway, find a way to buy it. The deputy manager in a black suit and red collar frowned and said in an unquestionable tone. Then the deputy manager added, "These million hits should be from readers of Teacher Ira manga. You can try to contact the comic author herself, maybe she knows something." Yes. This scene was staged in major music software companies. Various managers sent small secretaries to go out and said that they must find a way to contact ZEU, and those who could not contact His Highness ZEU ran to contact Ira manga teacher, the original author Ocean teacher. Ocean teacher is the contracted comics author of Dengeki King. He has published 4 episodes in the magazine and has a good grades and reputation. He is a potential cartoonist. According to internal sources, the editors believe that the work has a vague tendency to surpass fighting, but the time has not arrived and the data has not yet exploded. As for why they are so confident, it is mainly because Xiao Manzang once disclosed an important message to the editors, saying that the teacher of the ocean has a very high value, as long as it is packaged, and sufficient advertising effects are added, such as placing an advertisement on TV, using the ocean. The teacher makes a template, which is equivalent to an image spokesperson. Xiaoman believes that Sajiri must have the potential to become a super popular cartoonist. But none of the editor-in-chief has ever seen the photo, and Xiao Manzang also clings to the precious selfie, so no editor-in-chief can guarantee whether the ocean teacher is beautiful or not. Is also in this mysterious background, many music directions. Dengeki Dawang sent a request, want to contact the ocean teacher. Hello, Mr. Ocean, our company department. I would like to borrow your hand to match up with the original author of Sawa, and talk about the various copyrights of the OP and ED of Ira manga teacher. Unexpectedly, they received a unified reply from the editorial department of Dengeki King. Teacher Ocean is taking an important national exam, and I have been unable to reply to you in the past 2 days. Please contact me again after 2 days. Dengeki King's editorial department used the group posting function. What the hell, national examination? Is it a civil service examination? What's wrong? Mr. Hyang is so good at drawing comics, what kind of test do I have to take? Isn't it all right to draw a few line drafts in the studio every day and enjoy the good fortune? It may also be the college entrance examination, funny face, ... Don't be funny. How can a high school student have this kind of drawing skills? As the editors said, Sajiri will go to participate in the national exam tomorrow, leaving a mess specially for the editors to cope with. As for the draft, Chapter 5 is only 28 pages. Sajiri handed in the manuscript to King Shock early, otherwise King Shock wouldn't be so happy to help stop the group. Is all money, especially the big players in the music software industry. Software companies such as QQ Music and Qzhou have come forward. It seems that they have strong confidence in the exclusive broadcasting rights of this song. It's a pity that Sajari is not short of money. The monthly contribution fee alone is enough to spend 1 or 2 months, without buying luxury goods. So whether this song will sell or not, the result can be imagined. At this time around 9 o'clock in the evening, Sahu had already broken into Gabriel's room holding a small TV pillow. "Gabriel, can I sleep in your bed?" Sajari is holding a magical little TV pillow, her cute aqua blue eyes are open under her soft bangs, her meager lips, a small nose, and she wears a pink shorts and pajamas, very lively and cute. "Don't." Giubilli refused expressionlessly. Now she is lying on the ground playing a game, without pants on her lower body. The white pants are looming in the shadow of the red and white sportswear, which is quite tempting. Shahu rolled the sheets directly on the bed, wrapping herself into a palm, only her face appeared, and she wondered, "Why? The last time I slept with you, I dreamed that I was by the big 5 flowers. Yu reading www.yuyugonshu.com can't even play on the computer. Although the memory is not very clear, I feel that the evil tentacle monster is you." When Giubilli said this, she secretly glanced at Sahu, but unfortunately she didn't see her eyes, only saw her face buried in the bed, like a big round ball. In the bed, Sahu solemnly said, "System, did she wake up midway when I hugged Gabriel to sleep last time?" "Master, don't worry, Gabriel sleeps soundly. Once you fall asleep, you can be hugged, so I was not found last time." Hearing the system's reply, Sajari breathed a sigh of relief. It seems that Gabriel was purely testing her. It is probably the first time she hugged her, leaving a little psychological shadow. So when she dreams of the tentacle monster, she will doubt it. To Sajari. Sajari poked her head out and said, "I'm going to sleep." When she heard Gabriel's complaints, Seguro pretended not to hear her, and she put the small TV next to her, leaning against the wall and hugged him to sleep. After half an hour, Gabriel stopped playing the game and heard a gentle breathing, knowing that Sajari was asleep. "Is the college entrance examination coming tomorrow?" Gabriel looked at the time display in the lower right corner of the computer and stretched out at will. "Well, forget it, play for a night and go to sleep." Giubilli was worried that she might noisy Sajari when she was playing on the computer, so she shut down the machine in advance, went to wash and got into the bed, and kept a distance of 30 centimeters from Sajari. After watching for a while, she closed her eyes and fell asleep. The dark night was like a curtain, the room fell into silence, occasionally breathing broke the calm. A little cute thing waiting for an opportunity suddenly opened his eyes an hour later, and the small TV pillow in his arms was suddenly pushed against the wall. A black shadow with long silver hair slowly moved to the dull girl with long yellow hair, soft like a ball of cotton. Chapter 55, Giuzero lists beautiful photos. A ray of light in the morning shone into a white bed. There was a girl with messy hair on the bed. Her sleeping face could be broken with a finger. The quilt was kicked aside by her, revealing a thin white t-shirt, and the hem was pulled directly to the bottom. Looking down at Gabriel from the perspective of the ceiling, she just couldn't see the white trousers. The sun is dazzling, and it stands to reason that the curtains are usually closed tightly, and there should be no light leakage. Who was dreaming, just overcame the mysterious and powerful tentacles, but unexpectedly saw another round of sun hitting herself like a meteorite. Giubilli frowned slightly. In her dream, she looked at the Juyang skyfall, and suddenly rolled over to the right. When she hit a solid hard object, she couldn't get past no matter how much she rolled. Okay. Giubilli suddenly realized that she was dreaming, and then remembered that Sajari was still in bed, maybe she hit Sajari. So she opened her eyes slowly, and saw that the bed was empty and the figure with long silver hair was not on the bed. Looking back, there is a white wall behind, and the feeling of solidity comes from here. It seemed that I had dreamed of the tentacle monster again, but the memory was a little fuzzy. Gabriel would be rendered drowsy by the tentacle monster for a while, and couldn't fall asleep no matter what, so I had to get up to play with the computer. Before playing on the computer, Gabriel needs to make sure that Saguri has gotten up or not. After all, today is the day of the college entrance examination, so it's okay to go earlier. When Gabriel was about to come to visit, Saguri herself was in her bedroom, taking off her pajamas, putting on a simple sailor suit, and tying a red Kanto gift knot. Saguri put on a pair of white leggings, and when she was about to take her skirt out, she heard the sound of the door being gently pushed open. Saguri, it's time to get up. Giabelli looked towards the big white bed feebly, and found that the quilt was bulging, and the object that emerged was the pillow of the small TV. Where is the person? Could it be that you have already got up? Then she realized that Saguri had gotten out of bed, and immediately moved her eyes slightly to meet Saguri's. Giabelli. Saguri. It turned out to have gotten up a long time ago, Baga, but I was so stupid to talk to the pillow about getting up. This scene is really embarrassing, Giabelli complained inwardly. Excuse me. Giabelli sighed and turned to go back to the bedroom. Wait a minute. What's the matter? Giabelli looked back suspiciously. Was also this one looking back? She saw Saguri's phone that she had taken out from nowhere, the camera pointed directly at herself, and snapped this seductive scene with a click. In the phone photo, Gabriel with long yellow hair turned her head slightly, and there was a tuft of dull hair on her scattered hair. Besides, she was wearing a white t-shirt with the corner of her clothes just covering the trousers. The absolute realm of the limit challenges people's sensitive nerves. Saguri easily shared the picture on my computer and saw Gabriel running over angrily, receiving the phone behind him, and laughing, "Okay, it's okay now. You're okay, I'm okay, hand me the phone." Giabelli glared at her very uncomfortably and took the picture, but the problem was that she didn't wear a skirt, and only had a thin trousers under her body. It wouldn't be good if she was photographed in the photo. This picture is very beautiful, I won't give it. Saguri shook his head. Neither of them wore skirts. Saguri wore a sailor suit. Japanese sailor suits are not very long. The waist is the standard. So Saguri wore a pair of leggings and suede. Too sultry. Gabriel wears a long t-shirt without safety pants, which is quite seductive. No, the corners of her clothes fluttered in the process of pushing and taking off, and Saguri saw the cute white pants through the mirror behind Gabriel. Cough, color is not different from emptiness, emptiness is not different from color, color is emptiness, emptiness is color. When Sahu said a few words in her heart, Gabriel successfully grabbed the phone, clicked into the photo library at lightning speed, and then clicked the delete button in the lower right corner of the screen, and finally clicked OK to delete the picture successfully. The whole process only took 1.5 seconds. When Saguri regained the phone, Gabriel's pictures had been cleaned up. I want to sneak a photo of me, no way. Gabriel hummed. Looking at Gabriel, who easily succeeded and left happily, Saguri secretly said that she is still too young. After she closed the door and left, Sahu silently turned on her mobile QQ, checked the area of my computer, and then downloaded the picture. Hey! Saguri held the phone and looked at it for 3 minutes, then slowly drew up the zipper of the miniskirt, then picked up a white stocking and looked at each other for a long time. As for black silk? Forget it, white represents pure and lovely, this is fine. Sagumi picked up a piece of white opaque white silk, put it on her feet and pulled it up, just above her knees, leaving a fantastical absolute area. After putting on her clothes, Saguri straightened up in front of the mirror and used it blankly, and tied 2 pink bow ties to the temples on her chest, and 2 knots on the top of her head. Compare the image in the mirror, and it looks exactly like the heroine of Ira manga, there is no difference at all. Tokyo Private Girls High School, Tokyo, Japan. www.readaloud.com. On both sides of the black straight concrete road, rows of green trees stretch out their branches and leaves, and the breeze blows, sending scent of leaves. There are high-rise buildings in the distance. There is a red cordon in front of the building. The students outside the building live in groups on the square, picking up textbooks to review key knowledge. In this tense atmosphere, a girl with long silver hair passed the security check of the guard with the admission ticket for the college entrance examination. She stood on the path and looked at the crowd in front of the building. She couldn't find her class for a while. "Sahu-chan, good morning." Squad leader Mishima suddenly appeared, and suddenly attacked Sajiri from behind, shocking her. I was scared to death. Sagumi looked back and saw that the squad leader Mishima wore double ponytails, and his two braids swayed arbitrarily. His face seemed to have baby fat, and he looked quite cute. Sahu let out a sigh of relief. What a bad thing this girl did, she just liked to jump out from behind, which really scared her. Hee, sorry. The monitor apologized very insincerely. He hugged Sajiri from behind and rubbed his head. So where is our class? Sajiri pushed her away unhappily. Sajiri's heart was accepting for the girl who came up and rubbed. But there were too many people on the court and Lily was too eye-catching. Here, there. Squad leader Shuang Maiyai took a deep breath of Sahu, then raised his head and pointed to a big banyan tree 100 meters away on the left. I saw under a tall banyan tree on the left, more than 40 JKS were reading under the tree. In addition to JKS, there is also Mr. Kyoko with black and white hair. Wearing a formal office suit, his slightly rich face suddenly noticed the gaze here, and raised his eyebrows to see Izumi Sajiri. Well, the teacher calls us to go over, let's go. Squad leader Mishima took Sajiri's little hand and briskly swept across the woods. Chapter 56, Enthusiastic Little Girl. Good morning Kyoko-sensei. Shahu smiled sweetly, and the fluffy bangs swayed, her cute eyes like a clear spring reflecting the pure smile of teacher Kyoko. There are not a lot of lilicons in the second grade of high school, but there are probably a few. Several support group members headed by the Mishima squad leader, seeing the bright eyes, couldn't help but stare at the stars, and talked in private. I really want to pinch. When I saw Sajiri-chan, I didn't want to study anymore, what should I do? Please break. It's over, I have to take the college entrance examination today and tomorrow. Several fans gathered together to discuss such topics. In short, the thoughts of learning were floating out of the sky. All that was left in their eyes was to pinch Sajiri and listen to Sajiri's words. But Sajiri is talking with Kyoko-sensei, and a group of fans are not close. Izumi-san, it's only an hour before the test starts, why don't you even bring the book? Teacher Kyoko didn't know what to say. She wanted to teach her a lesson, but she thought that Sagyuki had fallen too much homework, even if it was useless to watch it for half an hour before the exam. Yes, let her fend for herself when she is in a very good state of mind. Teacher Xingzi comforted Sajiri with a few words, hoping that Sajiri would not be discouraged. This time he should be a practice, and he will surely be admitted to university in the coming year. Shahu said a few and nodded quietly, like a cute baby. The conversation time is not long. Since the college entrance examination is about to come, the teacher is also one of the invigilators. After talking for about a minute, he left here and went to the conference room. As soon as teacher left, several fans rushed up and handed over books one after another. Sahu sauce here and here, I have any books you want to read. Squad leader Mishima took a book like a small tall building and placed it in front of Sajiri. Sajiri took a closer look, her face darkened. Look at this book, 36 sets of papers for Chinese, mathematics, English, and various subjects. Is all textbooks and test papers. Looking dizzy, can't you come to see something that a normal person sees? Another fangirl is more clever. Seeing Sajiri's face is a bit subtle, she rolled her eyes and swiftly offered her electric shock king with both hands, with a look of anticipation. Sahu sauce, I have a comic here. Do you want to see it? This is the latest issue of The King of Electric Shocks. There are two heroines on the cover. One is Sagiri Izumi and the other is Megami Kamano, the current squad leader. Sagiri is wearing a pink pajamas and headphones, which is very cute. The squad leader is wearing a JK uniform, and his provocative eyes are mischievous, all showing the powerful temperament of the beautiful girl. I've read this. Sagumi glanced at the book. The book was received as early as Saturday, and it was read much earlier than they did. Speaking of which, the printing industry in this world is quite developed. Manuscripts are handed in on Fridays, and printed on Saturdays, and hundreds of thousands of copies are printed in a single day. The first hundreds of thousands of books were sent to various places on Saturday afternoon, and the next hundreds of thousands of books were finished on Saturday night and rushed to bookstores in remote areas in the evening. I've seen it, that's a shame. Speaking of which, Sagiri's voice is louder than before, and I can finally hear her clearly. It really is. Sagiri's voice was very small before, and the decibels were not high. After long-term practice, she finally increased a few decibels so as not to cause her to speak and others could not hear. Which examination room are you in, Sahu-chan? The book offering was fruitless, and a group of fans touched on another topic. In short, being able to talk to Sagiri is the happiest thing in the world. Sahu tilted his head and thought slightly, pointed to the first classroom on the left side of the first floor of the teaching building, and said, "Examination room number 1 is on the first floor." "It's great, the exam room is on the first floor, so you don't need to climb the stairs." A female student who had the exam room on the 5th floor said enviously. The squad leader heard the words and took out the test admission ticket to compare it with Sagiri, and immediately said excitedly, "Sagiri, I am also in the number 1 examination room, and the seat number is on your right. If you want to copy mine, feel free to stretch it out. Looking at it, I will definitely not block it." Such a coincidence? Sahu was slightly surprised. Yes, Sagiri has left a lot of homework. I think we should help Sagiri to tide over the difficulties. Yes, it is too painful to repeat a grade. They are all school girls I don't know. I think it is necessary to help Sagiri cheat. Wait, let me ask the high school seniors in the girls group to see who is also in the number 1 examination room. The enthusiastic fans did not talk about studying, but instead talked about how to help her pass the college entrance examination. All of them were excited, as if the people who went to the number 1 examination room to take the exam were not Sagiri, but themselves. When I heard Sagiri, this sign is wrong, why all I want to borrow the answers to copy to myself, is it that I am so weak? Thank you for your kindness, but I don't want to bother you. After all, cheating is bad behavior. I don't want to cheat. Please don't cheat. Sagiri looked serious and made several enthusiastic students embarrassed. I have to say that Sagiri gets serious, her blue eyes are crystal clear, and her face and expression are simply big stars in the cute world, and can sprout the nosebleeds of a group of otaku and otaku. Sagiri puts off again and again, even if he does not perform well in the exam, he doesn't want to hurt everyone. Seeing Sagiri's firm face, everyone had to give up. Ding dong. Now start to read the examination rules. 1. With the admission ticket and ID www.readaloud.com to take the exam at the specified time and place. 2. Candidates should be honest and consciously obey the management of the exam staff such as the invigilator. Unknowingly, half an hour before the exam started, the square was crowded with people, and the students shouted the oath for the college entrance examination in front of the teaching building. After took the oath, a flood of imposing candidates flooded into the teaching building, and Sagiri was taken into the number 1 examination room by the Mishima monitor. Sagiri-chan, do you need help? Sagiri sat in the 3rd row of the 3rd row, and the JKs in all directions were shining brightly. Sagiri sauce, I am your fan. If you have any difficulties, please be sure to knock on the table, and you will be back. My mathematics is very good, Sagiri, please be sure to copy me, and the proof is more than 130 points. Has a score of 105 in both English and Chinese, and can pack more than 130 votes, which shows that she should be a master of learning. Facing this group of enthusiastic classmates, Sajari patiently refused, and repeatedly emphasized that she must rely on her true ability to go to university. Before the invigilator came, these fans took advantage of the topic and brought the topic to teacher Iramanga. Sahu-chan, is it possible for my brother and sister to get married? Please answer. The students in the first row also leaned in, their big eyes gleaming with a gleam of knowledge, as if they would splash 5 steps without an answer. By the way, Sagiri, you are going to take the college entrance examination. Will this week's update be postponed? Sajari saw Sajari. Sajari. By the way, why are all her fans in this exam room? Is this a coincidence, or is it a deliberate arrangement by someone? Sajari bit the pen tip and directed the suspected target to a certain system. A certain system? I don't remember this pot. Super serious face. Really? Chapter 57, The College Entrance Examination ended. June 7th, Wednesday, the first day of China National College Entrance Examination. Raphael is in a finance class at the University of Tokyo. His long white hair hangs upside down like a waterfall, his not pointy face is soft and elastic, he wears a white shirt with black sleeves and a black pleated skirt underneath. Black short neck socks, shiny leather shoes, just like a graceful little angel. She raised her head slightly and looked at the slides in the class, her thoughts drifting out of the window unconsciously. The table mate next to blinked and thought Raphael was in a daze. Seeing the corners of her mouth raised slightly, he suddenly felt like she was in love. Isn't it a sweetheart? The girl with some freckles on her nose couldn't help but worry. After watching for more than 10 seconds, she gritted her teeth and stabbed Raphael. What are you thinking about, Raphael? Sounds sparse and ordinary questioning. Raphael came back to his senses, did not think deeply, just smiled and said, nothing, I just thought that today is college entrance examination day. It turned out to be the college entrance examination. Xiangli felt relieved. Raphael had 2 younger sisters, one called Izumi Sajari and the other Izumi Giabali. It seems that the younger sister named Sahu is in the 3rd year of high school. Xiangli is not very sure, and immediately confirms to Raphael, has Sahu have the college entrance examination today? Okay. The other party replies a word very plainly, making people unable to hear what's wrong. How do you say? There is no worry in this tone. Did she miss it just now? Raphael, you should be very worried. After all, it is the college entrance examination. The competition is very high. If you don't take the high scores, you can't squeeze into the threshold of the University of Tokyo. In time, looked up at her. Raphael chuckled and said completely indifferent, don't worry, my sister is very capable, oh no, it is very good. The college entrance examination is just a small matter, she can get more than 700 points in the test randomly. Actually, I was thinking about the plot just now. Is your sister that strong? The table mate stared with round eyes and expressed very suspicion. The plot seems to be a bit subtle lately, will my brother and sister really be together? Hearing Raphael's self-talk, the same table eyelids rolled up, it seems that Raphael really didn't care about his sister's college entrance examination. Please give me some reaction, at least it is your sister. I was thinking about the comic plot drawn by my sister during class, and I don't worry about how my sister is doing in the exam. Freckles Xiao Qianbai shook her head at the same table, her eyes returned to class. Talk, will my brother marry my sister, and the OP and Ed songs, which are really good. She was also taken by Raphael and her thoughts fluttered throughout the class. On the other side, the girl group Q group. I took the college entrance examination today, I don't know if the senior high school seniors have passed the answers to Sahu-chan. The soft and cute Gao Yushin chatted. I saw Sahu-chan on the road, so soft, so cute and beautiful, I also personally sent her into the school gate, he he he. A high school senior flaunted. The first few sentences alone can attract a lot of hatred, especially the last part of the tone, which really pulls the hatred point to the highest. I'll go, shameless. Come on, kill this man who snatches his wife. After a quarrel, it was about 9:30, and everyone became worried again. Sahu-chan hasn't studied for 2 months, right? The latest update is very punctual. There are a lot of pages in each sentence. There is absolutely no time to learn if you have to draw so many pictures. This means that the second party of high school can have the opportunity to be her classmate, rubbing as much as you want every day. Oh no, watch as much as you like. Hey, after listening to what I said upstairs, why am I expecting Sajiri to fall out of the rankings? Well, I'm probably not a good fan. +1. In the case that many people are not optimistic about Sajiri, Sajiri is playing with the tip of the pen, reading the composition questions of the Chinese test paper seriously. As for questions other than composition, I'm sorry, but I've done it all, now I'm only left with the composition. The composition must be written, otherwise it will be too eye-catching. Sajiri thought. Just imagine that a student with more than 700 points didn't even write his composition. This is particularly eye-catching. Since you want to get a high score, you have to do the whole play without any omissions. The questions of the college entrance examination are almost impossible to find at the time of the system, but the system lists the specific knowledge points, and you can check it by yourself. You don't have to go through it yourself. You can turn to the relevant knowledge points with just one idea, which is more powerful than the open book examination. Since the answer is not directly given by the system, most of them are thinking on their own, and Sajiri cannot guarantee that it is 100% correct, so it is not bad that the next composition can get 50 points. Sajiri's thoughts were interrupted. Yu Guang glanced to the right and saw the squad leader in the double ponytail sailor suit with his left hand on his thigh, without covering the test paper at all, and put out the multiple choice questions and ancient Chinese translation on the answer sheet. Tapped the desk with the tip of the pen with his right hand, and saw Sajiri looking over, so he stopped tapping. Sagumi shook his head slightly, rejecting the kindness of the squad leader, and then his mind sank into his mind again, thinking about Wenlu just like a writing example. The squad leader was taken aback for a while. Really didn't copy, does she want to repeat the grade? The puzzled monitor can only be attributed to Sajiri's honesty. Maybe they really don't want to cheat. Sha. About an hour and a half passed. Sajiri put down her pen, and found that there was still half an hour before the end of the exam, so she raised her hand to hand in the paper in advance. In the surprised gaze of others, Sajiri packed up his writing instruments and walked out of the classroom, the brisk elf with the slightly fluttering skirt, flying freely. The Mishima squad leader on the right suddenly raised his head, his ponytails shook slightly, and he secretly sighed. Yu reading www.yuyugonshu.com. Those who hand in the papers early are either the real academic masters or those who have no intention of learning. Obviously Sajiri should be the latter. Why is sauce? Forget it, if you paint, you can support yourself, and it's not bad not to go to college. The squad leader whispered in his heart, and then continued to immerse himself in the struggle. In addition to the double ponytail squad leader, the fans in the number 1 examination room are also a little sorry. To be honest, they have just had a lot of opportunities. For example, the mathematics student B.A. Sang on the left wanted to hand a note to Saguru. It's a pity that Sajiri didn't even look at it. When she saw the note flying on the table, she looked up and saw the teacher playing with the mobile phone. So she took it with her little hand and threw it into the drawer and ignored it. Outside the classroom, Sahu stretched out a little, and Nyonyo's voice was lazy, as if she had just woke up. At this time, a teacher named Kyoko in a black suit, wearing a patrol invigilator's license, passed by here. After seeing this scene, he shook his head slightly, and touched the head of Shahu. "Izumi-san came out so soon." "That's okay, it's too depressing inside, and it's excusable to accidentally fall asleep." Kyoko teacher thought that Sajiri had difficulty seeing the problem, so she simply fell asleep and turned in a blank paper in advance when the time came. "Teacher, it's not what you think." Sajiri was touched by Kyoko's head, as if her figure was short. "Well, the teacher knows everything, needless to say, go back and rest, there is still an exam in the afternoon." Teacher Kyoko nodded kindly and went back to work. Sajiri looked helpless, and smoothed the messy hair on her head with her hands. In the next 2 days, Sajiri handed in the papers ahead of schedule as always. Kyoko teacher has seen it twice, and it is hard to say anything for the third time. He just nodded in the distance. The classmates in the number 1 examination room are numb. After all, Sajiri has given up. No matter how much you think about it, it's useless, right? Chapter 58, Bit of Life. On the afternoon of June 8, the college entrance examination ended. The faces of the JKs who filed out were a little bit stunned. It is estimated that the exam was abnormal. There are also some students who are concerned about gains and losses, chatting about the exam questions, and want to know everyone's answer. Every time they know an answer, they are hurt or motivated. In short, this is a process of falling in love and killing each other. There are also some people with flowers on their faces, smiles like spring, and they suddenly feel beautiful when they look at the dim sunlight. Squad leader with double ponytail raised his head and glanced at the sky, and immediately asked in the group, "Has anyone seen Sagiri sauce?" "No, Sagiri has submitted the paper in advance. We can't help it. We haven't finished answering the question, so we can only watch her go out. I'm pretty lonely alone, I guess I went home. There will be a party tonight, Sagiri doesn't want to come." The squad leader went to QQ to chat privately with Sajiri, and found that the other person's head was grey, and it seemed that he didn't have Q. She was also drunk when she encountered this situation. It seems that Sajiri really didn't care about the graduation party. In the next moment, Sajiri's head lighted up. "Did he?" "Sajiri, don't go, squad leader Mishima helped me push it over for any reason." "Why not go? There are a lot of old classmates here. Everyone has been in high school for 3 years. Graduation party should come." "I don't know them very well, I went there to sit there too," and said embarrassingly. Shahu finished speaking eloquently, using voice, so it was a little more convincing, especially the soft cute voice was sent to the squad leader of low ICN. Squad leader Mishima looked helpless. What is he or she is not familiar with? Obviously everyone is familiar with it. Except for the girls from class 2, everyone basically knows what color the other party likes to wear. How come they are unfamiliar? Mishima squad leader knows that Sajiri's soul is already a traverser. When Sajiri faces her high school classmates, she really doesn't feel anything. She always feels that the place is strange, and she is afraid that every move will cause misunderstanding. Shahu was walking on the way home, looking at the red iron tower in the far distance, looking very mysterious and solemn under the dim sky. Shuttle through the reinforced concrete, measuring every inch of the earth, Sajiri the smell in the air, that is the smell of freedom. Of course, this freedom is only temporary. Sajiri got rid of her status as a high school student, and 2 months later she hung up as a university student and went to another place. Anyway, does she still need to go to university? This is a question worth considering. Her own painting skills have already achieved full marks, and it will be a matter of time before she becomes famous in her paintings, and she is not anxious to make money. She is not a master of wealth. If possible, it is best to enjoy life as the prerequisite, and then consider how to make money. But no matter how much money you make, it's useless. Once you have a lot of money, people will have great desires. Once you open the cage of desire, you can't help but buy all kinds of luxury goods. For example, the computer that Sajari bought was about 1 million yen, and the display and digital tablet were added together. It also cost more than 500,000 yen. When I bought it, I didn't even frown. Just thinking about life all the way, Saho walked to the door of her house. Sajari's home is a two-story house, which is quite similar to the Izumi home in Iramanga, but there are some differences. For example, Sajari's neighbors are not what everyone thinks. There is no fairy lady with a naked piano, and no wooden house with all green leaves on the outside. The house is made of reinforced concrete. Apart from the different houses, there is an aunt who can see vegetables every day when she goes to school. The vegetable seller's name is Keiko Niwa. She has short black hair and a thick waist. Although she is not as thick as a bucket, her figure is suitable for jumping squares. Her skin is not white and yellowish, and she looks like she is about 40 years old. I bumped into Sajari when selling vegetables and sometimes said, "Izumi-chan, where is your sister Giabali, did you skip class again today?" Or seeing Gabriel and Sagiri walking side by side, the vegetable seller changed another way, slightly jokingly said, "Why, Gabriel has yellow hair, you are silvery white, Raphael is white." Most people don't follow this question, because there are so many different hair colors in this world. Some people are born with two-tone hair, and some have direct two-tone pupils, just like Tokazaki Kakuzo, and they don't look so illegal. Sometimes Sajari is thinking, maybe she lives in the world of the second element, so she is not used to people with various hair colors walking on the road. Of course, this world has no abilities. Don't even think about Flick Finger Super Electromagnetic Cannon. Even if you are full of anti-wolf skills, you can't be a punch Superman, and it's even impossible to break through the void. The answer to this question was told to her by the system, there is no doubt about it. With a bang, Sajari slammed into a solid object. Fixed a glance, a few centimeters away from her happened to be the door of her own house. I didn't expect that Shinayutiany was so fascinated just now www.readaloud.com that it only reacted when I hit my door. Rubbed his forehead lightly, Sajari inserted into the keyhole, and was about to open the door. Unexpectedly, the window upstairs suddenly opened, and a figure with long white hair and a B89 bust stuck out his head. "Sahu-chan, welcome back." Raphael smiled slightly, holding a small salute wrapped in colored paper in his right hand, making people's eyebrows jump. Sajari didn't realize anything at first. When the tube-shaped cylinder was pointed at her, she suddenly remembered that it was a firework spray. The fireworks barrage is like a pouring down, and like a goddess scattered flowers, the sky is full of fireworks covering Sajari's vision. "Hey, Sahu-chan has turned into a tabby cat." Raphael hid his mouth and smirked upstairs, looking at the little Lolita who was covered in fireworks, and felt that he had done too much. Why? Because Sajari has been standing still for more than 5 seconds. "Hey, is Sagiri angry?" Raphael scratched his head, suddenly couldn't laugh, and twisted his hands together, very nervous. "It's not enough to be angry, but next time you set off a salute, please don't shoot it at me. Look what's in my mouth." Saho looked up at her ill-tempered, and spit out a firework with a bah. "I'm very sorry." Raphael hurried downstairs and pulled up Gabriel, who was playing games in the bedroom, to help clean up the fireworks together. "Isn't the college entrance examination over today? I just want to enliven the atmosphere." You see, Gabriel plays computer decadently all day, and asks her to go to the hallway to meet you for another long time. "Finally. I thought of firing a salute on you upstairs. Not on purpose." Raphael stuck out his tongue playfully. Sahu felt a little warm in her heart, and before she knew it, she felt as if she was part of this home. Chapter 59, Recruitment Assistant. This Wednesday afternoon, Sajari should have finished the exam, but the update will definitely be delayed. In the girls' group, a bunch of fans in the first and second year of high school worried. "I went to block the door today, but I still didn't see Saguri. Did she leave the examination room early? Probably. The fans who failed to pick up Saguri on time sighed slightly. After passing the college entrance examination, it would be difficult to meet again. Of course, there will be live broadcasts in the future. Maybe Saguri is no longer shy, and she may dare to show up in public. I'm going to die without Saguri. Or let's go to 8 and see her. Someone suggested. When will the next update be? After a while, Saguri glanced at her phone after eating, and replied confusedly, it's 7:30 on Sunday morning. Meow meow meow. Don't you delay the change. When Saguri saw the reply, she couldn't help being full of black lines. Is it true that in the eyes of the fans, she is the representative of dragging the world, which makes her feel very sad? Update on time, no delay. Saguri's answer was very simple, and it seemed that she was not in a good mood. It's great, but Saguri, you have to take the college entrance examination. How can you do it? Stupid, there is a studio behind Saguri, which of course does not affect the update. A fan retorted. Those confused girls stopped talking to each other immediately. They were a little embarrassed and couldn't speak. Saguri looked at the Q group's message. It turned out that the college entrance examination was delayed, but it was impossible for this to happen because he submitted the manuscript on Tuesday night, totaling 28 pages. Speaking of the comics studio, Saguri's heart moved and wanted to recruit a team to share the trouble for herself. Although it is impossible to take care of all the painting work, it is good to save a little time. System, I want to hire a comic assistant, you can help me. When the system monarch heard this, he was excited like a husky, and said, Okay, master, may I ask what assistant you want to hire? Is it a 1.5 meter tall girl with long hair and soft cuteness, or a manga assistant with rich experience, or a lowly assistant, or is it the uncle's assistant, Obazan's assistant? Sahu thought that the system was pretty good at first, and it was the real thing when she opened her mouth, but the more she listened to it, the more wrong it became. In the end, she said to Obazan. Stop, wait, do you mean that as long as you are an assistant, you can summon it? No, the system master can post the recruitment information on the Tokyo recruitment platform for the owner, and if the recruiter meets the requirements, the system master can agree on behalf of it. Anyway, it's an agent screening. In fact, the system master is not so mysterious. It is impossible to summon out of thin air, so the system master handles the trivial matter of hanging messages. Anyway, the master doesn't want to bother about this trivial matter, right? The system gentleman said that it was utterly correct, and it seemed to make a lot of sense. But the more it goes like this, the more Saguri's heart is stunned, and he secretly guards against this unreliable system. Sometimes the system will be mentally retarded and have to guard against it. Okay, you go get it, but I don't want beautiful boys or Obazan. Just some normal girls. You don't need to have advanced qualifications. You only need to have a foundation in painting. The main reason is that I need to teach new styles of painting and people with advanced qualifications. It should not be brought in. No problem at all, it's done. System Lord said excitedly. Saguri's eyes were suspicious, and the tone of this system was overjoyed. Maybe it was tricky. Send the address to my computer and let me take a look. Saguri added. The system master suddenly became squeaky, and said, What's nice is a simple recruitment page, everything is written according to your requirements. Give it to me quickly. Saguri knew that this system was going to do something. How could it make it happen? The next moment, the system sent the address to her computer in a daunting manner. Shaho clicked in and took a look, closing his eyes and covering his forehead. On the web page given by the system, the recruitment information stated. It's recruiting comic assistants, the special bed warmers for Teacher Ocean. I want girls but not guys, refuse Obazan. As long as a young girl, it's best to be a soft, cute and delicious loli. I just want to pinch a bite after a glance. Yes, a solid foundation in painting is also necessary, a strong ability to accept new things, and a willingness to endure hardships. Those who want to apply can upload a work that you are most satisfied with first, don't use rough lines. From 9 to 5, accommodation is temporarily not available. Of course, friends in Tokyo can also come to face the base. Salary is negotiable. Shaho covered his forehead for 3 seconds, then raised his head and said one word, "Give me a change." Yes. The system master gave a sharp response and responded in seconds. After the revision, the recruitment information is as follows. Recruiting comic female assistants, hardworking, have a foundation in drawing, don't like rough lines, and strive to try new things. Shed more than 300 words, it looks very ordinary, but Sajiri feels very satisfied. When the system master saw this, he muttered, "How is it possible to find a girl?" So he quietly changed back. Of course, Sajiri didn't know about this. Later, the recruits were all young girls, and it seemed that there was no big problem. It's better to be young. Young people dare to try new things. They have a strong drive to do everything. They also have the ability to learn fast. They can't be used for teaching. Of course, this is something to say. After Sajiri has finished changing the information, he logged into Bilibili's backstage and found the wallet information. Why did you go to Station B to look at your wallet? In fact, she wants to withdraw the money. www.readaloud.com is planning to rent a house in Tokyo as a working place for her assistants. Check carefully, there is a total of nearly 300,000 yen after-tax live broadcast fee at Station B, all of which are rewarded by fans during the live broadcast. This account is the one filled in by the original owner. Sajiri has long forgotten the password, but with the system, Sajiri only took a second to recall the old password. Let me see, there is a large house nearby to rent. Sajiri was lying on the bed, wearing pink shorts and pajamas, her 2 small white legs swayed under the light, and the shadow moved with it. Buzzing. In a small room of 20 square meters, the fan rotates buzzingly, the glass window without curtains is half open, and there is a neon colorful night outside. A woman with dark circles lying on the bed, a thin black t-shirt, a slightly higher face, and short purple and white hair. Maybe the skin pack is well raised. It looks no different from a woman in her 20s. In fact, she is already 27 years old. But because of poor sleep, his current expression is no different from that of salted fish. Her name is Kashiwagi Tetsuko. She is an unemployed manga assistant. She was driven out of the studio by the manga teacher because she didn't like rough lines. What kind of recruitment language is this, as long as it is the comic assistant of the soft cute girl? Puff, the single mother with short purple and white hair, couldn't help laughing when she looked at the job posting. But after seeing the recruiter, she couldn't laugh again. The recruiter turned out to be an ocean teacher. I don't know if I can apply. Jazzy is not a soft girl, but I have to give it a try. After all, the other party is an ocean teacher with a great and beautiful painting style. Maybe the person is kinder. Speaking of, my daughter is a soft and cute little loli, don't you know if you can bring it over? Chapter 60, the system that refuses women's clothing daily. In addition to the decision that the single mother passed the preliminary review, some comic assistants who passed by saw the recruitment information and submitted applications. But without exception, they were all rejected by seconds. Isn't this the ocean teacher? This is the first time I saw the recruitment of comic assistants. A 38-year-old lady clicked on the application button and submitted the work she thought was relatively satisfactory. The work she submitted completely abandons the rough line style, and the paintings are very cute, and they are biased towards the cute style of the ocean teacher. 1 minute later, the lady was declined. The reason was very formulaic. In short, there are many people to choose from, but I'm sorry for not choosing you. Why do you refuse so fast? It only takes less than a minute. Did Mr. Ocean take it seriously? She complained. As everyone knows, it is not the person who rejected her, but the system master behind Sajari. But very few people saw this job posting. After all, there was no publicity. In just a few hours, more than a dozen people applied for the job. Only the single mother passed the preliminary review. Speaking of the reason that the single mother passed the system's preliminary review, the main reason is that her appearance is not low, and her daughter is a 1.2-meter lowly, soft and cute. Investigation law personally authenticates. No way, the efficiency is too slow in this way, it seems that the system must be used by itself. System King looked at the results of this evening, and only one of a dozen applicants successfully passed the preliminary review. It seems that the comics studio has a long way to go. The system gentleman with a heavy responsibility, took the initiative to send recruitment information to the part-time Q group of major comic assistants. A Q group named 6006 Leaf Grass Manga Assistant part-time group suddenly had an extra administrator. At all members, the Ocean Teachers Studio has been forced to disband, and there is an urgent need for sincere comic assistants. If you are interested, please click on the following address, and only recruit girls. Please consciously bypass it, thank you. ID's Soy Sauce System June spoke. The group owner happened to be online, and when he saw it, he suddenly realized that the ID was strange, so he issued a black question mark face. Who, at all members in the middle of the night, if this is the new administrator, why don't I have any impression? I don't know, that person just quit in seconds, and I don't know what to do. Wait, this advertisement. It turns out that Teacher Ocean recruits a manga assistant. I'm going, it's really the same thing, but my application was rejected, and the initial review was so fast. The fast-handed person has returned. Is it the Ocean Teacher's trumpet just now? The person who was about to sleep also bubbled up. I don't know, I also saw this person in another group, maybe it is the registered number of the brush. On the other side, the Q group named Neketsu Comic Assistant Task Group suddenly had an additional manager. The administrator position of this group was full before January, that is, 20 people. And now, the amount of administrator has become 21/20ths. Was originally a number of 20/20ths, but there was an extra number. At all members, the Ocean Teachers Studio is disbanded. There is an urgent need for sincere comic assistants. If you are interested, please click on the following address. In addition, only recruit girls. Please consciously bypass the guys. Thank you. Paste Road. You are in several part-time groups. Brush consciously withdraws from the group and looks annoying. This is not the problem, right? I just saw that the number of administrators has become 21/20ths. What's wrong? Is it because the recent brushes have used hacking techniques? The owner of the group solemnly said. The group owner is dazzled, right now the administrator is still 20/20ths, no more, no less. How could it be, hey? The group leader rubbed his eyes vigorously, and the ID System King with soy sauce disappeared from the administrator list, and his withdrawal information was indeed recorded in the withdrawal record. Looking back, things are rather weird without his group information. Do I really get dazzled? The host scratched his head and still couldn't believe it. Is mainly the function of at all members. Only group owners and administrators have this right. Ordinary group members do not have the right at all members. When the group leader was thinking, the group members became active, and various topics about the Ocean Teacher spread out wildly. Ms. Ocean's studio was disbanded. The employees really don't know good or bad. It is the most precious asset to be able to learn technology under Ms. Ocean's. I feel sorry for the Ocean Teacher. I don't have the help of the studio. Most of them are rushing for the draft alone. It's a pity that I'm a big kicker, otherwise I would apply too. I went to apply, reading www.yuyugonshu.com, but the Ocean Teacher rejected me mercilessly, and refused me in seconds. Really, second rejection? No, I actually refused it after a minute. This scene was broadcast in the part-time Q groups of major comic assistants. Whether anyone cares or not, the effect is remarkable. No, the system received more than 400 applications in just 5 minutes. It's all girls, great. The system Kimmy selected with relish. A few minutes later, the system king was suddenly shocked. If he has eyes, it must be a round stare. 2 seconds later, the system was very disgusted and said, "Hey, this guy is shameless," and he sent a picture of women's clothing to fool me, decisively blacked out. On the third page of this person's application resume, a picture is impressively posted. This female gangster has supple skin, black long wig, 2 white cat ears tied to the wig, and then wears a warm yellow JK winter sweater with a white shirt inside the sweater. Blue Kanto gift knot, wearing a water blue ultra short plaid skirt, right hand skirt, slightly open 3 cm. The picture is too beautiful, omit 100 words. In addition to the JK outfit, there are black stockings and standard small leather shoes, just like a campus goddess. The most important thing is that his legs are thin, so he can control the stockings, his skin is not rough, and his features are small and exquisite. If you put aside the stereotypes of women's clothing, he might be a regular lady. The resolution of the women's photo is 4K level. It is so clear that the system is so hot that you don't want it. After watching it for 2 seconds, it will be blacked out. After a while, there is another rule in the Ocean Teacher Comic Assistant recruitment page that the system is in charge of. Don't want a man, not even a female lady. Super serious face.